Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. It's another Monday, and we're kicking off the Monday yet again with me, Duckling, joined by Carvis for the first 3 games here today. I'm excited. We are getting to a round on our group stage so far. The Danish performance from DMG has not been acceptable. I'm sorry, guys. It's been horrifying. But today is the day for redemption. You can leave on a high note by beating Bloodline. Please, guys. As I said to you in the green room, Carvis, I just want to be happy, man. I want a Danish win while I'm casting. I can't do this anymore, DMG. I looked at your roster. I thought you were going to smash it. You've been shocking. I'm sorry, guys. It hasn't been good enough. So today is your time for redemption. Please, please, please just win. Just win, man.
Yeah, natural pride on the line, and the standings can still be affected. As you said, Duckling, this is the day we're going to find out some of the standings within Group A and Group B with the one last game asterisk. There's still some games to be played on the tiebreaker game due to Frit Fall, to rescheduling some of them. But, for example, Group A will be mostly resolved.
Yeah, Group A today, the results, I believe they should come through. It would surprise me if they didn't, especially because the thing is, it is, at the moment, mainly between Rounds and Painkillers who will make it through. So, Ruddy, when they get that game up against Rounds, it will be a banger. It'll be our second game of the day. Basically, everything on the line. It's hard to see. I don't think... No, you can't make it through with 2 wins because we already have 2 teams at 3 wins. So, the winner of that game will get the last seed out. And I'm sorry to you, UK folks. I hope you lose. I am with Team Finland on this one. Obviously, supporting my Scandinavian brothers. So, I mean, that game is going to be a banger, though. I'm excited to see if Ruddy can pull it through. They have some great players. They look fantastic in the first week of games. So, anything can happen. And with Round stepping up throughout the tournament and Ruddy dropping off a little bit, I think these teams will meet each other in the middle, and we will have a banger. And I'm excited for that.
Yeah, speaking of supporting, I wonder if we have time to look at the predictions for this really quickly, if we have a graphic.
I would love to get a look at the predictions. I mean, it hasn't been going well for me, especially because I always predict Denmark to win, and we've been shit so far. But outside of that, it's been okay. I don't know what Brackish is thinking, joining me on the DMG train still, but I really do appreciate his support. Maybe it's just because he wants to be a good friend and help me in my time of need.
Look at Tibbs! He's going for almost full upset line.
What is this man cooking? I mean... I don't know what he spent his Monday doing, but it's certainly not looking at reasonable predictions. I mean, the first 3 games are very reasonable, I will say. Bloodline are the favorites coming into the first game. Rich Gang are the favorites. Rounds is a bit more debatable, but when you look at the predictions for Rounds and Ruddy, we discussed, or very quickly discussed, this being a close game, right, Carvis? You can see the predictions. It's 4-4 in there as well. We don't really know where we stand. It's going to be a banger.
It is going to be an absolute banger. But first, we have to see whether or not Bloodline can keep the #1 position. It is an important game for them.
This one is an important game as well, though. It's the prediction scores. And go on.
Similar to the Bloodline Rich Gang situation, Temporal and Dogsled are currently tied for first place. So every single point will count today.
Can't believe they've had a perfect day. I think every day something has surprised me. I'm not really proud of my 54%. I mean, my performance so far has been as horrible as the Danish teams in this tournament. I will say, though, Garden Gaming have positively surprised me, but I won't discuss them in depth because we won't be casting them here today. The thing is, when I predict 100% of Danish teams to win, I mean, obviously my score is going to be brought down by Danish teams always losing. We haven't had a single 2-0 day. So I haven't been able to get a perfect day because obviously I'm not going to betray my country. But for this first game, Carvis, you predicted Bloodline. Can you tell me why?
They just look really strong. There's nothing else to it. Completely caught me by surprise. I thought that the Swedish League, after having some unfortunate moments during the regular season, could be coming in not as strong as the other regions, but Bloodline just completely blew everyone out the water and just performed during this Group A group stage.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to think about. Rounds are actually the only team so far that has managed to take down Bloodline. Last time we were in the broadcast, we saw Bloodline lose that game to Rounds, which was pretty dominating game for Rounds, I will say. They were really good in that one. While we saw one of the best comebacks I've casted in my career when Bloodline took down Rich Gang. So, I mean, surprises have definitely been happening in this tournament, and I love the vibes. I love the rivalries. It's been loads of fun so far, despite me being a Dane and our team's not performing so well. It is now or never for DMG. One last game here for them. Can they just show up and say, we are still a decent team, we just had an unfortunate run? Or will Bloodline say, look, we're the best team in Group A and we deserve to be first seed?
Yeah. as we go into draft, we're gonna see a couple of targeted bans right off the bat, with Goofus Draving not seeing the light of day still, way too good on that champion to let that go through, and Chaos getting targeted, taking down the good weak side top laners.
One of the things that says a lot about your champion strength, right? When you see these kind of pocket picks being banned away when you are on red side, because blue side, they're just throwing these bans into the meat grind. You can say Theodore getting his Olaf removed. So DMG have been very strong. That's when they've looked their best on the pocket pick. So I understand the choice removing them, even though it does sadden me a little bit as a Dane. But the bans here from DMG make sense to me. Strong champions, but also pocket picks on the side of Bloodline. The Javelin being removed, taking a bit of the power away from Texvi here. Good bans so far from Bloodline, I will say.
And mid lane is still pretty much left untouched. Only LeBlanc getting taken out, leaving Orianna open, leaving Syndra open. There's a ton of good picks. Hovering the Agony Pain, Kiana, but it's not gonna be picked. Just takes up the Syndra, daring the Orianna response from DMG.
Yeah, Rodhu back in the team when we were casting her Monday covers. He was not playing. I suppose he might have been busy that day, and it's really impressive that Bloodline played so well with the substitution. But now Rodhu being back in, obviously we expect DMG to respond with their mid lane pick. I would love to see Agony Pain go out with the Kiana just because it's their last game. He's so phenomenal on that champion, but instead goes for a way better pick, objectively speaking, in terms of the meta. Obviously Orianna, you have to take that here, I would say, as the response. Makes sense. Goes towards that Viego. We've seen a lot of Viego in this tournament, Carvis, but I haven't been completely sold on the pick yet.
It's been performing a little bit below the standard we're used to, but
sometimes can be good.
Sometimes with Orianna, it should be really good, even if the early game doesn't go as planned. However, what has been shining is the...
This kind of surprised me. Obviously, the Nocturne is strong. We've seen him a lot, but I'm wondering why DMG didn't prioritize that. I would much rather have the Orianna Nocturne combo than the Viego. You're saying the Viego Orianna combo is good. I do agree, but there is something better here with the Nocturne. It's been really overpowered in solo queue recently. A lot of high elo players picking up on it because that Shockwave ultimate paranoia combo is so hard to do anything against if you're a squishy. So very good denial, obviously, from the side of Bloodline, but a bit of questions being asked from my side to DMG, because why would you give up such a power pick? The Ornn, though, being locked in the top lane. So standard tank, the team fighting, and ultimates very strong here so far from the side of Bloodline.
This also explains the Olaf ban, preemptive counterpick denial from DMG's top laner. Theodore has been a bit lacking on the champion pool recently, and the Aatrox that he picked up before didn't really match up well into those weak side matchups. Instead, picking up Sion. Haven't seen that in a while.
No, it's interesting. Obviously, you can experiment a little bit here if you're DMG. I don't think they can take it too not seriously, because obviously it's an important game still in terms of the group standing and seeding for Bloodline. So if they would just gain a 3-win here, kind of would ruin the competitive integrity. The Sion, though, nowhere near that. It's still a pick that I can see. Theodore, I've seen him play tanks before, so I mean, it makes sense. It's probably not the strongest tank you can pick, but I accept it. I prefer him on the carries, though, but with the Olaf being taken away, it's a decently fine pick. I'm okay with it. Bot lane, though, now heavily being removed. Carvis, Kaiser, and Kalista gone. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a couple more AD bans here or some supports instead.
I'm astonished that Varus hasn't been touched yet. It has been a huge powerhouse, not only in solo queue, but in our group stage, in both groups, nonetheless. And with Kaiser and Kalista getting taken out, it's just there.
Yeah, it's strong. I mean, I like the pick. I think it's good, but I don't think it's the best you can do in the AD carry position. I would still rather have someone like Desire. Unless your opponents have a lot of poke, then getting that extra range on the Varus is good. Let's see if it gets taken away here, though. Rel was the last ban from DMG, so still focusing on towards that bottom position. But it is the Nautilus.
What counters Zaya? Varus. It's just a really bad situation to leave those types of picks open if you want to go for
DMG just go for that Varus here then, in your opinion?
I think it should be it, because, well, Bloodline's gonna be coming at you. What? Okay!
Yes, come on, Gopher, give me that spice. That is some That is some Danish fiesta right there. Call it a hot dog or a pølse med brød. I mean, that is a delicious combo. It works well. It tastes phenomenally, but it is still quite questionable because there are obviously better choices objectively in food and in compositions as well.
So something like Senna Kench would be an absolute nightmare for this Yasuo. Unless being picked up here for Bloodline, will be able to deny the approach from the melee carry that DMG is about to play, and that would mean that Senna is most likely not the pick.
This is getting weird. I'm kind of shocked here. I would have expected the Senna Tem Kench as well, especially with the points you made. Would have made a lot of sense to lock that in. Instead, they go for the Sire. Strong AD carry. You're not expecting Varus to be picked anymore because of the Yasuo. Makes sense. Good pick. But what does Eloguden go for here? He needs to get some heavy engage to add more opportunities for the Orianna ball to get into that backline. They themselves have banned the Rail. The Nautilus is gone as well. So the options are getting limited. Yeah, Rakan would be a great choice. That's a really, really good shout, to be honest. Wouldn't surprise me unless... No, but you don't pick that here, though. Why would you go for this?
Range.
Yeah, obviously the range is nice. Senna is still a strong champion. But with this composition, they don't have the best entrances. The Sion ultimate can quite easily be juked. Viego is squishy, so... I mean, he's just not going to be jumping into 5 unless it's a guaranteed shockwave that will be coming on top of it. The Orianna can obviously look for the shockwave herself, but Yasuo isn't going to be the one engaging either. Senna for sure won't. I was expecting an engage support to help with the CC and allow that one-ball combo to play through. Instead, we've been given a scaling support who's paired well with a tanky support to keep her alive. Instead, what Senna will be paired up with is a Yasuo who will be playing aggro and playing for himself.
I think the angle that DMG is looking for here is, since the enemy has an Alistar, the engage support couldn't really do much anyway, since there's always the threat of headbutt to cancel out the possible engage angles. Instead, choosing to outrange the Xayah, outrange the Alistar, and look for advantages that way, keep lane priority over to the Dragon, and play from early game out, try to shut this Nocturne down before the level 6 threat even becomes a thing.
Yeah, I mean, those are actually very good points you're making, Carvus. I will say, I definitely get that. Maybe it might just be me being a bit overcritical of our Danish teams here. Obviously, I want them to do as good as possible, and I've been sad by the performance DMG have shown. They've been close in some games. They have good players. I still believe that, which is why I'm a bit disappointed. They haven't been able to play that way into the top 6. And yeah, I see your point, but I'm still interested to see if it will work. Because I am scared that the Senna will just be left alone. What will happen in a team fight? The Nocturne will press ultimate. The Ornhole will come through, and then they very quickly jump and one-shot the Senna. There's nothing that can keep her safe. The only bit of assistance she can get is an Orianna E. But that will then take away from the possibility of the one-ball combo with the Orianna Yasuo. So there's definitely some strength. You've highlighted some very good points to why the Senna pick makes sense. I'm still not sold on it, but things can change. If they manage to execute this, it would look very good, but it is very hard to execute in my eyes.
Yeah, something that I've learned during our RPS group stage is that when people start cooking, you still have to keep that inch of believing in yourself, just because they know usually what they're doing. And even though we've seen something like the Fizz mid lane not really pay off, Chaos has been just holy cooking their way through the group stage with 5 ranged champions. So I don't know. It is definitely an unorthodox bot lane that DMG have gone for, but there is a chance that they can cause the upset victory over Bloodline.
And what really hurts you, right, when you mentioned that upset victory, and we agreed that they are definitely the underdog series. When we came into this tournament, I would say DMT should have been favorites in this matchup. They have some veterans, they have some young players who still haven't proven themselves on the big stage. They had interesting talent. And it kind of pains me to see them be in this position, right? Originally, I would have liked them to come into this 3-1 against a 1-3 Bloodline instead, especially because Bloodline are Swedish, and I hate them just as much as the UK guys. So it hurts my soul, really. Regardless, though, I will say Bloodline have the easier to execute draft. I do believe they should be able to take this game. And DMG, they have to show me what they've been cooking here and show me that they can can make this work. I believe they can. I see the possibilities, especially with your points as well. But I believe it is just so much harder to execute. And when they haven't been performing in this tournament, I doubt they will be able to execute up against a team that has been playing well, who are playing a way easier to execute composition.
Yeah. The thing that DMG has going for them, we already talked about this a little bit before we went live, is that usually these sorts of final round situations are do or die for the teams. For DMG, it is do and die. So they are under no pressure whatsoever. They can only cause upsets. Losing means nothing to them at this point. And they can just have fun, cause havoc on the Rift, and see how Bloodline responds to it.
Playing with no regrets and with nothing to lose really can change a lot for a team. You might not be making these nervous mistakes because what do you have to lose? Just go for it, make the play. And it tends to lead into the games that are very crazy and they just dominate, or very crazy in the first 10 minutes, but then their plays don't work out and they lose in 20 because they've just used everything early on. Anything can happen. And I've just been reading through what our producer has been saying. We do have some technical difficulties. We will keep rambling. And one of the exciting things about that to me is obviously I would like to watch the game. But, Carvis, we discussed if we have long breaks, we could go back into a discussion we had in the green room about Christmas music because it's getting close to that season. I know it's not the 1st of December yet, but I have booted up the Christmas playlist today. I was feeling in the mood after having I'm a substitute teacher now, and we had a crafting class, DIY class, where the other teacher put on Christmas music because they were making Christmas decorations. So I got into the vibe in that way. And Carvis, you told me that Finnish people or the Finnish music industry is translating international Christmas songs into Finnish.
Well, it's translating is a strong term. It has been translated like back in the 80s or 90s.
Oh, okay, so it's old school stuff.
It's like so much old school stuff. Sure, we have the new music as well, but when you turn on the radio, it's always the classic Jingle Bells and Ruddy the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Is that?
I mean, they could make a Christmas banger off that, I'm sure, though.
True,
Ruddy
get on that.
Yeah, exactly. Get on that. That's a good idea. Ruddy the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That could actually be a banger, though. I do have a question about that. Then, what about like what about the big hits? You know, the All I Want for Christmas, Your Last Christmas. Have they been translated as well into Finnish?
I'm pretty sure they have, but recently I've been mostly hearing the actual songs. But I don't think we can even sing those because they might be under some sort of copyright.
We won't ever be back on this podcast again, man. We will have the whole NLC in a legal battle up against Mariah Carey. I do not want to mess with her. And I mean, imagine the amount of money she makes every Christmas for making one song. And I mean, it must be millions rolling in, man. That much must be the life. And that's why if I ever got into music, I would start making Christmas music. Just one banger and just set for life.
That's basically any industry, isn't it? If you make a banger in any industry, it's going to make you money.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a good cast,
the RPS. Yeah. I hope we replay the RPS, and I hope it's a banger in the future as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not going to be getting a cup when they then replay this tournament. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. I mean, a good way to do things. Imagine if you write a successful book, a bestseller that just keeps selling throughout all your life. You just earn money passively. From this, Carvis, I don't think NLC will be setting this clip of you and me casting, and then we'll be gaining royalties from that for 20 years in the time. Or maybe someday this is ancient and they just bring this up like this.
Foreshadowing.
Who knows what could happen in the future? Anything can happen. We're both still quite young. You're still, what, 25? You mentioned that last time. That's not old yet, or at least...
basically ancient when it comes to League of Legends.
Yeah. I mean, give me 1 year ago, I would have thought you were ancient because you were 25. Now I'm 20. Now you're not that old. You're still quite young. Don't worry. It can...
Tell that to my hairline. The favorite meme of the Telia series back in the day.
Tell that to your receding hairline.
They always asked me what hair products I use in the stream chat back in the Telia days.
Those Finnish community is ruthless, man. That's ruthless.
They are. I love them to death, but boy, can they be ruthless sometimes.
I mean, that's the love of the community, right? Back when I started out in the Danish community, our best league then was called League Championship Denmark, which is obviously still the name now, and it's been brought back, and I love that. My first studio cast when I was 15 was with this guy, very, very nice guy, Theodore, but he was very tall. Like, he was, 193 centimeters? So way over 6 feet. And I was I was late to getting into puberty, so I was maybe like 165 centimeters. His hairline was cut off the stream because he was too tall for me to fit in the camera frame otherwise. So people in the chat were spamming, bring your kid to work day. And it is understandable because it looked like he brought his kid to work. Regardless, though, we're finally in the game. And please, change that. We are not Norwegian. Change that now up in the overlay. I cannot look at that. Thank you. Remove that. Get it fixed.
We have Theodore. It's the Scion Cheese level 1. Does Bloodline know?
What is he cooking? Oh my god, he's getting them both! It's magic from the top laner. Can they secure the kill? Sander still has the flash. They don't get anyone. It looked good though.
They don't get anyone, but look at the HP bar. Sander is under 100 HP. And what do they lose for? Pretty much nothing. Scion has nothing to do in lane at level 1. May lose a couple of melee creeps, but he has secured his bot lane a massive advantage from the first creep onwards.
That was crazy. I love that. That looked cool. And let's see how that advantage will continue to develop throughout the game. I mean, interesting start. This game can only get crazier from here on out, right? Or maybe it will fall back to more normality as the junglers have continued or started up that clear. Top side start for both of the junglers, so they might meet each other at that first scuttle early on. But side could be the point of contest. And as you rightly said in terms of the lead, look at Santa. He's still level 1. Now Ilogun can really utilize his early level 2.
Bot lane should be that focus point of both teams, just because Yasuo is the monster carry. If he gets fed, he will be running a train on the entire back line, easy access through the front line. And they actually want to go for some sort of aggressive play.
They're gonna go for the dive. Yeah, Nemix, exhausted, knocked up, does have the flash. They try to turn on to Taxi. He could go down as he told us there as well. They didn't expect it. It's first blood. It's disaster for DMG. They've gotten absolutely nothing. Two guys in the top lane as well. Just go next, man.
Well, they had a good plan for the level 3 play from Taxvig, but the execution just isn't there, and that's an early 2-0 lead for Bloodline. Good defense there from the jungle. Citroen early on, just skipping his red buff, joining the fray, and it's just going to be way, way more painful from now on for DMG's low range bot lane.
Get me out of here, Carvis. I can't do this, man. It hurts too much. Let's see what happens here. The Bloodline could go on the attack with Citroen pushing up to get that early Scotland. Steady might be looking for vision. He will try and find Taxvi. He does have a level up on him, so could take him on in a 1v1. This is not satisfying, Carvis. I'm really not happy here. This is not good. Maybe Gopher can get something here, though. No summoners on Namix, but they don't fully commit. Now Gopher locked up for quite a while up against the Alistar.
Thankfully, this DMG bot lane does have quite a bit of sustain with the Senna. They can afford to take some damage whenever Gopher starts bouncing around, and in this replay we're going to see what happened on the top side of the map. Theodore actually getting a nice charged Q up, but the level 3 advantage, remember, Theodore missed the initial 3 melee minions, so he is a little bit behind XP and just not respecting the Ornn damage output. We're just walking towards the Ornn, going to challenge, but the Q miss will be what seals the deal. W should be off cooldown, and that is gonna be what she wrote.
Flash auto, and that auto barely just dealt enough damage as well. Actually, quite a close 1v1, but a bit of disrespect there from Theodore. Overestimating his own HP bar and underestimating the amount of damage Chaos could do. Luckily, we don't have to see a replay of what happened in the bot lane. We're just gonna forget it happened and act like that early level 1 advantage didn't exist. Agony Pain, though, Carvis, he's been doing all right in lane, winning the trades, and he's been able to build them up. Hold your horse here, folks. A 4 CS lead. I'm proud of my Danish mid laner. We haven't talked about this before when we were on broadcast, but Agony Pain, in the start of season 2022, he was the first player in EOS to gain Challenger, so gain a lot of popularity from that, popping up on your clients. He's been on all of our clients. I'm very proud of him for that. He's also someone who's played a lot in the Danish Red Bull solo queue tournament, which is the solo queue format is very, very known around the world. It is many nations in League of Legends, and in Denmark, Agony Pain has made the national finals, I believe, multiple times, at the very least once. And he hasn't won it or made it to the World Finals, but he's always been really, really good in those 1v1 scenarios. So I'm happy to see him translate that into a 1v1 lead here in the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, and Orianna is that type of character that does take control of the lane early on, has the extra damage ramping up on the passive bot lane.
Yeah, that's a good headbutt pulverize onto 2-man. Gofe has to run and just leave his support to die. Namex will pick it up. The positive, though, is Texi should be able to claim this Drake, right? Can he get it? I don't think he has enough damage. Tone doesn't have the smite, but he will die for this. You will die for this, Texi. Just get it at the very least. Now can you get out? You do not have the flash. You're dead. I mean, we got a Drake, right? That's something. And they will give the kill over to Citron, which is honestly good. Better than Rodhu getting it.
Tried to donate it over to Rodhu, but he didn't have any cooldowns to finish off the kill. We're just auto-attacking the Viego down instead. Afraid that attack speed might escape. Citron picks it up. But yeah, Nocturne getting the kills is as good, if not even better, for this early stages of the game. Can get that accelerated mythic power spike, and then from there on start diving into the backline, taking down Agony Pain and Yellow Gordon. Both should have not a fun time dealing with the
Shockwave, flash available. Come on, man. He got it. A solo kill. I have something to be happy about in this game. Come on, Agony Pain, baby.
Showing the 1v1 prowess you talked about, and DMG getting an advantage in at least one of the lanes of the bot lane.
It's the only lane they've got an advantage in.
Bot lane's pretty even considering the 2 kills.
Nah, that's a 600 gold difference. Comments, I appreciate your support, man. You're very nice.
Quick maths. I'm a languages major. You have to give me some henge on the numbers section.
Cut you some slack, right? Allow you to it. It's okay. I appreciate it. It did boost my morale for a couple minutes until our server ruthlessly showed the truth. I can't hide from reality forever, and this tournament has certainly been an example of that.
Well, we can't hide from the pulse camera either, because we're going to have a small moment to figure out what is going on for the players. But yeah.
Back to us, man. Next time they're going to be doing it when we lose the game, I'll be sitting here crying. I can't do this.
An aggressive start, though. Aggressive start from both teams. And what's good for DMG is that they're trying to make the plays happen. They're trying to accrue an advantage. Sure, the bot lane dive went a little bit bad for them, but there's still the level 6 spike to play for, even if Bloodline is looking quite good.
Yeah, and I want to take this time on the break to make an announcement, because Sleep and I haven't been able to announce this on Twitter in time, because we both have been quite busy, and this tournament has been moving very fast. But just before the tournament began, we made a bet. Because obviously, I backed my Danish boys. I thought we were going to do well. I looked at the Swedish roster, thought, I mean, they have one decent team, but DMG should easily clap them, right? Hasn't happened so far. Regardless, and I will stick by this, even though I could just try and deny it now when the tournament is almost finished. But we made a bet. Whichever casters region made it the furthest. So if Denmark make it the furthest, I win. If Sweden makes it the furthest in the tournament between the two nations, he wins. The loser will get a around 2 million script from the winner, where it's just praising the other's country. So if Denmark don't advance and Sweden does, I will be having to make a video with a script that Sleeper has made for me with good things to say about Sweden. And if there's one thing that hurts me most, it's watching Denmark lose and talking good about Sweden. So pretty high up on the list of pain factors for the Duckling life here. But if Denmark somehow pull out the miracle, and I'm praying on Garden Gaming here, please don't lose today. Please just win. Then I still have hope. And if I then win the bet and Sweden start inting, then Sleeper has to be talking good about Denmark for 2 minutes on a video. So a lot is at stake here, because I know he told me as well, he doesn't want to be praising Denmark. So a lot is on the line here in that bet. I'm sad to announce it now when it's looking very doom and gloom for Denmark, but, you know, we are sticking by the bet. And maybe it will be posted on NLC Law Official's Twitter when we get the final video. Who knows?
Well, we'll see that eventually getting in place later today. And Bloodline starting up the Herald, looking to secure a bit more of an advantage, can make some good level 6 plays using the Paranoia, probably towards that bot side of the map. Once it is secured, gonna be able to clear the bot side, the red buff already spawning for Citroen, and then move on from there.
So we are almost 9 minutes in. They are 1,500 gold behind. But considering they're 4-1 down in kills, I'm satisfied with that. Agony Pain being our main hope, and I mean, then maybe they can pull a Rapid out the hat. But so far, I mean, Bloodline have just been the better team. What is your current take on the game, Covers here? Can you give me some copium, or will you bring me back to reality?
Of course, again, it is nowhere near done for DMG. It's looking a little rough, but with Agony Bane getting the solo kill and holding mid prio, there's still room for Taxvig to look for plays, whether it be in the mid lane or whether it be near the bot side of the map. If you can get Agony Pain to come with you, there's still kills to be had. But first, they need to defend against the upcoming Herald that, well, Citroen should be looking to place into the spot side. Currently, a freeze going for Namax and Sander, and there's no vision of the Nocturne here. Taxvig and Agony Pain still anticipating it, already rotating towards and defend this bot lane tower.
And Chaos, rotating down to the mid lane, just has a bit of extra time on his hand, wants to see if he can catch out Agony Pain. But Agony Pain himself was looking to potentially do something around the bot lane. Nothing ended up coming out of any of the two plays. I do want to keep our eyes on the mid lane rather. Citroen in the area, and we know Agony Pain with that solo kill might be bloodthirsty for more. Still has the possibility to, with no flash on that Syndra, very invulnerable. Oh, let's see what happens down here. I'm not certain this is going to go well. Ilogun locked up early on, but the follow-up damage not quite here. Sander can take up for quite a while. Still has the Unbreakable Will. They go towards Ilogun. Has to flash and heal out, but he is back out to safety. Now they could turn on towards Citroen, but the TP coming in from Wadhu, though, stops any hope of a Danish turnaround. Secures the kill. Herald is summoned. Can they TP someone in? What's the play here? They're just going to give it up. They're going to be losing so much here. The DMG bot lane. They were far behind, but now they will be even further behind as Ilogun survives.
Double teleport!
The damage. Wait, yeah, Agony TP'd in. They might be able to turn this Theodore as well. They could get it. Rodhu, taken so low, still doesn't have the flash, but he's the one who finds the kill first. Theodore should get something back here, has to. Yes, he goes in, and here comes Goffe as well. Citroen flashes over the wall, but Goffe will not give up. Solo himself, though, has to flash out. Namax, the last man standing. It's been a 5-man investment, but DMG gets something back here.
Out of nowhere, DMG decide, hey, they're way too far up. We can actually fight this using both of the teleports. Namax still in a little bit of trouble. Should be able to get away, though. Can't reach him with the Yasuo dashes. But this entire time, Agony Pain got a couple of plays from the mid lane, but Chaos was left alone on the top side of the map, just hammering this tower down. Will be accelerated a ton towards the mythic item and getting 3 levels to go along with it. Let's see what happened in this replay as Citroen gets exhausted. He didn't have the damage to initially delete any one of the 3 members, but the Syndra teleport that was committed is more than enough to finish off Taxvig. Here's where the overcommitment begins. The Herald play is good, they get the gold, bring the tower really low, but being this far up gives a signal for DMG to go in. Bloodline all of a sudden separated. Rodhu becomes the #1 target to take down. He trades over the kill to Agony, but it's still way too rough to come back from. And look at that ultimate. Let's Goffe ult in. And from there, it's all DMG.
It was still a close fight in the end. Goffe almost dies. Namax did do good damage. And I think it's a very good sacrifice to make sure your bot side doesn't fall further behind, and then rather just let the tank of Bloodline get ahead. Obviously, Chaos will be very hard to kill. There's no doubt about that. Against 2 auto attackers, he now has one armor item and his plated steel caps as well. So we'll take a while for anyone to kill, even someone like Agony Pain. But DMG have kept themselves in the game. They haven't lost yet. Even though it feels like they have to do so much, you just get something.
And the roughest part about that trade that DMG got is losing their bot side tower and almost losing their top side tower as well. This will start closing off the map really quickly. Citroen spell shielding the... Oh, they're going for mid!
And they've gotten it as well. Good rotation. Now, what is the response, though? It is up towards the top side. Theodore, can he survive underneath the turret? Doesn't get the decimating smash through now. The turret will be taken down before they start hitting him. He shouldn't be able to get out, though. He is very tanky as well.
DMG's collapsing.
Before. Yeah, DMG, they want to fight this. They don't have any ultimates, really, other than the Cyan ultimate. Texi has his as well. Theodore gets on towards Namex, forces the ultimate very early on. Good Q from Gopher, finds the kill. They want more, though. Chaos surely can't be taken down due to his tankiness. The CC is there. Double knockup. Namex so low. Doesn't have both sums, so should stay safe. As the fight continues, Bloodline get out. Only one for DMG, but also played Bloodline chose and DMG found something.
This is a complete turnaround from I thought this mid-game would go. A little bit of a commitment once again from the side of Bloodline. They think they can punish the mid-lane play from DMG, but they can't kill the Scion fast enough. Way too tanky, has gotten a bunch of grass procs and the Sunfire Cape. Just not able to take him down fast enough, and from the collapse, DMG again closed the gold gap a little bit, but still losing the top lane tower. Hurts, and here's Paranoia.
Yeah, Ilagun doesn't have a flash, doesn't have a heal, so he should be dead. One more auto will do it, but no, he survives, he's out. Somehow he does it. Taxi survives as well, barely blinking down. Leandrish, Torment, not enough. How do they both survive?
Just a bit of HP left for both, and Bloodline cursing themselves, not able to take anyone down with that huge commitment of resources. They get lane priority though over the mid lane, forcing DMG to reset and can take a chunk out of the mid lane tower's HP pool, whether it be through minions or auto attack. This will still be a good win for them when it comes to tempo. Still though, this is looking like DMG can actually still fight Bloodline straight up. Bloodline needs to find a pick with at least 2 members participating. Looking like one isn't enough. Citroen with one item isn't able to fully take down a Senna who eventually can speed off with the E. And while DMG aren't really letting Bloodline do it.
This game is very much still on. And the fact that they've, in the teamfight, has been able to make it somewhat even, so really does impress me about DMG. We're seeing glimmers of what I expected from this roster. Bloodline still have the ease of executions. They are still ahead in this game as well. Can they find the big Yasuo-Orianna combo? Everyone is towards the mid lane now, as the soul point is up soon. They won't actually pain early on. Flash forced out. Can he get the Q off? Scoffy is caught out. He could be taken down. Has to flash away. Namex will still chase. The damage not quite there. Gofi, I think you need to recall and maybe reset to potentially get back into the fight. Agony Pain down to half early on, holding on to the shockwave. No flash now, so if he's caught out one more time, he's dead.
Dragons up. This will be the objective Bloodline wants to go for. Already 2 dragons for DMG, so denying the soul point always good when you are playing the scaling composition, but this could still be a fight.
Yeah, Texas could still go in here. Gofi is running towards that, or the Drake pit rather. 2.5k. Tank is getting low. Chaos should fall here. The takedown comes through. Now they could go forward yet again. They find the ultimate. They find the kill. The Drake is still alive. They could get everything. He has his own. Wants to take it down quickly. He will be able to flash out, so he gets what they wanted most. But Bloodline has to pay a price. It's 3 kills they lose to deny the soul point.
And all of a sudden, DMG in a gold lead after the rough early game. Yasuo has hit the first item power spike, and the rest of his team following suit. Citroen has to leave underneath the tower, and it's really, really annoying for Bloodline to find an initiation from these objective sieges. Chaos being brought so low, and Bloodline just can't find their way in. They love that DMG run into them, but the poke is just too much to deal with. Once they lose their frontliner, Goofy, all the way from downtown, initiates into the fight, ran back to base, and all the way to the dragon, and 5-on-4 DMG can dominate the fight and secure themselves important kills going into this mid-game.
Yeah, good silver lining for Bloodline, being able to pick up the Drake's Torn getting out as well. Could have been focused, otherwise the gold just swung back into that favor. But for Bloodline, they've bought themselves more time without having to play against a team with a soul. So they're very happy with that in the end. Obviously, would have been more pleased had they gotten out with no kills or without losing anyone and still getting that Drake. But, you know, they got something there. They didn't leave empty-handed. 3-0-3 on that Yasuo now, though. And Ilugun as well. He hasn't actually died as much as I feared. He hasn't been caught out as much as well. So, surviving more than I expected. And he's able to do good damage. Still needs to be careful in moments like this when he could easily be caught out and knocked up. Yeah, I think he might be dead here. I suppose. Yeah, that's the caster curse in full effect. TP's coming in. Let's see how this fight happens. Agony Pain as well forces out the Blade Storm, Feather Storm rather. Sorry, as Chaos in the front line takes good damage. Denies the knock up. TP in as well from Who doesn't want to stop this fight fully. It feels like Bloodline feel like they can get more as Agony Pain manages to force that Feather Storm and the flash as well from Nemix.
It was really, really close. The Namex could have been caught out by the Scion ultimate. Had to Featherstorm. The incoming shockwave from Agony's teleport in and behind enemy lines. But yes, that was a good catch onto Elogood and getting the shutdown to the Zaya as well. A nice influx of gold will be getting his second item now, which they can utilize on this incoming dragon in 2 minutes time. With all the outer towers down, Bloodline has a lot of space to work with. They can look towards invading one of these buffs that are about to respawn. Viego still on the bot side of the map, so red buff would be free for them to contest if Citroen wants to do so. With Rotyu being on the top side of the map, they are looking to move towards it. Sander and Namex already there, and looks like DMG are just willing to give up some of the priority around side area.
So DMG leading in kills but behind in gold. Those structures have come back to halt with 3 turrets to 1 as Bloodline are starting to show their strength as well. It's been a back and forth game. Good early game from Bloodline, shutting down the aggression from DMG. DMG find a way back. Now though they are losing the grip slightly as the game is back on even footing. Ilugun especially has to be careful, so squishy with so little help around him. All eyes though in the fights on Agony Pain. Can he find the shockwave and will go for the follow up?
Has a good flank here. Could be looking for an ultimate.
No flash on Nemix, but the Feather Storm is up in just a couple seconds.
A precarious position for Bloodline to be in that sort of situation. They did have a ward, thankfully, onto Theodore, so they knew what risk they were taking approaching the enemy top side like that. But now they have to take resets again, let DMG go onto the map and set up around this dragon area. The scuttle already taken as well, so they will be known what they are doing around there, but Vision still fully set up for Bloodline. A quick look at the Senna stacks. 75, pretty good for 22 minutes. 100 is about the region where she starts to become a menace in fights.
2 items now as well on Guffe. More importantly, Soul Point yet again for DMG up in 15 seconds. Baroness on the map. So this time if a fight happens, that could be an even grander prize than the Drake. Taxi could be one of the one who finds the engage if he gets the Orianna Bolt on him. Yet again though, all eyes on the potential shockwave. And let's see how Bloodline can deal with that wombo combo threat. Or can they find one of their own? Guffe locked up, takes quite a bit of damage early on. Theodore is found on the flank and he's CC'd, forced to flash away. He's down to half HP, doesn't have a TP, so can't quickly come back into the fight. Agony Pain is now the one in the front line. This doesn't seem sensical at all. He's down to half HP already. They go on towards the tank, but who just flashes away. The Drake has been started up and should be secured here by Citroen as no one is there to contest it from DMG. The paranoia denying them the opportunity to step further up. Instead, they will try and get the mid lane priority, but Bloodline very happy with that one, getting the Drake, losing nothing.
They do get the dragon, but may lose a little bit of mid lane global gold for it. In a tower falls down completely, even when it comes to gold. And that fight, well, it wasn't exactly a fight, more of a handshake of, yeah, we'll trade the objectives. Citroen.
Yeah, he's looking for it because he wants this. He knows his team is coming up just around the corner. Agony Pain is on his way back, but doesn't have the shockwave. They've found Ilugun and he's just deleted. Overextension here from DMG. Baron now started up. Gofa's half HP. Agony Pain I mean, Texier doesn't have a way of getting into the pit. There's no Heartbreaker, there's no Flash. Just use both those abilities to escape beforehand. So the Baron, a very real possibility here. Gofe still down to half, and they lock up Agony Pain. He can't even get the Shockwave off in time. Goes Golden to buy a couple more seconds. Flash away. Sander solo, but not quite taken down. Gofe, though, will secure that kill before he himself falls into the Scatter the Weak and unleash power. It's a dominant, clean fight here from the side of Bloodline. They found them all. Elogun, the last one standing, and that's just because he respawned. Baron on the cards and will be served into the hands of Bloodline.
This time, second time's the charm as Bloodline finally get to play a fight like their composition wants to. We saw hints of this at the Dragon earlier on, where DMG are running into the Syndra, are running into the Xayah Ornn, and we're taking chunks of damage every single time. This time around, they fully commit to it. We're gonna see it on the replay, how it started. Chaos teleporting into the backlines and forcing DMG to separate. Illigood already taken down before the actual fight even starts, and DMG are forced to commit into this choke point. Baron going down to half HP just forces their hand, and even with the Shockwave finding Rothu, there's no follow-up on it this time, and with the front line just completely causing havoc in DMG's back line. Theodore left on his own. The carries will eventually take the melee range characters down, and there on out it is Bloodline's victory over the fight, just as they wanted to.
And without the game, I expect is firmly in their control, especially if they manage to secure this kill here on Agony Pain, and they do. The goal lead might just be 4k, but it was even a minute ago, so very big swing here. That wasn't a good call by DMG. That overgreen is after getting something back, evening out the gold. Has now come back to bite them. Bloodline playing the fights well, playing them how they want them to. And yeah, he's caught out, forced to flash away, and he's safe for now. Can they get something back here? Go for forced to flash over as well, but they're getting good damage on the members. Oh my god, never mind. I take that back. Texvi disappears. Elogul, man. Rothu has so much damage, and as Theodore survives for quite a while, it doesn't make a difference in the end. It doesn't make a difference, Carvix. They've lost, Carvix. It's done.
Level 15 Ornn has all the carries have the ornaments and a huge power spike for pretty much every single member of Bloodline. They're looking to crack the inhibitors, and Elokuna just takes a huge chunk once again. The Senna in the later stages of the game hasn't been able to even play. Touching enemies is out of the question, and that is the power of Bloodline's team composition. You are out of position once, you get instantly popped by the Syndra, by the knockups flying your way, holding you in place until someone can reach you. And DMG just, it feels like they don't have the tools to contend against it.
They don't. They just don't have the tools. I mean, it doesn't feel like it. They don't. They've fallen so far behind, and now their composition, the weirdness of it is showing, right? Because they can't just play a front to back. Yes, they have some tankiness, but they don't have enough engage. The front line of Bloodline is beefier, and Elogun dies way too easily, despite, yeah, I mean, he does do good damage if he gets the chance, but 2 abilities from Rothu, and he's pretty much just dead. Come on, man. I mean, I'm at a loss for words. Let's see what happens in the last fight, but Bloodline, they've been the better team overall this game. They deserve the victory. Unless the DMG make magic happen, it is done this game.
And reminder, if Bloodline clutches this game out, they are confirmed to be the #1 seed from Group A, since they hold the tiebreaker over Rich Gang in the upset victory on day 1, I believe. So they are guaranteed a 4-1 score, as Rich Gang, unless a huge upset happens, would also be on a 4-1 score. And Bloodline have been performing immaculate throughout this group stage. You just need to close out one final one. This Yasuo pick really hurting the wave clear of DMG. Can't really deal with the mini flooding into the base, and looks like Bloodline now cracking the final inhibitor tower.
But if there ever was a space to fight, it's around these small areas where they're clumped together, and this might just be it. But they found Agony Pain. He's forced to flash out already, and he's being CCJ'd. It's a 3-man shockwave, but it's not onto the carries. They haven't hit any of them. Nemix and Rodhu still alive, throwing out that damage. And Rodhu and Nemix just do all the work as they're cutting through the HP bars. Say goodbye to Ilugun. Say goodbye to DMG, because Bloodline take another deserved victory. They secure the #1 seed heading into quarters. It's oh so deserved because they've been good throughout the group stage. And DMG, they're heading home empty-handed.
Congratulations to the Swedish team. They came in as most of the casters expected as underdogs, but they proved themselves very quickly to be the top dog to beat in Group A. We're gonna see this fight one last time, and the Scion ultimate not reaching the carries fully is the critical part where this fight starts to fall apart. Agony Pain had to peel himself with the nice 3-man shockwave, but as you said, carries went completely untouched, and from there it's the Rothu show just chunking everyone down with a couple of orbs. And the Bloodline, with that team fight, are able to secure themselves first seed. And now, Group A has at least one team locked in the position.
I'm not having to watch that replay, man. It's not fun. It's so bad. 1-4. I'm 1-4. It's not okay, Cowboys. I'm not okay. I at least Garden Gaming have won 2 games, right? It's something. I will say the Bloodline by far the better team. I've loved watching them in this group stage. But despite them being Swedish, they have been fun to watch. That first game against Reg Gang, phenomenal. Loved every second of that comeback. And obviously the game against your Finnish team, not as great. But overall, they have been the best team in the group, and they deserve it to take that first seed. Excited to see how far they can go. But it hurts to see the Danish #1 seed do this poorly. It really does. They had the big names, they had the talented Soldier guys as well. And seeing 3 of the Agony Pain, Guffe, and Elugun in particular coming into this tournament, I thought for sure that's a semi-final guaranteed. So for them to go 1-4, let alone winning more than 1 game, I mean, it really does hurt. It really sucks. Because how I like to see Denmark in this, whole ecosystem is we are one of the better nations. We might not be the best, but we can compete with the best. And honestly, DMG this tournament have not been able to compete with the best. And that's what really disappoints me.
I think that they were able to compete with the best. They just weren't able to close it out this time around. Still, they were incredibly entertaining to watch. Thank you a ton for the DMG team for playing a really, really fun to watch 5 games throughout this Group A group stage. But with that, we have to go to a small break before we head into Game 2 of today, which will be... Which one was it?
It is Rounds versus...
Rounds versus
It's the
Roddy!
big banger. It's the big banger, man. Come on.
It is the big banger. We'll be right back with that game.
When feels like calm and wind stands still, run home, run home.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. For you and me, Carvers, this is the big game coming up. Group A is almost fully decided. We know which teams. We know 2 of the teams who are out. We know 2 of the teams who are in. But we have 1 more spot out and 1 more spot in. It will be either Ruddy or your beloved Rounds. And they are both going head-to-head now. It's a banger.
Yeah, unexpected 0-2 from Ruddy the last time we've seen them, and that makes their situation a little bit precarious. One game is all that decides who gets the 3rd and final spot from Group A going into the playoffs bracket, and looks like we are already into draft, maybe?
I mean, hopefully so, but until then, to make it very clear for anyone who's watching, what does this game mean? Win and you're in playoffs, lose and you're going home. It's simple as that. The winner here gets 3rd seed, the loser goes home. Obviously 3rd seed isn't, perfect, but you're going through. You're making your region proud. You're doing better than my beloved DMT. I still can't believe they're out. But for you, Carvers, this must be big. The Finnish teams have always done quite well, it feels like, to me, in the Esport Masters, but I didn't have the highest expectations to them coming into this one. So for them to get a team through, I would be very impressed, especially up against a team like Ruddy, who looked very good at the start, but they have fallen off a bit. So let's see what happens here. The draft is moving thick and fast. Sejuani, Rel, and Jarvan taken away. So potentially 3 jungle champions removed by Rounds, while Ruddy are focusing on the Orianna, standard mid lane ban, the Cassante standard top lane ban. Let's see what the last ban will be here.
And things like Ziggs have been left open. That has been favorite of Ghosty. Zaya is the one taken out, actually. I'm a little bit surprised by this, taking out how Sin is a really, really good Misfortune player and has been counterpicking that constantly, instead choosing to pick up the Rakan for Brutto over on the side of Rounds on the first pick. This would heavily imply Nautilus counterpick from Ruddy, for example, for Yams.
Yeah, so I'm a bit shocked by that pick. Obviously, Rakan, very good champion, but first picking it leaves just so many power picks open, like the Varus and the Nocturne. So very strong response here from Ruddy early on. I like what they've been cooking, or what they are cooking, just by getting 2 strong picks. It's regardless of what they paired with. It's 2 solid champions here. So what does Rounds have up their sleeve? Because they haven't just picked this for Rakan as the first pick, unless they have some pairing with it planned.
Okay, Jinx would be interesting. Can match up to the Varus quite well, and if they can get some burst going, things like the Syndra, for example, still open for Raiska if he wants to pick it up. Once the Jinx gets rolling, she can demolish team fights. And yeah, it's just a solid call with Rakan. Nothing really special in the draft so far. Ahri would be interesting as a blind on R3, though.
Yeah, I agree, Carvers. It is very interesting, especially because you highlighted the Syndra. I thought for sure the Syndra would be the lock-in. The Nautilus has been taken, so I'm not sure how Ruddy have gotten away with 3 so strong champions individually on the red side.
This Nautilus was very telegraphed as well. I already mentioned it even before. Like I've mentioned it one phase early. They decided to grab 2 power picks instead of the Nautilus pick as well. Rounds is not going to take it. Why not take the Varus Nocturne instead? And now top lane is going to be heavily focused. Yesu has a very niche champion pool, Malphite being one of them, now getting taken out. And I wouldn't be surprised if Urgot is coming up next.
So, Gwen taken away, Malphite taken away. Final ban here for Ruddy.
Urgot should be Urgot. Yeah, otherwise, Rounds will just snap it up. Okay, they think that Yesu will be on weak side. And Acker still has his Rumble, for example, that he hasn't gotten for most of Ruddy's games.
Let's see if that will be banned here, because if there's one thing I remember vividly from Round games and their win against Bloodline, the first seed in this group, it was that Urgot performance that was very, very good up in the top lane. So surprised to see they haven't banned it away, especially prioritizing things like the ult. The bans here are very interesting on the second round. Yasuo taken away. It's now on to Ruddy to lock in their 4th champion this year. Strong meta mid laner. Surprisingly, Syndra hasn't been seen in this draft at all, especially after her strength in game 1. Surprised we don't see it here in this game. Regardless, though, the mid lane is now being secured, means that it is Rounds now have to lock in. I mean, they could look for the jungler. We'll obviously have to lock in both jungle and top, but a top jungle duo.
Should
some
they go
options
Lee
open.
Sin?
I don't think they're gonna go listen though.
Oh,
Since
never
now-
mind. I knew they were gonna go for something aggressive that Kairi likes to play. Xin Zhao being the lock-in. We saw this once already. He is known to be one of the better Lee Sin players in Finland, but Xin Zhao is another that fills a similar role, has a little bit bigger burst range, more consistent, can survive for longer, but may fall behind if the early game goes badly. Oh, are we gonna see the Finnish play? Oh no. Oh no, the Finnish playoff special could be coming in if this gets
No
locked
way.
in.
Oh,
Okay,
it's the Urgot, though.
okay.
That is still very interesting. We've only seen one Urgot, and it is from Jesu. So for me, when Ruddy don't ban the Urgot despite seeing the strength that it has had on the side of rounds, they should have something here that can counter pick it. The
Well-
question is what?
That's the highest comfort pick I think Akers can have. This is, I think, by far his most played champion. It matches pretty well into the Urgot. The only thing that the Gnar can do badly is use the hop as Urgot uses his E, completely getting cancelled and forced to man fight him as mini Gnar. Otherwise, Gnar just kind of runs circles around her.
So they've gotten a counter matchup and a comfort matchup for Akers as well, or at least a comfort champion, which then makes me fine with them letting through that Urgot. It to me again feels like, I don't know how I've already been able to get this, but get on paper, the safer, the easier to execute champs, and the comp. But rounds, I mean, they have the potential to do something here. I especially note that single target damage to get an early burst. If either Bruto or Ryske finds a good engage, the follow-up could be heavy with the Jinx and this Xin Zhao in particular, and a potential fear beyond death. And the thing is with their composition, well, if Jinx gets a reset, then anything can happen with the stacks as well. One more, and all of a sudden you have 3 stacks just running amok a whole team fight. So I see what they're going for, and to me the team fight scream an early pick into playing around the Jinx and her reset. But it's just way similar to play on the side of Ruddy again.
And one thing we haven't even mentioned is that Ruddy has to face off against a fully unleashed Xin Zhao, who doesn't probably start Doris Shield this time
Don't
around.
mention that, man. I can't believe DMG lost to that. That is the game that hurt the most. They lost to that.
So, Kairi probably not going to bring out the Forbidden Tech this time, and we've seen the power that this pick can have.
Yeah, we've seen it. And we saw it when he bought Doran Shield early on. He still came back into the game and was useful. How is that okay? How do you become useful when you've done the biggest in-play of your career 10 minutes earlier? It should be okay, and it shows the strength of the champion, right?
Yeah, it's all in the base damage. Xin Zhao in the early game can just, in 3 auto attacks, remove a champion from play if it's squishy, and if it's not, you're going to be CC'd up, RE charmed, and taken down eventually. It's all going to be around this Jinx. Can they get her ahead? Can they get the resets going? And can they close out the game before the Azir, before the Varus starts outscaling this round GG?
Rounds and ready. As we are in the loading screen, I would hope, unless we have client issues yet again, it is worth reminding you all, winner takes all. There is one more spot left for playoffs in Group A, and it is the winner of this game who will get it. Ready from a 2-0 start to an 0-2 second game day. They need to win this game. They need to find their footing again. Rounds, who have been more up and down this tournament, had good games, beaten the likes of Bloodline, the only team to do so in this group. But they've also had some disappointing performances in other games. So very up and down. Can they find their up yet again and get the win?
It's a battle of comfort picks. This is
It
all
is.
coming
It very
down
much
to it's all coming down to whoever performs. It's a best of one. Anything else is irrelevant now, and I still think it's going to come down to this bot lane matchup, whether it is Ghostly or Sin who picks themselves off as the man to carry their team to victory.
And while we had this small break, I think it's fine as we get closer to the playoffs to quickly remind you how will the tournament continue to progress as we reach those rounds, because the top 3 from both groups will be advancing, and it is from Group A, it is Rich Gang and Bloodline, and then the winner of this game, they will be alongside the top 3 from Group B, thrown into a top 8 bracket. And you're wondering, well, how do we get 3 plus 3 to 8? Well, we have our 2 NLC Division 2 teams who are facing the relegation as well, coming down to play. So they've already been seeded into the quarters, that is Lynx and Lazy and Live. Quarterfinals will be best of 3. Obviously, your seeding will help you get the better matchup. So for someone like Bloodline, they should, on paper, have an easier quarterfinal than Rounds or Ruddy, whoever wins this game. From semifinal onwards, it will be best of 5. It is single elimination. And, top 2 makes it into the NLC Div 2. A lot to gain from that, right? Getting into the main NLC ecosystem, you can start to sniff that NLC Division 1 as well. And especially with how we saw promotions to Division 1 play out this year. I mean, when you're on Division 2, if you get to build a good roster and it works throughout the year, will you have a real shot of qualifying into the NLC Division 1? It is not impossible by any means. So getting that NLC Division 2 spot would be massive for all of these optimistic and ambitious organizations who want to realize their goals.
Yeah, and even considering our RPS teams, the standings currently, Norway has a pretty good chance considering Lazy and Life is already seeded in to the bracket with Rich Gang doing really well. And Chaos doing really well as well. They pretty much have 2 teams almost guaranteed to join Lazy Life in the bracket. So all these spots we are playing for are oh so important for all the regionals.
And it means a lot. One of the things that we all love about this tournament is the national pride as we see our nations go up against each other. One of the things I've been missing from the combined NLC and over the years, the lack of team diversity in terms of nations. So to see some Danish teams, obviously it's nice. To see them get smacked, not as nice. So now I'm back to the state where, look, I'm enjoying good League of Legends. And we will certainly be getting good League of Legends in this game. Winner takes all. I can't stress this enough. It is win and you're in, lose and you are going home.
And there's a really, really cool storyline that's coming in this game as well, since Round playing with a slightly different roster compared to their regular season lineup as well, bringing in 3 substitutes. They have a different AD carry, jungle, and top lane, who initially the Finnish scene thought would be a lot worse than their original roster, but they've shown up to play in the RPS. They are all seasoned veterans from the Finnish scene, and even though they haven't shown themselves in competitive play in a while, they've still played really well considering the situation.
And that is the beauty, right, of coming into a promotion tournament. Because when you come into a promotion tournament, it doesn't matter how you got here. If you were sloppy in the regular season, or you were good in the regular season and just barely limped into second place and get the second seed. Doesn't matter. Because when you're here, you start from a 0-0 scoreline alongside every other team. And on 2 or 3 game days, you have to show your best self and you could make it happen, get into the top 8, and then anything can happen in the bracket stage. So I love how each team starts from afresh. Some teams are performing better than we expected and that their seed suggests, while other teams, like the Danish first seed, DMT, not showing up to the level we saw in the nationals. And it's the chaos, the magic, and the brilliance of these tournaments. I love them so much, and I'm very happy to be here. And let's see what happens in this Group A decider. Winner takes 3rd seed, loser goes home. The UK versus Finland. UK starting 2-0, now 2-2, staring down the prospect of eliminations. Rounds would probably give a round to the boys if they make it through to the top 8.
And what kind of chaos will unfold in our decider? Something that I'm interested to see is how will the junglers path, because there are 2 really interesting options. Whether you want to go to the bot side, try to affect the aggressive Varus Nautilus lane, defend against the incoming hooks for the side of Rounds, or if you want to disrupt the comfort pick matchup between the Urgot Gnar. Urgot wants to eventually start stat checking everyone who dares to approach him, and if they can get Gnar ahead on the side of Ruddy, it'll be the complete opposite, where Gnar will run this Urgot down, force him to stay underneath the tower, and enable Ruddy to play around the incoming.
So as the game now kicks off, hopefully we won't have any more technical issues. So Crisis starting up on that top side, saying goes for carry. And it is worth mentioning, he hasn't bought a Doran Shield this time around. He's actually bought what he is supposed to, as some aggressive trading takes place in the mid lane.
Just an absolute miracle that the Scorch Claw pup has found its way to Kaire's inventory. Also doesn't have a potion. We'll get to see what that 50 gold will do for him. And decided that he doesn't need it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rayska hitting the level 2 earlier. Trades well against the Azir and bot lane. Could have engaged.
Yeah, Bruto taking a bit of damage in that trade despite being one that he wanted. The Rakan obviously struggles into the CC of Yamsu's Nautilus. And in the end, nothing happens, just pressure being put down. Early trades in the mid lane that I want to go back to. It feels like Raiska the one choosing them, but get surprised by the damage Ketsu does have with that Hail of Blades, very quickly getting those autos off, and a simple basic auto attack from anyone deals decent damage in the early game. So 3 of those, and Raiska ends up taking even trades, which is not what he hopes for. Yamsu now steps up, the Red Line does connect, a bit of damage here. Bruto should be safe with the Battle Dance, able to get out to safety.
And so has to start spending those potions, though. Rakan taking a ton of poke in this early laning phase. But if any one of those hooks would land onto the Jinx, that could spell doom for the round's bot lane. Ruddy taking an early advantage in most of the lane CS-wise. Kind of expected when it comes to these sorts of matchups.
And yeah, just surviving underneath the turret so far. I am very excited to see his Urgot once again. Can he get a kill? Can he get a snowball rolling? And let's see how far he then takes it. Or will he be dealt the hand of the counter pick? And Asakas is on a comfortable counter on that now. In the mid lane, though, priority is over to Ketsu, so Crisis feels very safe to take both of the scuttles, especially as carry has recalled as well, so won't even be there to contest it.
Yeah, I wonder what happened in the jungle. Kairi deciding to take a recall after the crows. Maybe an unfortunate camp preset or something happened during the clear, because now Crisis will have the double scuttle and a nice CS advantage over the Xin Zhao, while he will be on the map earlier now. The jungle is spotting each other out on the top side of the map. And spotting out the 24 CS of Kairi, Crisis should be fairly happy with this situation.
Yeah, he is. As Echo's very aggressive here on the ward. Here comes the E as well. Flash to follow.
Whoa!
The knock up. Can just get there as well. Not quite. And with that, Echo's able to get out. But you forced a flash. I think you're happy with that for the side of rounds.
You also involuntarily forced a flash off yourself. Kairi overestimating his damage a little bit, but lane!
Yeah, Bruto locked up, taken down by that piercing arrow. Sin finds the first blood, and he wants to step forward. He would look for more. Can the Q connect? No. Piercing arrow flies wide as Kustu survives, but such a good 2v2, and first blood will deserve for the Ruddy bot lane.
And this is the Varus I've been hyping up so much in this group stage every single time it's picked. It does a
Mid
ton.
lane.
Oh, it's got mid lane. Gang coming.
Flash forced Raiska, though, couldn't quite connect on the charm. And that means Ketsu has time to flash and get out to safety. Ekkas, though, with no flash, still feels confident up in this top lane matchup. Yasuo has flash, but not the HP or mana to follow. Bruto locked up yet again. Flash available. Battle Dance is here, so he can get out to Raiska, who rotates down. But Bruto not having a lot of fun in this matchup. Ketsu hits level 6, so does have the ultimate Emperor's Divide. Kind of needs to be used here. You have to feel no, though. With 2 members joining in, he's able to walk it off without using that key ability. Didn't actually have the mana to use it, so could have very easily been caught out. A lot of stuff is happening now, but the top lane, it's Akkas. This time without the flash, he is surely dead. As Bruto is here as well. No! He gains the kill despite the Jesu flash. Obviously, they take the kill, but they would have wanted it on that Urgot.
Well, Bruto is a richer man. Still being pinged by his team. What are you doing? Well, we'll see what he does with that goal. But since 3 members of round showed up on the top side of the map, Crisis and Yamasu are happy to start up the dragon and secure themselves the first objective of the game. And yeah, a ton of chaos all around the map for the first 5 minutes or so, when summoners and ults are flying everywhere, Ruddy's coming out slightly ahead. They have the more powerful early game composition, especially on the bot side of the map. It'll take at least 10 minutes, maybe 15 for rounds to be fully online. Looking at the Ari, looking at the Urga, looking at the Jinx, they do need a couple of items before they can start actually fighting.
Yeah, this game, man, it certainly has delivered so far. Only 2 kills between the teams, but 7 minutes and 15 seconds in. We've seen a lot of skirmishes and fights that didn't lead to anything else than HP powers falling critically low. In the end, though, only 1 objective picked up, 30 seconds on the Herald. That might be the next point of action.
And usually for the Herald, you see the supports rotating over fairly early on just to set up some vision and get access to the river faster than the enemy team. But bot lane has a huge wave stacking up for the side of Ruddy, and leaving Sin here alone could prove to be dangerous. So maybe a small delay on committing to the Herald. Never mind, Rounds just wants to look for it, already setting up vision. Kairi missing level 6 though, while Chris is already has the paranoia unlocked, so could even look to make a play, for example, in the mid lane where Reiska is missing his flash.
And that's really the difference, right? Between you got those 2 early scuttles or not. Because look at the CS difference in that jungle position. Quite a big goal has been built up there.
The pinging top, they want to look for the Urgot.
Yeah, and they might be able to no flash on him. Akers doesn't have a flash of his own. Slows him down nicely, does get the CC as well. Here comes the paranoia. The kill is all but secured. Is the shield there from yes or no? It is not. Can't get the E off, and they find the kill just by brute forcing the play.
Yeah, Crisis there, able to fear the Urgot before any abilities are used, and now they should have a good chance. Oh, never mind, they might actually even lose the Herald because they use so many cooldowns on the top side to get that kill. And yes, so using the teleport won't lose too many minions, so all they gain from that play is the gold going over to Akers. But losing Herald to a Xin Zhao could cause a huge tempo swing for the side of Rounds eventually.
Yeah, it certainly could. I'm not sure the play actually was worth it there from the side of Ruddy. They brute forced the play, and that's very nice. I will hold my thoughts for just a minute more. Sin plays this very nice. He gets a good trade out considering he's in a 1v2. Crisis coming down as well. My thoughts about the top lane play will have to hold for quite a while. Jamsu doesn't have the depth charge, so no level 6 for him to use that. But in the end, I mean, they lose the Herald, and I don't know if the play Ruddy made before was worth it. Because if Carry gets this Herald placed down in the bot lane or mid lane, the goal will go into much more important pockets than what that 1 kill went into the pocket of Akers.
Ward was barely able to spot Xin Zhao out, I think. So Ruddy is aware of what Rounds is trying to do down on the spot side of the map, but Paranoia not up yet. It's just not the angle to go for the sort of Herald play yet, with every single lane except for mid bleeding CS heavily for the side of Ruddy. For the side of Rounds.
So Rounds, yeah, as you say, they are losing, falling behind thanks to the CS difference across the map. 2,000 gold almost separating the 2 teams just based on that.
Like, look at the jungle.
Soon. Yeah, the jungle is the massive one. I don't know if Kerry should have bought the Dragon Shield early on. Maybe would have helped him to get that ascended into a different state, because his performance in the Sensao hasn't been as impressive as it was against DMG, which is weird to say considering what he bought in level 1.
Ruddy just really pushing the correct buttons in this early game so far. When they have the chance to go in, they go and punish Rounds, and otherwise playing fairly defensive, not letting the Xin Zhao get anything done really other than the 1 or 2 ganks on the top side of the map. It will be on these upcoming dragons and the second Herald where we'll see if they want to properly fight.
Yeah, so second Drake, not a point that you usually fight at. You would rather wait for the soul point and get a first couple of items underneath your belt. Instead, though, they might be looking for something, or maybe just a mid play. Carry just walking around the pit, but doesn't see what's going on inside it. Drake goes over to the side of Ruddy. Just to still put under so much pressure here in the top lane.
Uh-oh.
Bruto wants something they are going for Jamsu. The charm doesn't connect. In goes Carry. The flash is all he needs to get out to safety. Forces 2 ultimates there. Still gets out. He's a happy man. Super Mega Death Rocket. Nowhere near enough damage.
Bit overconfident on the rocket damage there, but does at least hit its target. Not wasted. Nelson has to spend a little bit more time recalling, but yeah, this early game not looking good for rounds. It's just Ruddy accumulating a small advantage that will eventually turn into a power spike they can use to keep securing these Drakes, and getting the first 2 and seeing the Hextech Soul arrive on the map is a dream come true for this sort of a critical game. Now, Prices has Paranoia available.
He wants to go for it. He doesn't know that Carry's here, but they don't care because they know who that target is and they will lock it down quickly. Ruddy with the good target selection gets 1, will get 2 as well. Bruto, no way out. Sin is getting ridiculously strong as he will pick up some plates here. Fantastic play from Crisis and the rest of Ruddy, and they are firmly now in the driver's seat.
Sin hitting the ultimate onto Ghost, the critical part of that fight, locking down both of the bot lane targets, and one by one taking them down is exactly what they needed to get the Barry Snowball even further going. Should get the Blade of the Ruin King after the base, and it's just wait, what is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, Bruiser doesn't care about the play that's happening on the mid, but in the river, he rather cares about the play in the mid lane. And yet again, it feels like when rounds are the one pulling the trigger, they are lacking the damage to be able to secure the kills. Ketsuo with pretty much no mana is just able to walk that off without even using his flash, because the damage just isn't there, and that's what is really hurting rounds right now, as the gold lead is almost 12,000 gold. Bounties as well becoming available soon.
Yeah, there's just no power spikes. That's the main thing. There's not a single completed item on the side of rounds, while Ruddy just happily scaling on onwards. Trinity Force finish for Akkers, Blade of Ruin King, as I mentioned, ready for Sin. They are pretty much unable to fight on the bot lane now. This Varus is way too strong, even just in a straight-up auto-attacking battle. Doesn't need but just a tap of the arrow to finish off a kill, unless he gets horribly caught by at least 2 or 3 people. But with Yams there to peel, I don't see that happening. Instead, rounds focusing their attention on the top side of the map, trying to see if they could play for the second Herald. What even happened to the first Herald? Did it get used?
I don't think it's been used. Just look at the HP bars on the turrets. Oh, Jesu. Oh, that was close one. Remember, he logged in that Urgot knowing he would get counterpicked, and you can definitely feel it because it hasn't been working out as well as we saw in their first game up against Bloodline. Bloodline, can they get something here? They want to, and they will try and force it. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Sin easily outplays it. That wasn't a fancy outplay. That was just smart play from Sin. He says thank you very much and accepts the kill.
Yeah, the face tanking a full Varus combo underneath his turret is not the smartest idea in the world. They did have to try to make some sort of play due to the Nautilus rotating over, but Sin, with the Blade of the Ruin King power spike, just way too powerful to go for that sort of telegraph dive onto without a third member. They're gonna keep trying though.
Yeah, they really want Sin. This time they will get him because there is no flash. Give Kustu the kill. He really does need it. Massive shutdown. 750 gold into his pocket. That should give them the first item spike. That should keep their hopes alive because the goal lead was getting out of control. So getting something back on the right target means a lot for them.
Still, even with that shutdown, it's a 4k lead in a 2 to 5 kill situation. The CS differential just out of control. Ruddy's been laning so well. And with the Hextech Soul being there as a threat, Round has to commit to a fight eventually, maybe even bait Ruddy in on this mid lane.
4-man from rounds sitting around this mid lane. They missed the initial engage. The second herald comes through. Crisis locked up, could be taken down. Fear Beyond Death comes through. That paranoia won't save you. The kill goes over to Kusti. Herald Charge comes through. Good damage on the tier 1. Good put back in. Could they turn the fight here? They have the carries, but they don't quite have the engage.
And Akers on the top side still being a problem.
Yeah. I mean, he's a massive problem. Can look to break open the base if he isn't responded to. Will get 2 members back. But with the soul point being up, despite the fight going over to the side of rounds, it is Ruddy who have the priority over the pit somewhat. They are giving it up now. Look at the flank. Look at the flank. It's Ryska. He's TP'd in. They won't sin again. He has no flash. He's taken down. They found the angles. They found the kills. Crisis looking to join this fight in the mid lane. Ketso will get that mid lane tier 1. But for rounds, it means so much to deny that soul point.
They're getting collapsed on though.
Yeah, they're getting collapsed on. Ryska surely is dead here. Focus on the Drake guys. Secure it early on. Will they finally get it? They will in the end. But they're losing so much for it. They are paying the price. And it is Ruddy responding so well to the aggression, claiming 4 kills. 4 kills.
They pay the price in blood. Double kill for Yamsu. The support getting in on the action. They do get the dragon, but a huge gold swing back over to Ruddy, picking up the 4 kills and on the correct targets as well. We're going to see it on the replay here as what looked like a dire situation turns good. They find Reiska separated from the rest of the team, and Kairi left alone hitting the dragon isn't able to participate in this fight at all. Could have been different if the Zinjao decided to go away from the dragon, but this is the call that had to be made. Whether they want to flip it on the 4-on-4 team fight or if they want to secure the dragon, we have to see if it pays off.
And Akers, I don't think he wants to play PvP this game. He's playing PvE. He's got a 1 kill 1 assist. He's doing very well for himself. But I mean, turret damage. He's playing like a Saiyan or something. He is getting insane damage on those structures, and that is a massive part of the goal lead as well. I would like if we could get a specific look at the goal lead. Yeah, in the top lane. How are you 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold ahead when your score is a 1-1-1 30 CS scoreline? Well, it is thanks to taking down 3 turrets single-handedly. That's where that goal comes from, if you are wondering. But in other positions, the goal lead is obviously in the favor of Reddy. But it is not all doom and gloom. They are still in this game, and if they get a good fight, they can bring it back. But I'm scared of what happens when Akers joins, because he feels ridiculously strong at this point in the game.
It's going to be up to the coordination of Ruddy. We've seen a couple of fights where they are separated and they find a pick, either with the Zinjao or the Ahri flank. But if they are able to get a front-to-back team fight with Crisis diving into the back line onto this Jinx, it may prove to be almost impossible for rounds to take a proper fight. And as I said, Akers on this side lane being an absolute menace. It's he's still gonna be contested.
I like the ambition from Yesu, but I think he deserves to die from it because it didn't really work out the way he wanted to. Akers will go underneath the turrets. He will die. Fear Beyond Death. And the shutdown yet again gifted to the right target. It is all on Kusti to carry these fights now. Getting 3 of the 5 kills. The Baron now started up. Carry, can you get in the pit and get the steal? What will Crisis do here with his team? The Baron still falling ever lower. They need to get in the pit now. 4K and dropping. And they just turn on towards the jungler, but it's not working out. They don't have the damage. They can't get the kills. Katsuo finds himself in the front line. Sin almost dead in the pit. How is everyone dying all of a sudden? Rysk is still alive. He somehow gets out. The shutdown yet again for Kusti. He gets another one as the fight is still not over. It is Ruddy though running for the hills. They managed to get out. It's a back and forth fight. Rounds deny the Baron, and this game so close despite the massive goal lead.
Ruddy pulls the trigger too early. They went on the Zinjao before the main targets were available to access. When we look at the replay, watch this initial engagement from Ruddy. They all dive onto Kairi, leaving Ghosty and Reiska pretty much untouched. Charm doesn't hit anyone, but the Ahri is still able to deal a bunch of damage while Sin is tanking the Baron. There's no jungler left to take the hits from the purple worm, and from there, Ghosty and Reiska can play a pretty good team fight, only taking 2 kills, but they interrupt the Baron.
And look at the summoners invested in that fight. 4 sums, or 4 flashes rather, from the side of Ruddy won't be available for this next Drake fight, which is yet again a soul point fight. For Kusti though, he's getting the big shutdowns. He's now on 2 items. I want to check the gold again and see if he's even out the difference with Sin. He's almost now even. And that means they have a solid AD carry who they might be able to rely on. And I'm saying might because there is a lot of pick potential on the side of Ruddy. If they close the gap to Kusti, well, he's dead, no doubt about it.
They just need to get the right target. Go into the backline, have the Azir dive in with the Nocturne, and force rounds to fight in a ball, not skirmishing, so the Jinx can get a reset. That's exactly what they want to do, and they can try to do it in another way as well, going for the 1-3-1 instead. Azir now teleporting in because the dragon is about to spawn in 15 seconds, and Akkas teleport up, could even go for a flank. They have a general idea where Rounds is. The Meganar bar also really close to being filled up.
Kusti not quite caught up because Jesus dead to keep him safe, but the fight has been started and it's a split one. They've found Kusti, they've knocked him up, the flash and the cleanse, enough to get him out for now. Good damage in the return though. Here comes the free dead. They've found daggers, they will found Christ as well. They've found 3. Can they get more? Rounds are getting in. Yes though, it's Ketso who tries to get something back. He only gets 1. The Baron is the prize for such a good team fight. Rounds, how do they do it?
They somehow survived the initial burst again. It looked like Ruddy may have found the fight, but it's another separated one. They can't converge 1 target. And once Yesu gets going, he is unleashed. Look at the Jinx cleansing out and peeled by the rest of his team. Urgot executes the Gnar, and then it's already done. Ghosty has gotten the resets, even with Getzo trying to turn the fight around in a last-ditch effort. Round secured the ace and the Baron for themselves.
No, the Drake still on the cut because the Baron was the main priority for Rounds. That means the soul point still available. And Ruddy, they want it. They've started up. But Rounds are coming here. If they lose this found, Ruddy, they could be in big trouble. But they could also get themselves very, very close to their soul. Hextech Soul, a strong one, but it won't be given up for free. Kusti this time without a flash could be caught out on the other side of the fight. Akkas is in the backline yet again. But look at Raiski. He's found the flank as well. But no, down goes Kusti. Raiski are the one who has to do the damage. And with Sin at full HP, the Drake gets secured for the side of Ruddy. It's exactly what they wanted. 2 Barons now gone. Raiski taking it into his own hands. Diving forward with something like 300 HP. And with Yesu getting the time to free fire, he will find another. Ruddy have paid the price of getting that Drake, but it's all that matters. They found the soul point, and they've denied 2 Barons as well. Still,
Wild goose chase going on as Yamsu has a full mana bar, able to hook his way through the enemy jungle, and Xinjiao having a hard time catching up. The Hex Gate is there with a W miss. Yamsu gets out of... Oh, never mind. Yesu is waiting there.
No, still the flash. Fear Beyond Death up in a couple seconds. Will it be used?
We'll try to snipe it.
No.
Goodbye.
That feels so bad, man. That feels so bad. He spent so long. He thought he was out.
Finland, Finland, the country of 1,000 lakes. We know how to throw the reel in, pick up a fish from the largest depths of Lake Saima, and we found a Nautilus this time around as Yesu gets him after a huge hit.
That is big. Oh, massive pick here. Rounds out of nowhere find Sin yet again. Can they get something back? The answer, yes. It is Crisis and the turret that finds the jungler. As carry falls though, Crisis will go down as well. 2 kills into Raiska's pockets. And he is showing up when it matters. Remember, winner takes the final spot into the playoffs from Group A.
But Ruddy's completely playing the tempo the rounds is bringing. They want this skirmishing to happen. They don't want to fight an honest 5-on-5. Inhibitor tower falls with Acker still on the side lanes, trying to get whatever gold he can back on the side lanes. But the mid lane is usually what matters when it comes to these huge objective pushes.
The Ackers won't be able to break open the base here, I fear, as Ryska is here to respond, so Ackers will have to back off that one. 2.5 minutes, then the soul could be available for Riddle, or Ruddy, rather, sorry. So many, it's almost the same, it's almost the same shortening, RDE, RDL. It is a close one. Regardless, soul for Ruddy in 2 minutes. They want it, they need it, and they could really use it. Those slows would be massive. The problem they will face, though, is Kusti will have both Fresh and Cleanse. That was the thing that saved them in the crucial turnaround fight. They gave rounds the Baron, while in the other fight, when he didn't have it, Ackers easily able to take down the AD carry of rounds. So Summoner Spell is very, very important in this fight. And Ryska, I don't know what happened to this guy. He had a bad start to the game, but he has just been smurfing the team fights, finding all the correct targets. And I'm struggling to see what Ruddy has to do against it, because they just can't respond to him. He's just outplaying them.
You say Flash and Cleanse will be the problem, but Ghosty has a third item and a stopwatch as well from this recall. And yeah, this soul point will be the most crucial part of the game for Ruddy. Another 5 minutes, I don't know if they can hold on to the aggression of rounds, especially with the Baron coming up in 1.5 minutes. And if they can't beat rounds on this dragon fight that's coming up, they're not going to be able to contest the Baron either. Ackers on the side lanes needs to join the fray, even having built the Hull Breaker to fight against Yeso with. I don't know if he can pressure the side lane enough for it to be worth it.
Unless he's able to end the game, it won't be worth it, because we've seen what Ackers can do in the team fights. He can take down the priority target Kusti. Otherwise, the damage won't quite be there. 2 members now invested to try and get down these turrets. Yes, he does have the flash, use it smartly, but only to buy a couple seconds. He's not out yet. He does survive it in the end, though. Inhibitor being taken down. The base is broken open. Yesu, they want to get something. Ryska committing everything he has to get the kill, and they will on the jungler. The death timer is 47 seconds, and in 36 seconds, what would have been their soul is up. Ruddy now has to fight it without the smite or give it up.
Again, it's all up to Ackers to force someone to deal with the Gnar, but now a ton of cooldowns being burned, and Crisis 30-second death time, and Dragon will be up in 15, so it's either they give this Dragon up, or they try to fight with a man disadvantage with a Hull Breaker. Gnar will be missing some of those defensive stats, and not only can rounds pick up this Dragon for pretty much free, they can already start setting up for the Baron. Yeso pushing up the top wave. It won't be a threat with the super minions for quite some time, and Ackers needs a good couple of minutes to get this wave all the way over to the base of rounds.
This is everything and more that I could have hoped for, Tavis. This is the decider. Winner takes all. Win, you're in. Lose, your RPS NLC Division 2 hopes are over. They are over. You need to win this game, and as the Baron falls to 5,000 HP, Rayska needs to get in the pit. Rayska gets caught out. Can he get in the pit? He could steal it, but he fails to 91 HP. It's what stood between Ruddy and the Baron. What will happen in the fight? Kusi just says, get out, peel and run back. We just want to survive as Ackers TP's in the backline. Yesu still standing. Can he find one kill? It would mean so much. He does. As the shutdown goes over to Katsuo. Kusti so low. If he falls, this is game over. Then it's Ruddy into the playoffs. Ackers finally gets to show his strength. And as the Baron buff won't stop Gnar from raging out, it is now Kusti and Bruto against the world. Up against 4. They will have to be the final stand of the round. The flash now forced out. The turrets are falling. 14 seconds on Rise. Kusti, you fought your way back into the game. Now you have to hold on. But with the lack of minions, they can buy the time. They can heal up. They can get the movement speed. Rise up in 3. They are taking the portals out. They don't want to throw the game here as their own base is being overran by the super minions. They've lost the Nexus turret. Will they lose too?
They should be able to get the recalls up before the next tower falls. Just a couple more hits. It's going to be close, and it goes down. Nexus completely open. Inhibitors thankfully come back up for Ruddy, so the threat of a backdoor somewhat thwarted just due to that. But now any lost team fight could mean the end for the British team.
Any lost team fight for any team here, Carvers, could mean the game is over. With only one Nexus turret standing, if enough members of Ruddy survive, they will just face tank it and make their way into the playoffs. I said the game has delivered everything I could have hoped for. This is even more. It is so close. It is down to one final team fight. Kusti doesn't have the flash, and it breaks out here in the front line. Is Raski. He's trying to do the damage, but he can't quite find the priority targets. Here comes Kusti though to try and dish out the damage. Ekasno has not on and doesn't have it. Let's go! He finds the knockback with the Emperor's Divide, but the fear beyond death brings hope, but it won't bring playoffs. Katsuo falls, and maybe Raiska fights back. Alongside Carry, they need to take down Sin. They can't get onto him. Raiska has to run. The wave is still there. He has to defend 1v2 already. Might just have made it to playoffs on the back of Katsuo's insane Emperor's Divide.
1-on-2, and it's a hull breaker. Nah, these super minions will be almost impossible to kill for the Ahri. Needs to counter the true damage. Ultimate sees it up!
Raiska does have the ultimate. The Spirit Rush cannot get him out to safety in this game. It is over. It looked like they've thrown it, but the finish seed will fall. Ruddy from 2-2 will make it into the knockouts. They had a great game one, bad second day, but they bounced back in 33 minutes. They've done it.
They've done it.
What a game, man.
Ruddy up. They actually, it was a roller coaster of a game, looking like it's a Ruddy show from minute one, but a shutdown after shutdown for rounds got them back into the game, and absolute chaos until the end. But Ruddy, on the back of Sin's Barriers and an amazing Emperor's Divide, just closed it out in
Hetzo, man.
it just an absolute banger of a game to get the third seed.
Obviously, unfortunate for you, Carvis, and your nation. You are now out as well, so none of our teams got out of Group A. Fun that that's the group we've been casting together. We've been casting both our regions' downfall. Regardless, though, massive congratulations to Ruddy. It is impressive that you went 2-0 and then had an 0-2 day, but managed to pick yourself back up and win a game where you had a big lead, then threw it. To bring that back, that is very impressive. Although I do still despise the UK and Sweden. Congratulations to those two for making it out. I can't believe I have to say this on camera, though, but they do deserve it because those two teams have been amongst the best teams in the group. So it is fair in the end. Luck will balance itself out eventually, and they are all deserved to make it through, despite their nations being no good. Wow, what a game. That was phenomenal League of Legends, not in the technical stand and macro-wise, but it was pure enjoyment. I loved every second of watching that game. It was fantastic. But we need to head it into a break. When we come back, we'll have a fun game between Rich Gang and DO7. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And as Group A has had all its deciding games played today, meaning the banger we just had before with Ruddy making it into the playoffs and Rounds sadly bowing out despite a strong performance in the group with a game against Bloodline. It is sad to see them go, but excited to see what Ruddy can do in playoffs. That team has loads of potential, that is for sure, and their ceiling definitely looks to be pretty high. But now we will be having a game against Rich Gang, a star-studded lineup who have secured second seed in the group, and DO7, who very well could end up last alongside DMG if they lose here.
Yeah, and DO7, no slouches, did take a game off of Rounds in the group stage and gave a good challenge to most of the teams that they were challenged by, but they never were able to close out the game. They played some interesting stuff like Ornn mid and Graves in the jungle. I don't think anyone else has been running the Graves, so unique picks on the side of DO7, but they're matched up against Rich Gang, who, speaking of unique picks, are rocking a ton of.
Definitely a lot of unique picks, and we saw what cooking could look like in game number 1 with DMG spicing things up a bit in a game that only had implications for one team. This time it has 0 implications because Rich Gang are secured second, and it doesn't matter if you're 5th or 6th in the group, you're not making it through for DO7. So if there is a game today, Carvis, where we can expect cooking, expect theory crafting, exactly, bring out the pot because we'll be cooking up some crazy stuff here. This is the game. I want to see that. I want to see something crazy here. I want to see something stupid. Go for it. Have the fun. Make the crazy outplays. Make us get hyped. Not because the game matters, but because you're showing insane skill on outplays.
Yeah, and there's, of course, the national pride aspect. It's the RPS. Everyone likes winning. Nobody likes losing. So the Rich Gang has some pride to defend in this one last final hurrah for Group A. And I'm expecting at least 2 of the players. I'm looking at Haha and Coincidence to give us a bit of a show. Prove what they're made of.
Yeah, I mean, they should very easily be able to prove what they're made of, considering where they have played in their past careers. Ho, I think he won the first bit in the Greek League this year as well, making it to the EMEA Masters main stage, made it there in 2022 as well. I mean, he was a big talent coming out of Norway with Bifrost back in the day. Now he's had his shot at the minor ERLs. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in a major ERL next year. The guy has the flexibility, has the individual skill as well. So in this tournament, even if he cooks up something crazy, he should be able to make it work. And every time I see that Rich Gang roster, I can't believe it's something that we have here in the RPS.
It is incredibly star-studded. But now we get into the draft. A couple of the bans are to be expected. The Echo taken away as is tradition, and off screen we mentioned the Graves that I saw Joshua play. This time won't be seeing it, and the Yone also banned. I believe Virgil was the one playing that for DO7.
Yeah, Sante removed, another top lane ban being taken away. Oriana, so DO7 focusing towards the mid lane until they then look towards Merps for a second and remove that Caitlyn. Now, Rich Gang, what will be your first pick? Will it be meta? Will it be crazy? No, looks like it will be meta. The Jarvan locked in.
Jarvan locked in, and the cooking will be happening at the later stages of the draft, but okay, historically, Jarvan has been played in lanes and support, so there's a chance this will end up in an unexpected place, but usually seen in the jungle and incredibly powerful during the early to mid stage of the game, able to duel against most meta picks and punish immobile champions like the Varus. But Talia is someone who really likes to play against dashes.
Yeah, I mean, after her change, when they changed her E, she is a very strong champ against the dashes, as Merps could be going for the Jings. We saw that just in the past game. Definitely has its strength, but can also be caught out with the lack of mobility on that champion. Let's see if he changes it in the final couple of seconds here. Doesn't seem too certain about the pick, spending so much time locking it in. In the end, it will be secured. Very standard so far here from the side of Rich Gang. When is the cooking supposed to happen?
I mean, I'm not Rich Gang. I'm neither Rich nor Gang, so I have no idea when it's going to happen. I'm hoping that something will, though. But yeah, we saw in the previous game the power of Jinx and what she brings to the table. Not only the threat of the Super Mega Death Rocket, but possible Cho'Gath lock-in. Well, here's the cooking. That's a lot of meat.
I like the cooking. I like what I'm seeing. I don't know where it's gonna go. It could go top lane for Coincidence. Could go mid lane for Ho as well. And I mean, maybe if they're crazy enough, they put in support. And I mean, anything can happen when you're watching Rich Gang play with his roster. For the side of BO7, they look to go something more meta, hovering a lot of different champs. Should be the Aatrox in the end. No, swap towards the Ornn. Someone we saw in the first game of the day, so not something completely out of left field. Pretty standard draft here, except for the Talia though for DO7.
As a former Cho'Gath enjoyer, I was a little bit worried when I saw the Aatrox hover. If I remember correctly, that is not the worst matchup for Cho'Gath. He can definitely hold his own in it. But these tank matchups are something that, assuming it's top lane Cho'Gath, could be mid as well. The E max HP damage does stack up fairly quickly, and with your built-in sustain from your passive, you can quite easily hold on, even if you take a couple of bad trades against the Ornn W procs.
So, as the bans continue to go on, the Syndra and Sylas taken away here from DO7, so focusing on trying to limit Ho-Ho's chain improve, which is I respect the effort, but it's impossible to limit that guy because he can play anything under the sun. As the Thresh has been taken away, trying to limit the support pool here from the side of Rich Gang. Not wanting to give those away. Maybe the Nautilus, if you are sensible. The Renata as well, yet another support who can lock someone down if she does hit her handshake. So understandable bans here from the side of Rich Gang as well.
Yeah, I'm looking and looks like the support for DO7 has been playing a ton of Leona in the recent games. In the RPS, also Rakan seems to be available, so Varus Rakan, a decent enough lane. Would prefer to play it with something aggressive, seeing that you're facing off against the Jinx. Are we gonna see it again? This is a really good pick from Haha. We saw it once already, but this time there's no melee matchup. Jay's one of the champions that can hold his own against the Naafiri, even if he is stuck in the Hammer form for a little bit. Instead, Karma. Okay, I think the support.
Will it be the Karma top we saw yesterday?
Oh,
it was the side of the. I can't remember which team it was. It was Garden Games who played against Chaos.
It was two Karma top plays in a row.
Jesus Christ, that champ is so disgusting. And I do believe it could very much be.
It's looking like a touch locking in the Nautilus. Again, it could be a Karma support Nautilus mid. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a switcheroo like that, but yeah, the Karma top has been really, really annoying for the RPS top laners. Builds a Frozen Heart, builds a Frostfire Gauntlet. It's just annoying. You can't break through the Mantra W.
Let's see where it goes. I'm excited. Not as much cooking as I would have hoped for, but I appreciate the bit of cooking that we have gotten in this game. So, Talia jungle, Jay's mid lane. Okay, so, I mean, pretty traditional from the side of DO7. On the side of Rich Gang, let's just wait and see where that Karma goes. If it is like this, it is champs who belong in their position, but it is a bit of cooking because it isn't really the meta picks.
Ho-Ho and Karma is something interesting. Sometimes I like to think as Ho-Ho as someone who plays a ton more flashy picks, while Karma is one of those bit more invisible on the impact. Mantra E, of course, extremely powerful when it comes to 5-on-5 team fighting, and lane prio is never ending if you poke down the opponent along with the minion wave. But this is not like the Kog'Maw. This is not like the Orianna that have the flashy playmaking potential. So a bit of a style switch from the side of Rich Gang.
Yeah, they're trying something new, and obviously, if there is a game to test something out that you might want to do in the playoffs, well, this is a good game for you to try this because you're heading to playoffs regardless if you're Rich Gang. So if you want to test something, now is a good time to do it. For the side of DO7, they obviously want to leave with their heads held high. And beating Rich Gang would certainly be a statement before they jump off the RPS server. and potentially return next year. Who knows what happens until then? A lot of things can happen. Let's see. I do believe we have the same technical difficulties yet again. If you're wondering why this draft is taking so long, well, it's because there's apparently a bit of a bug trying to get us into the game. At least we are able to get in there, because I have experienced before that when a observer gets kicked out, we are unable to rejoin. And luckily for us, Carvis, that hasn't happened.
We've been saved. We've been saved, but you are trying your best.
I'm caster cursing it. Hopefully I'm not, please.
Well, we can talk about the comps a little bit here. A lot more traditional than we were expecting. We already mentioned it. But DO7 has a really, really high poke and range composition build for themselves. Even if they want to go in, they have to do tools for it with the Orin ultimate and the Rel follow-up. Not going to be the primary engage this time around, just due to Virgil being there to provide it. It's all about if the wombo combo lands for the side of DO7. They're going to try to group up around the 20-minute mark once the third and fourth dragon become relevant, and from there on out, outscale the Jinx, poke her down before the fights can even start, and just win the game that way. Rich Gang, well, they're a bunch of meatballs, aren't they?
Yeah, they are just gonna throw it all down there. Let's see. I'm trying to keep up with what's happening in terms of our technical difficulties, because as every second passes, I fear Carvis. I might have cast a curses into not being able to cast this game. Hopefully
It'll
not.
be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We have a nice draft on our hands. We can just do a job and entertain the crowd while it's not it's not our job to figure the problems out, not our responsibility. We can just laugh at them. Not
It
sorry,
is not, but I did just hear a very big sigh from our producer. We didn't hear that in the first two games. I'm starting to be scared, especially because I cast a cursed. The only other cast a curse I've done today was Elugun praising how his positioning has been on center, not being caught out. What happened 5 seconds later? Well, he got dove underneath the turret by 4 man. Okay, I did see the message in the chat. We are in. So we should be in the game in 30 seconds. If my camera could refocus, that would be great. Fingers crossed, everything goes smoothly. In terms of predictions, yet again, the easier to execute comp is on the side of DO7. But Rich Gang, their names, I'm going with them.
I'm not sure if DO7's comp is easier to execute.
not though? I mean, maybe, but
It's a pseudo poke comp that sometimes may have a rough time finding the proper setup around objectives. And when you look at the champions that Rich Gang have, sure, they may have a difficult game plan in getting the Jinx resets with this draft, but champion individually, they are fairly easy to play, and they can focus more on the positioning and macro aspect.
good poker as well. Looks like Ho-Ho, with what he's built, he will be going the AP or more supportive karma, which will be interesting to see. And it is very much more fun to watch than the tank karma we've seen the last couple of days. So happy for that change. As I'm also looking towards Coincidence. He has gone the tank room, so likely going towards that.
What is this?
A little bit of cheese here early on. I do believe some first strike gold were given over to Joshua there. If we could just take a look. How much gold did he earn from that fight?
62.
62 gold. I mean, the game is over. You might just FF already, right? No way you win this.
Oh, it's 12. Yeah, because he didn't buy a potion. Talia, one of the healthier jungle clearers, just because, well, she's range and stuns the camp. So you can just kite around the jungle without being touched almost at all. Just sets up the work ground beforehand at the jungle camps and kites around merrily until they are dead. Those words, like merrily and dead, don't really fit in a sentence together, though.
Oh, I mean, that sounded kind of weird, but it was correct what you said. As the clear will come through. Obviously, when you're the Nautilus, you want to try and utilize your level 1 to put down some pressure, and Touch is doing just that here in the bot lane as well. And for early game action, I'm not expecting too much this game unless it comes from Fallen on that Jarvan. You do want to set the tempo, and I'm excited to see if you can do that this game.
And on the bot side, interestingly, the Varus Rel lane has lost lane priority, so level 2, hook in.
Yeah, hook in, good damage as well. Crashdown, though, will be enough to get SPS out to safety. Ignite did come down, and the damage, I mean, I expected some level 2 damage from the side of Rich King's bot lane, but not that much.
Yeah, Jinx can provide surprising burst damage in this early game. And Fallen trying to go for a cheeky invade on this top side of the map, but will be disappointed to find that the red buff is already gone, but the Raptors, surprisingly, still up. Joshua has been taking an interesting route through his own jungle.
Yeah, that is a very, very interesting route. Wondering why those are still available. Okay, so maybe because he wants to get back up towards top lane and maybe so try and play around that. Wants to try and bait and avoid the Jarvan early on, would be my best guess. But sadly, that won't work out as Fallen has rotated up into Joshua's jungle. He'll be disappointed seeing that his Raptors are gone, pings it, and see me says, that means Jarvan is in my top side. I'm gonna go back to my bot side then, because I just want to keep the distance to the Jarvan as high as possible early on.
The thing is, now Fallen loses priority over the Scuttle Crab. Joshua should be there every single time before the Jarvan can even make it near the river. It's all about the lane priority though, and as you can see, Yasu and Aspi is instantly taking over the bot side way, looking towards the Scuttle, while they will be contested by Haw and Fallen, but smited away already. They are not in time.
Thing is, Fallen, when he does decide to go back into his jungle, he has a whole bottom side to take because he's just been spending more time looking for the plays. And I said I didn't expect much early unless it came from Fallen, and so far that has rung true as he has been the one looking for early plays.
And most of the lanes already being pushed in by Rich Gang, not letting Fallen really find these plays that he's looking for, instead pushing into the enemy jungle. Still hasn't taken his own red buff, way far behind in CS, but it's a mixed bag if you're a Rich Gang fan. Since the lanes are doing well, you're happy, your jungler may be starving a little bit, but eventually Jarvan will be Jarvan. Be useful, Cataclysm up the enemy, Varus and Jace not letting them out, and just providing overall utility.
It is not too bad either, right? You might have been slow on your early play. You have been able to steal one camp away, and you have put some pressure on Joshua. Sadly for him, though, it hasn't led to anything else. And it is, in the end, a small deficit for him. He might be going for an early Drake as that just spawned in the second. Yeah, so he's trying to cheat a little bit here. Getting that early Drake will be very nice for them as he will lose the second Scuttle up at the top side.
And it's a weird early game position. Again, due to the lane priority that Rich Gang can take at will in these early stages of the game, they are able to secure the first dragon. But when it comes to the level 6 power spikes, I'm leaning more towards the side of BO7. They have a powerful burst combination down on the bot side of the map, and the Jace is a Jace can provide follow-up damage on any catch they find.
I mean, that's interesting, though. As, I mean, level 6 spikes, I don't know. I think it is kind of close, level 6 spikes, because, yes, there are some strong ones. For the 2v2 one, I will say it's over to the BO7 favor. Those two ultimates together do work very well for it. Will make his way down towards the spot lane moves. Doesn't connect with the W. Re-engage. This could be dangerous. Flag and drag comes through. First blood should be sealed. The flash won't be activated. Yes, is he out? He is. As they had to use both the flash and the ghost. First blood over to the side of Rich Gang.
And they really want to save this wave. There's Joshua ready to help out on the clear, but the plate still collected by Merbs, getting a nice bit of gold for himself. And finally, Fallen has a chance to make that aggressive early game play he's been looking for. And honoring Gaia's tradition, has bought a Doran's Blade after the jungle item, sadly. Still looking good for the side of Rich Gang in this early stage. Look, it's just hard for DO7 to find a proper gank onto some of these lanes due to the missing guaranteed CC. Nautilus is one of those champions that can interrupt rail fairly easily, and you really need to hold someone in place for Joshua to be able to burst them down.
So, with the current game state we're sitting with here, Carvis, It is in the favor of Rich Gang as the Herald will spawn in 30 seconds, but I'm not too sure I'm satisfied with the early game considering how much time Forden has invested to try and get his team ahead. He's managed to build a 1,000 gold lead up for his team. Much of that just comes down to pure CS difference in the individual lanes. He's only been able to help with 1 kill. He has gotten that first Drake, which is nice. But I'm not too sure if this is something that gives you a passing grade as a Javan. It might just be a C or something like, yeah, I mean, you're doing all right, but it's not as perfect as we would have wanted. Could have definitely gotten more. If he gets his Herald and gets a good use out of it, he could be back into passing grades, but the tempo hasn't been here. But the good thing though, getting that 1 kill on the bot lane means a lot because now you're sitting with 2 level 6s on Merbs and Touch, who can also potentially rotate for this Herald. And SBS and Yasuo, without their ultimates, despite their level 6 spikes being stronger, in my opinion, it won't matter because you aren't spiking at the same time as your opponent.
Yeah, and the early game spike with the level 6 for Cho'Gath, they have a rough time trying to contest this Herald. They have basically double smite on it. The extra true damage provided by Cho'Gath should be easily securing a stack for him, as well as Touch being caught out a little bit, but no level 6s to speak of, and Joshua is there.
He goes back in, takes a lot of damage, flash forward here from Asprius. Very, very sensible there because he wants more. Does connect on the seismic shove. Maybe take a bit of damage. Because why? Touch, what are you doing, man? Why are you putting yourself in this situation, Merbs, though? Won't be able to get the kill now. He's low. Does have the summon as the team is rotating in. Ho has popped the ghost to come down and help his bot laner. Oh, how is he able to get out? How does he not get cancelled? I don't get how that works anymore.
I guess because the channel went through the interruption.
Yeah, but what about Ho-Ho's though? He got the damage down.
He didn't believe in Ho-Ho's spell existing, as Virgil doesn't believe in Coincidence's confidence. Just trying to proxy the wave.
How does Coincidence find himself in that situation? I have many questions surrounding that. He's able to get out with the flash, and the silver lining for Rich Gang is they gotta play it in the mid lane. Or do they? No, they don't.
Nope. Not dealing enough tower damage just yet. And yeah, with that play, DO7 again find themselves a moment of respite. They'll need to defend against the incoming Herald play into a lane of Rich Gang's choice, but top lane especially turning around a little bit. Virgil showing that the Ornn percentage max HP damage can indeed deal with Cho'Gath, at least for some time, before he gets a couple of magic resistance items. The bot
What feels really weird about the play we just saw before, Carlos, is the fact that it didn't feel like Touch had to die. He just continued trying to go back in because he sees the windows, but he completely missed the hinge on it, and it ended up just blowing wide open and biting him in the bum with cold air because he was pretty much out. And then he said, screw it, I'm going back in, I see the opportunity. His team thought as well, but the Q didn't connect, and then he just died. Fell kind of flat on his face. Now they're going for the second Drake. I'm not sure this works because Virgil has rotated down, just walked on his way here. TP's coming in, Touch yet again being the one caught out. They've also caught Merbs, who's forced to use the cleanse and the flash to get out. Fallen now in the front line, all alone. There's nothing at them, no one there to support him. Merbs is out of the fight. This is going horrible for Rich Gang. They're just losing this massively. They've lost Fallen, they're losing the Drake. They've lost 2, could be 3. As the play continues to extend, Ho-Ho forced to flash. Coincidence is dead. You got one back, but such a questionable play and fantastic punish from DO7.
Yeah, that was a bit of a miscoordination, I think, from Rich Gang. They didn't really know whether they wanted to contest it or not. Committed a ton of summoner spells, teleported in. We're going to see it on the replay as Rich Gang were the ones to stop this, but here, Fallen wants to keep doing the dragon while Merbs and Touch want to retreat, causing the fight to become incredibly separated. And in 1 versus 1, 2-on-2 situations, that's where DO7's comp shine. Now they outnumber Rich Gang, and Coincidence can't really be the frontline tank that he wants to be because he has no carry to play around. Ho-Ho, sure, he can chunk some people down, but against 4, there's no way Rich Gang can contest it, right?
That just felt like such a weird fight, and that evens out a lot of the gold lead. Now, though, Herald has been summoned, and Asprius survives that in the weirdest way possible. with the Hex Flash out to safety. Apologies there, as I do hit my microphone. TP's behind. That's 2 of them, actually. Didn't realize that on the minimap as Verbs is called out. He's dead. No summoners. The kill goes over to Aspies. Not quite the preferred carry to get the kill. In the end, though, they got a good shot down on the 80 carry. They're happy with it. Could lose one in return, though. Akira, no flash, so he goes back in. Ho-Ho will be gifted that kill as he gets his first of the game.
A bit greedy on the rotation path there. Joshua wise enough to go through his own jungle while Akira just running through enemy vision thinking, I'm good here, and then gets blown up by Fallen's Cataclysm combination. It's, in the end, basically a 1-for-1 trade, but the carry went down for the side of Rich Gang. Merbs eating dust in the river. The wave position, though, okay for them. Won't be losing too much more. It's just the teleports that were committed by DO7 that will be an issue for them in the future.
I do also want to add, Carvis, despite the fact that this game on paper means absolutely nothing for the standings, if you're just tuning in, Rich Gang are secured a playoff spot with 2nd place, while DO7 have been eliminated from the tournament. I think we're still in for a banger, because we're 30 minutes in, the game is pretty much dead even, 1,000 gold separating the 2 teams, not that much at this point in the game. And the way the teamfights have been playing out, we've seen teamfights go both ways, so anything can happen. And it's the magic of RPS living strong. As the game continues to unfold. I think the 2nd Herald should be up soon, so that's something we could look forward to. Turretplates falling off as well, so map will be easier to open up now.
Interesting itemization choices. Cho'Gath opting not to go for the Heartsteel that is ever so common on this HP scaling champion, choosing to take the Jack Show to provide some extra sustain. Oh!
Merbs is in a whole heaps of trouble, does get knocked back with the seismic shove. I think he might be able to run out thanks to that. And now it's Joshua, the one in trouble. Touch locked up though. Crash down, not used, not needed. Super Mechan. Oh! Rocket from Merbs. Secures that killer now. Ha-Ha comes in from the flank. The damage from the Karma is massive. As Yasuo tries to turn it around. He's able to run out with the Ghost and the Flash. Aspius finds his escape path thanks to the Flash as well. Oh, I take that back as Fallen comes in from the flank to secure it. What's happening in the top lane again? These 2 wet noodles cooking. Plays across the map, but it's Rich Gang who come out on top. I think Coincidence might die here, though.
I think
he has a TP, he's fine. Or Flash, he's fine.
We may see the comeback of the cement-filled noodle from Virgil, just able to chunk Coincidence down beneath the tower. He really wanted to get the one last demolish proc to make sure that this tower falls on the next push. They already secured the first tower on the bot side. Merbs gets a nice influx of gold from it. And once someone makes it to top lane, probably just going to rotate in Nautilus Jinx over to that top side of the map, get the tower, they can now converge on the mid lane and keep playing the bread and butter macro that pretty much everyone at this point knows. They also secure the Herald, and they can't even defend against the incoming push from Rich Gang.
Yeah, back and forth game in terms of control around these objectives. In terms of the gold, though, Rich Gang have gotten sort of a decently sized lead at this point in the game, thanks to that overextension from DO7. It feels like whichever team wants to fight or wants to make the aggressive play, they are the ones being punished most of the time. In the end, though, 3rd Drake of the game spawning in 5 seconds, and Rich Gang's got the ones with control around it. Nah, no kill here. This time it's the Flash for Virgil. They always go in when one of them has Flash, and that just means they can get out to safety.
Yeah, that's still both the top laners now losing their flashes, so next time someone gets caught out of that over there, it's probably going to result in a lost life. The Dragon, though, should be going over to Rich Gang, as with the reset, Orin can't really participate in this fight easily. They have a singular flank ward behind the Dragon Pit, but the rest of the team aren't in position. Just trying to catch these waves and get the lanes in a slightly better position for DO7 to play from.
And Merbs hitting a 1.5 item spike. Oh, I don't want to call that a spike, but he's getting closer to that 2nd item, which is obviously massive for the Jinx. So, the game is a bit of a weird one, but as we've hit the 70-minute marks, still loads to come from it. as said, the scaling continues to go through. You can really see the difference in terms of how the junglers have played. Fallen yet to upgrade his smite to the fullest due to him just playing around the map. He's 30 CS behind, and that is really what to keep this gold leads within arm's reach from DO7. In the mid lane, they could be looking for the play. Yeah, they've gone for Yasuo. No flash, no gold. They know they can get him. Merps will gladly collect that kill. As they're very happy with that one. Could be able to force down this mid lane tier 1 as well. Would be very, very big if they do so. As the minions fall, Touch says, thank you, I'll take this up. And allow Merps to secure that turret.
What gold lead says Fallen, it's all in the utility that Jarvan provides, able to take down the Varus with no flash. He is stuck there waiting for pretty much whatever Rich Gang want to throw at him. They also have the priority here to go for the topside tower. Sure, Virgil is tanky, but not that tanky to be able to deal with multiple Rich Gang members collapsing on that side of the map. And coincidence, with this newly built Jack show, can start to pressure even Akira, who has been a rock in the mid lane. Sure, he hasn't found a kill for himself, but has been a part of most aggressive plays made by DO7. And if they can keep either the Jace or Ornn away from the rest of the DO7 squad, they are missing a critical piece, whether it is poke or objective setup or the primary engage from the Ornn Horn. It is an absolute W for Rich Gang.
So Rich Gang are really starting to solidify their control as the item spikes are coming through as well. Merp's not getting that second one, as I discussed earlier. Pairing up in 1 minute's time. Yeah, this is starting to feel more and more like a Rich Gang game, but I mean with the traditional team fights on the side of DO7, or not quite traditional, we discussed this earlier, a lot of poke from the side of DO7, but less so due to Yasuo's build. He does still need a flash, otherwise he does very easily get caught out. Joshua doesn't get hit by the dredge line. Good bit of poke there from Ho-Ho, as we see poke from both sides come through. Herald summoned in the mid lane, and it's a Mexican standoff here, Cubs.
It is, but one of them have a very big turtle on the side. Virgil could be looking for engage here as the game has suddenly turned into an absolute ARAM.
Welcome to NA, baby.
Well, it's very quickly thwarted, the Herald push. The waves are just pushing constantly towards the side of DO7, and RG, realizing this, send their solo laners back on the side waves to pick up the gold that would have been otherwise lost, keep the pressure going as the objectives are starting to come up in a minute and a half. Baron, I don't think is neither team can go for it. They don't have the DPS required to take it sneakily. And the dragon, being so far away, still allows for a reset. Rich Gang takes the opportunity and then starts moving towards that upcoming objective.
Yeah, this next couple of objectives will be really important. It's the first Baron of the map, or the game which is on the map as I am speaking. Third Drake, Soul Point, for the side of Rich Gang, up in a minute's time. DO7 will be their second Drake of the game. Resets are coming through. They're getting the last bit of items that they can. So far, hasn't quite hit the second item spike. Joshua looks for the surprise, but I'm not sure he can burst anyone down at this point in the game. And if he can't do that, then I'm scared for his own life, because he is very squishy himself. Could very easily be turned upon him.
Still 30 seconds to go for the dragon, and rotating over to the mid lane, looking for an engagement.
Finds the carry. The CC train is there, and down goes Yasuo. The fight pretty much decided from that point onwards, as the damage from the rest of DO7 not enough to win a touch. How do you find that? Magnificent Q from him. That dredge line was phenomenal, and they want more. They will get more Merps. Now on a killing spree, will take down the tier 2. They could likely claim the Baron and the Drake in one fell swoop as well.
And this is the explosive power of the RG composition. In a single hook, they blow up a carry plus the front line, and now they collect whatever they want afterwards. Just one mispositioning from Yasuo is all that is needed for touch to find the hook between the two tanks, And look at that bounce, how Varus cannot move, even cleanse will save you in one chomp. Coincidence, get a meal for today, and the team fight without the Varus is pretty much unplayable.
Adler goes. It was one mistake, and then Yasuo couldn't do any more in the fight. As soon as he got hit by the Drift Giant, he didn't know it quite yet, but he was dead. He had nothing to say in the rest of that fight. So, very nice play from Touch, who now finds himself in a not so nice situation. Can Spider-Man his way out of that one as they get their revenge. And he gets taken down. So, they didn't manage to get the Baron. They rather focused on getting the soul point for themselves, which is that Cloud Soul. One more needed, so 4 minutes and 20 seconds until that could be in Rich Gang's pocket. The goal lead is still growing in their favor. They feel in control, as Merps shouldn't overextend, because he is someone who could turn the game if he falls. DO7 could get a huge bounty and maybe even look for Baron.
Fallen and Merbs looking for a chance to go in here. DO7 trying to bait them in, but...
Oh my. Oh, that's half HP with 1Q. That mantra Q so heavy. Yasuo, Flash and Ghost this time. Will it be enough? No! It won't! And Ho finds the solo kill on the jungler as well. Joshua is down. DO7 are scattering to the winds. They are falling to pieces. Destroyed in the team fights. They crumple under the pressure. Rich Gang, with their wallets, slap their way to a team fight victory and will claim the Baron as the prize.
We've been wondering what is the way to deal with this Varus that has been dominating in the RPS group stage, and Rich Gang showing one of them just one-shot him. It's that simple.
I mean, what is this game? Carvers, take a look at the replay. Look at both the carries here. Eyes on Joshua, how he gets solo bolo by Haho. And also, eyes on Yasuo. He has both sums. But one CC, he can't play the game.
Yeah, and without the flash, we even had the flash, just couldn't move to use it.
Oh, it's gross.
And it without a carry, this front-to-back team composition of DO7 just isn't able to play the game. We saw that once already in the mid lane, and Rich Gang is taking full advantage of their initiation potential. They have the range to contend with the Jace, with Ha's mantra Qs, chunking people down like no other. And without DO7 being the ones to pull the trigger, I don't know if they can win a fight anymore. It's Joshua getting caught out.
No, they can't win a fight anymore. We're gonna give you that answer straight up, Carvers. It is done. This game is done. It is so doomed. Pause it. Why would you pause it? Just FF, man. It's done.
Let's not go that far. Maybe
No,
there was a disconnection.
Yeah. Carlos, look, I love your optimism. You're always hopeful. Doesn't matter how far down the team is. But I just saw that fight. Essentially, Yasuo saved both of them for that one fight. Still ended up dying to the Ignite. There wasn't even a choke on him this time. It is doomed. It is oh so doomed for DO7. They DOF did not finish this game because it is horrifying for them to watch.
It is looking dire for the side of DO7. They still, like, if they were able to delay this game and get the ornaments, get some extra levels on Virgil, they still would have a chance to maybe mount a comeback. They do have quite a powerful carry threat in the Varus, who is able to deal with the huge frontline, has percentage HP damage to melt the Cho'Gath down eventually, if he stays alive. But these teamfights just haven't worked out, neither on positioning nor just tempo-wise, really. Whenever DO7 tries to take initiative, Rich Gang is always there waiting. They are in close proximity and are able to find the key targets they need to go on.
Yeah, Rich Gang are playing like a unit, and they're looking good. They have looked scary this whole tournament. Theoretically speaking, they should be undefeated. But Bloodline pulled a rabbit out of the hat in game number 1 and got a massive upset and a massive comeback. And without that, this Rich Gang would be undefeated. I have the stream open on my second screen. I just resaw the fight around the Baron. Gross, man. That was good League of Legends. And this is what we expect. It is fair to say, this Rich Gang roster should not be in the RPS. They should be in the NLC. I think that roster could actually compete in the NLC. And I'm not even joking. If they get to play together for a whole split, that roster is very good for our level. Many of these players have made it outside of our ERLs, now coming back just to complete this tournament, I will say. I think it's fine, because I would be very happy to see Rich Gang in NLC Division 2. It is a long-standing org who have been fighting even back in the Telia days, making it to Telia Masters as well back then. They were really, back when Bifrost was by far one of the best teams we had in our National League circuit, they were the one battling them at every inch of the way with a roster that was cheaper and the underdogs, but they somehow still managed to fight at every step of the way. So it's an organization that has shown longevity in our scene, and very few orgs manage to do that. So I really do want to praise Rich Gang as an organization for that. It is very nice to see.
However, Rich Gang still has a long way to go. This is just a group stage, and they did not go undefeated. They did drop a game during this group stage, so they're not invulnerable. No invulnerables who also participated in Division 2. But it's still to be seen how they do in the best of series in the bracket stage, because best of ones are extremely volatile. Some teams shine in best of ones, some teams do incredibly bad in best of ones. And this Rich Gang roster, we don't know how much they've practiced together. We don't know like how much effort they are putting in to play this RPS tournament. In the bracket stage, it will be incredibly interesting to see how they do in a more structured format.
I think we should be back soon to the game. I couldn't quite tell, Carvers, if I in my ears just heard someone are reconnected or someone are disconnected, but it's one of the two. And I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't blame one of the DO7 members for accidentally leaving after that last team fight. That was gross. And I mean, maybe you tilted a little bit, hit your keyboard, hit the old Defoki, who knows what happens. Or maybe you just needed a brain break because that wasn't fun. It's like being thrown into a boxing ring and you have never boxed in your life because you're just being beat around. I mean, it's just straight bullying at that point. Especially Yasuman. He's not having a good time. He's having a horrible time. And I don't know whether to laugh or cry because it's ridiculously funny, but it's also ridiculously sad at the same time. Oh, we're back in the game. Not for much longer, though. I do doubt that as Rich Gang running towards the Nexus here should look to close out the game. Unless this is the final stand of DO7. That last team fight in our RPS. What can they do, Carvers?
I don't know, they're gonna try their best. Arnold with used, and Virgil probably gonna be taken down here. And SPS in the backline trying to CC down anyone he can touch, but against 5 members.
It's so doomed.
It is not doable.
Look at the Jinx. The resets as well. Keep the resets going. No, they ran out. I think he had 3 or 4 stacks. Now, Yasu, what can you do? On the final stand, Rich Gang, those team fights were phenomenal, fantastic, and they secure a 4-1 score in the group stage of the NLC RPS. Dominant game from them as they claim the 2nd seed in the group. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to DO7. They actually looked like a team from much of this tournament. They definitely look better than my Danish representatives overall, and it pains me to say that, but they did look surprisingly decent. Sad, though, in the end that they had to bow out like this because they got crushed.
Yeah. Again, DO7, coming from the open ladder, did not look like a team from the open ladder. Looked like one of the regional teams matched up well in a similar scoreline to DMG Denmark. So, good performance considering the circumstances for them. But yeah, that final game for them, kind of a rough time, but I still gotta give them a hand for trying their best, giving a good fight, especially on the bot side of the map. Just didn't go their way this time, and hope to see them again in one of the RPS tournaments or the regional leagues.
I really hope to see them again. It will be fun. It has potential, but this game, it wasn't it. I don't think we need to talk more about it, Carvis, because it was a bit of a slaughter. Regardless, thank you very much for watching, guys. That is it for me and Carvis, but do not leave because we have 3 more exciting games to go. When we come back after the break, it will be Group B, where everything is still wide open to who can go through. Garden Gaming will be starting off against Frit Fall. Please, Garden Gaming, do a win. I praise to the Lord above. I'm not even religious, just win, guys. I really do need it. Thank you so much for watching me and Carvis. After the break, more exciting NLC RPS action will be coming off. It's been a blast being here today, and see you all after the break.
And welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotional Series. We're the Nashes. We're the very
Welcome to the Baron pit.
opposed nationalists and, of course, tea enjoyers. Most important of all, we're here to bring you some of the most entertaining League of Legends that the Nordics can give you. I'm Dogshredder. With me, I have Temporal, and we've already had a great day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. We're both on for our second day of perfect predictions. No pressure, Dogshredder, but we have not agreed on the next game. One of us must be wrong. You've chosen to forfeit, and I've chosen to have a good game.
I mean, we're both looking really good for the day, of course, but I mean, Fritt Val looked really strong yesterday in their first games, as they have they're the team that has a little bit of a postponed schedule, so we're not going to see completely if they're getting along in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Of course, if they win today, 3-0 would be a very strong sign that they're looking to get it. But there are still games to be played. They still have to face. I don't remember the exact teams they were Epic Avalanche and Chaos is the extra team having.
They've got some challenges ahead of them. Chaos has had a really good tournament so far. I think both these teams pretty strong. Not sure those scores are the right way.
Yeah, those scores are not right.
In any case,
I think
gaming.
I think FF is 2-2 and the G. No, FF is 2-0 and GG.
Yeah. FF haven't lost a game yet, but GG 2-0. We had a pretty good time in this tournament. I think some of their losses have looked like, things they can patch up quickly. And I'm pretty confident this team has a good read, and that with Mikkel's strong performance over the last few days, I think Garden Gaming have got this. I think they can do this.
Just seems like MKL really does have a dream about going to the playoffs. Looking good in the series, and we see a very quick ban phase, the Evelyn getting thrown out of the window. It's been an interesting look to see Loffe's champion pool, Udir getting added to that list, and then that Syndra that is going in as a solid first pick.
Yeah, with the Oriana gone, the Premier Mage on 13.22. GG should have a canned answer for this, looking like they're going towards the Varus. They do have to be careful the Varus doesn't get aggressed upon too. The Scat of the Week really can cause this champion some issues. Varus's counters normally found outside his lane and exploiting his lack of mobility. Hyper's Cassante was banned away a number of times yesterday.
Yeah, it's you can tell that even though Cassante is just in general recognized as good, there's a couple of players that just seem to have that potential on him. They know when you can push that ultimate and just go absolutely ham, and I feel like Hypa is really one of those players. It's in his name even.
Absolutely. All right, Rakan through, not a huge surprise. Dominated worlds, and the most creative support in the front to back. This will not be a Teemo on blue 3 now. We're probably cementing the lower side of the map into the Varus. Wouldn't mind seeing a Sivir if Omniscient is amenable to it. Otherwise, we're going to try and find some value before those bans come through. Could also be a jungler. I think, is Lafayette a Graves player? It's going to be a Renekton anyway. Has an okay matchup into the Cassante. Cassante can outperform and overcome.
Quick Akali here.
Okay, Bisgard. A little bit of a hands check. Doesn't normally do so well, as the Scat of the Week could normally interrupt something from Akali coming forwards and really sort of make her struggle there. Bit of creative outplay. The option here, Garden Gaming, a little bit of ego.
Yeah, it does give a lot of... I mean, the skill check will be real, of course, with Akali. You have a lot of potential, both to succeed and fail. But as you mentioned, Syndra is a champion that can counterplay.
Yeah, particularly with the CDR build. Hard to actually find an angle before that cooldown returns. Both teams still putting bans towards the bottom side. With Hyper's Cassante locked in, we won't be seeing a repeat of the Karma from yesterday, thankfully. The Xayah over the top, makes sense. Dropping down other AD carries who, while Varus will probably be in lane, will offer more later. Splitting bans into the Kha'Zix. Interesting. Loffa still drawing bans.
Yeah, and this is Kha'Zix is also on the list. Loffe has a list, and it's he's checking it twice. It's almost Christmas, and right now GG just feels like he's a naughty boy. Let's see what else he could throw on here. I think they won't be playing directly through him and his champion pool, but who knows? I mean, junglers with exciting champion pools always have an extra little ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, there's always one more pick, right? FF spans indicate they're going for an engage support, something melee. Or rather, they have the Rakan, so they have that melee support, and they want an AD carry who will trade over the top of that CC. They want to actually be proactive in lane.
Ivan
says those two bans. Yeah, Ivan's a bit unusual here. Can help the Akali, can of course buff up the late game Mikkel Varus powerhouse. Ezreal does not match with these two bans. This would be an interesting setup.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the last. I mean, this Ezreal could go through. They're still hovering it, lock in, and they do go for it. The thing it does give maybe a little bit of room. The self healing might help against an Akali, but it's not a single one time thing. Akali can still reach you.
Yeah,
so
and I think
you're gonna need some backup, and a Bard would
even then
try to do that.
Telegraph. Well, the Rakan is in. It's fruitful and just
of course.
Trying to mess with everyone here. Hovering random things. Kane comes through. Can be a huge 2v2 unit with both Rakan and the Syndra to try and get those stacks up nice and early. I saw it a build that has Summon Airy on it to give you extra stacks in solo queue the other day. That was a bit cursed. Did not do very well. Absolutely destroyed him in 20 minutes, but still, it's scary sometimes, as that is the main champion weakness in competitive. Avoid a fight, no stacks, no champion.
And Loffe surprising us by not being surprising in the fact that he had a longer list than expected. Kane on this list, and it's going to be interesting to see if he'll go with the blue form or the red form. I don't feel like there's a clear target here except MKL. Yeah,
I think
you only have MKL to target with blue, and that looks a little bit restricted.
You can rip Potato Panda and Shira's heads off. But then I feel like the champion probably exposes itself a bit too much. Should probably be red. And it's clear that Loffe has been brewing out in the kitchen. That is certainly a little unusual for game one of our second block tonight. Chat, let us know who you think's going to win. I'm still Garden Gaming all the way on this one. I think Frit have tried to cook a little too much. But I accused them of such things last time, and that didn't go so well for me.
And just to remember the bias that will come in here, me and Temporal were head-to-head in the predictions on the top of the table. And this entire round, we have all the same lock-ins.
Yeah,
except this game. And we're on the right side even. I'm blue side, you're red side. When we don't have our countries to represent, we'll at least have our predictions to defend. And yeah. But I'm in general just very, very excited. And in terms of both these teams needing this win, they're both fighting against a team that is in the contention of getting one of those top 3 positions in the playoffs. From the beginning, we've seen Chaos, and Tempest as the 2 prime contenders, meaning that on the paper, it's the 3rd spot that is being really, really fought for. And this game is going to be so important.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these teams really, really want to just squeak in that 3rd place, or should Tempest start to falter, be present and be in contention. And in a single round robin, every game counts.
And it's of course worth mentioning that for you, those of you who have been following the broadcast today, all the other games, they were in Group A. We're jumping over to Group B now. Group A completely set. We already know who is going up. It's Rich Gang, it's Bloodline, and it's Ruddy. So we got a good mix there of nationalities. And it's of course it would be, except if the latter team were to go through, which was not the case in this group. And now we're looking for the last lock-ins in Group B. Which is, again, as mentioned, a little bit further behind, seeing that there are 2 extra postponed games that are going to be played on the 29th. Also, so into this.
Can't wait. More exciting stuff. 2C in that NLC Regional Promotional Series. These are the best of Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, UK and Ireland. Did I miss anyone? Iceland, Malta in there somewhere, probably. Don't think we have any players from those countries right this moment.
I don't think so either, but I would be happy to be corrected if that was wrong. We're looking to get into the game, of course. We just have to make sure everything is in complete order.
We're just checking Laugh's Kane. We're just
Yeah. We gotta see
having a
that there's
quick
nothing
look
sketchy here.
through the rule book.
Yeah. Is this allowed? Okay. Yeah, it is.
He's still picking carries. It's not okay.
It's not okay. I mean, we also had to check the fact that he just didn't misunderstand, thinking that he could use a sickle to just automatically cut down the Ivern. That he has to actually play the game, just not completely counterpick based on real life items.
Yeah, like no mowing your garden with that scythe, please.
Yeah. Ooh, we do see green form being teased in chat in game. So yeah, they definitely have some battling going in chat before we get properly ahead, and that we do as we're heading into the fourth game of the day. First in the Group B, and of course a very important game for both Frittfall and Garden Gaming.
Yeah, contention for qualified positions.
Omniscient is walking into no one's land. Oh. What a treat for good game as Omniscient. Yeah, his PayPal is just thriving right now.
Oh, Garden Gaming. Walk in and get a freebie planted in their front yard. Frittfall and maybe a little disrespectful.
Insta-cull for MKL. Yeah, he's very happy with his start. I'm a little bit baffled. I feel a little bit inted. I feel personally spited, actually.
How dare they do this to my prediction?
How dare they? Or maybe this is comfort zone. Gotta be behind, get ahead.
There is a real concept in League if you just give up that first thing that just allows you to play harder. We saw it earlier in the tournament. I think, two teams I cast yesterday, and there was a huge invade level 1. This Udyr completely useless until it obliterated Tempest later on.
Loffe deep into Garden Gaming's jungle. Present here, Potato Panda, and it's easy for him to just use the smite to guarantee that the invade is thwarted. And this is last time for Loffe. Hypa's there to parry it, and they're playing it really well.
He's going to go back and try and do the chickens, take the mark off of Potato Panda. A bit of a difficult question for the Ivern is whether you start backtracking now because your sigil is not up, your smite used. To secure your first camp, he should, or rather there should be a fight now over this bottom red buff as Potato Panda will be able to get there first. And with the bot lane push after that level 1 kill, you think Garden Gaming are going to push the envelope and go forwards here.
Calm should be should be calm here, not attempt anything.
Potato Panda, choose where you're going.
Oh yeah, he knows now that he has been a little bamboozled, a little gnelfed, a little gnomed.
A little gnomed. I haven't heard that.
And then we see a little bit of a trade in the mid lane. But Loffe at least evening out the early play a little bit. MKL in with a ward on the red buff. Potato Panda in here to take a little bit of a revenge himself. It's very important for Loffe that the Ivern does not get to. He doesn't really actually go for it even. Just using the knowledge of it. I thought maybe he would walk in, try to proc it, and then just insta smite because it's up. But and Loffe is pretty low in HP. Calm in here though to help out.
Potato Panda respecting Calm being off the wave. Can't quite get in. Being seen on the ward. So there's a lot of pressure lost in the bot lane. Should result in Omniscient dropping further down in CS. Or taking a bit more of his health bar in trade for Shiro still being here and helping Mikkel push the wave in. Will they now read that Loffe is coming towards this bot lane? He wants to try and get these red stacks, surely.
And that might be a little bit of the issue with how the early game went and with playing against an Ivern, is that right now the Ivern is very healthy. Loffe is a little bit too damaged to really be able to go for play right now. Has to do it a little later, but every second you don't fight is a second you don't get your true form.
Yeah, and then you do heal slightly from walking through the wall on the way in, but you're right, not enough to force, not enough to risk giving Mikkel even more, as he's already got himself a pickaxe. Interestingly, Biscard not down as many CS in mid as I thought he would be. And managing to hold the wave here as well has given Shiro a roam timer.
He's in a ward though.
Luffa is nearby.
He's very nearby, of course. It's an interesting thing because I'm not used to casting Kanes at all. I mean, I never see Kane, and just the fact that you kind of want to play even though you wouldn't get a kill is a strange concept to me. And I can't really wrap my head around it, to be honest. Now it's gonna maybe try top com versus Shiro in the mid lane. Ivan's there too. A flash forward from the Nautilus, but it's a good counter again from Edo. Flash out, and I do think that com and FF does a really good job defending the mid lane.
Yeah, just one more load of shurikens and the auto attacker would have done it. Edo would have fallen. Great work from Shiro there to flash over Calm, who tried to body block Dredge line, make himself for it.
Top lane. Kyrie just going for the trade, and in the same way, Loffe is trading the Drake for the entirety of Potato Panda's top side jungle. He's been taking quite a lot more at this point, but is yet to really go for these fights. And you do see he's targeting a melee champion. It's red form. It's gonna be that almost anyways because of the Akali. And now they're gonna attempt it. A stun, level 6 available for Hypa. On the wrong side here, maybe Kyrie has to flash out. Loffe also has to disengage. It's a flash used from the Renekton, and he's really low. Hypa does a really good job at defending.
Yeah, and the 2v1 might give up some stacks for Kane, but it's small victories for Fall. They do give up the flash and the ignites from the Kane. A lot of kill pressure gone in this top side.
Now again, Potato Panda a little bit rooted in the mid lane. But yeah, looking like they're having a decent amount of control, Garden Gaming, and Loffe wants maybe a little bit more to happen. Wants to be a little bit more into the skirmishes, but as long as Garden Gaming is established like this on the Rift, it's difficult to get those kinds of fights where you're not going to get punished, even though you want to force it.
Yeah, it's a difficult position in competitive. Kane just has so much more focus on him, and you have to wait longer for that big power spike. You can maybe get items by like walking in places, knowing your enemies are going to fall away and choose to not interact with you. But that little bit of gold doesn't get you so far compared to the form, compared to becoming that more of a champion that Kane does when he ascends, when he evolves. Really interesting. Loffe did end up going for that Airy, so should be able to stack. Counts as another ability, I believe, for Kane's passive. So
that's why
allows him to allows him to stack that up just a little quicker.
Oh, play on the bot lane. Huge damage from MKL. Calm going down, but here comes Loffe. But he doesn't want to fight because he's a little bit too late.
Yeah, they lose Calm. And while it's short respawn time, as that is a plate over to Garden Gaming, that is both summoners from this Rakan before his level 6. Huge loss in the bot side. And once again, Mikkel completely favored, sponging up loads of gold. This is how Garden Gaming plays their best League of Legends.
Yeah, they're looking so solid right now. Frittfall, of course, wanting to have games where they can play a little bit or very creatively. And if the game opens up, if they manage to get some momentum, then we'll see their true form. But right now, GG, Garden Gaming, doing their absolute darnest for that not to happen. Here comes a Hex Flash. Over the wall. Oh, he even gets the Syndra! Calm was in the way! How did that hit? But they do! Biscard executes! Ultimate might be enough. Yeah, double kill for Biscard. Tries to get in here, Loffe. It's gonna stack a little bit at least, but he's still so far away. I think I saw five orbs flying towards him. But double kill for Akali at this phase. Another great momentum shift for Garden Gaming.
A huge dredge line in, and you're right, I don't know how Edo took that one on the chin. Absolutely sponged it. And with that, the 2 kills over the Garden Gaming. They're having an absolute fiesta in this early game, avoiding the Kane, avoiding giving any mini objectives over to Fritzfall. While they've moved their duo up, they've teleported Hyper in. They should be able to pick up this Rift Herald relatively uncontested.
Oh, gets out of there, Omniscient. Heraldo going down to Garden Gaming. Frittfall only posturing a little bit. They need to do more. It's not like they're gonna win this late game just because.
Yeah, for sure.
Some comps are like that. This one is not.
Kire just pushing in on this bottom side. That's a little bit of a cross-map play. The Renekton does get 2 plates to himself, so we'll be a little stronger. Cassante at this stage starting to scale better. Chains of Corruption and Dredgeline wide. Edo should walk out of this. Calm has a deeper flank and isn't spotted.
Yeah, here comes Calm from the top side. Potato Panda there too, but no ultimate available for the Rakan just yet. But look at the damage going in Shiro. He has to flash out. The shielding though, huge ultimate of Omniscient is a little short, and the fight fizzles out.
Yeah, Garden Gaming taking a bit too much poke there. Really nice true shot barrage to dissuade anything further. Mikkel at half is vulnerable to a dive, but Lofa still on his red buff, not able to contribute to this play.
Now they get a little bit of a free time in the mid lane. Of course, not gonna completely even out the gold. Still 1k difference. They do have a little bit of a little small CS leads in the jungle and the mid lane, making the 0-4 feel a little less dramatic than you might think. But Loffe is still far away from his from transforming, and that is still gonna be a very important point of contention for both teams.
It's kind of a worry, because you kind of expect the Syndra to have that CS lead, but she's going to fall down in sides to the Akali, who should be able to escape sort of that straight laning position, and then be more creative in sides, have a Shadow, Shiro and Calm are smacking each other. It's a bit of supportal combat. And it is a mark of concern, because they've still got to overcome Mikkel, Blade of the Ruin King, and already Cull finished.
Oh, yeah. He's probably very rich if the spectator could indicate that for us. We'll see a little bit of a fight in the meantime. Loffe finally getting some damage off. Maybe this is finally a kill. It is. Edo picks it up, and that's so important for Frittfall.
I feel like Garden Gaming were playing with their teleport there, but Biscard doesn't have the ability to teleport down. It's just a bit odd that Shiro caught out on his own when they thought they had position. They were posturing this Rift Herald. Hyper now once again walking forwards, but they are at numbers disadvantage.
They are, of course, the Drake being a target. It's half HP. Engage hits from Calm. I thought it was wide, but here comes the rest of Frittfall. Good engage from Hyper. He's doing so much damage in the backline. Loffe trying to do what he can. Goes on the Drake instead. Biscard kiting around. MKL taking down the Renekton. They take down Omniscient too. And on the run, that's where Frittfall are going, while GG takes complete control over the pit.
Fear it, dread it, run from it. Mikkel arrives late to the fight, pops his ghost, and with a Chains of Corruption, deals with the mess that Hyper had tanked for so long, had delayed, able to take the objective, take a serious gold lead. Let's have a look at how this starts. 3v5, by the way, right now. That is all of Frittfall, and GG run forwards. Potato Panda and Hyper are so durable, able to hold the members at arm's length. This guy gets started. One Mikkel finally arrives late on the play, but understandably so, from base, able to deal so much damage. Even goes for a cheeky bit of extra.
And with GG cutting down Frittfall, littering the fields with their bodies and reaping what they sowed, the chem plants, they are blooming on the map, and we see more and more plants around. It also means that it's not the best kind of soul potential for Garden Gaming.
Ooh, I don't know.
But it's still decent.
Hyper loves living at that last sort of moment. You know, when you go all out on Cassante, if your last bit of HP is more valuable, that Omnivamp, that healing back, that extra damage, just goes a little bit harder. You know, we'll moan about Cassante being like on 2 in the top side, but this does allow him to go a little bit further, a little bit stronger on those all-ins. And conversely, the last thing Biscard wants is to just fall short of executing someone on Frittfall. So the Chempunk Dragon, rather, it's pretty valuable this game.
I gotta agree, and of course the shields, they won't be any less effective when you're low. So this Ivern might stop a lot from happening when Frittval wants to make a pick happen. Platings falling down. Side lanes, that's where it's at.
Well and truly into the mid game now. And let's have a look. GG coming up towards this Rift Herald. It is a little way away from spawning.
But we do see Loffe. His icon, it's changed.
It's
There's
finally
something
changed
about him. There's something in the air. As the Kane form
Rast
has arrived. Rast, of course.
Hey.
I can't believe I missed that one.
That's all right. That's all right.
prepared.
You've already mentioned you don't see a lot of Kane. I don't think anyone sees a lot of Kane in current year. Bit of a solo queue hero, but strong in this red form. Able to be tenacious, a lot of max health damage and healing. So you're able to shred tanks while being one yourself and sort of zombie your way through a fight. Interesting to see which items he goes for with that serrated Durkee. You typically associate Rust with the sort of Omnivamp and healing that comes from a Gore Drinker. No complete items left for Laffer. He can maybe teach us something new about Kane this evening.
He might. And of course, if Frittval were to pick up a couple of Drakes themselves, I feel like Kane is a champion that also thrives with the power of Chemtech.
Yes, living a bit longer, healing a bit harder. When you are just unable to be taken out. It's like having a death stance on all the time, right? You just get a little bit of extra time to play with it, and if your kit has that healing that reverses the cost, that gives you a little more effective HP.
Yeah.
Really goes the extra mile.
And if a team fight were to play out in a way where MKL gets killed early, Garden Gaming does not have the damage to deal with Loffe and Kyrie.
Even when Hyper goes all out, it's not enough to push through multiple people.
But here Biscard is going all out on Edo. Even with a flash, it's an easy kill and an outplay. Doing so well with this Akali.
That's why these mid laners pick this Akali time and time again. The laning phase is rough. You'll go down 10 CS. Laffer will find you in River. Doesn't matter. The Akali, so strong and stylish in the 1 versus 1.
Getting a little bit interrupted there, Hypa, but of course, no issue whatsoever. As, Biscard just gonna stay in the side lane. Calm gets hooked, but he should have an easy way out, unless, of course, he overstays his welcome a little bit too much. No, it seems to be fine. Kyrie also picking up the first turret of for his team. It's actually the first turret on the map. I thought that was the first turret for Frittval, but it's actually the first turret on the Rift.
T1, just
surprising.
Just under Biscard's icons, just about stands. Thought that might fall.
Oh, look at this engage though! Huge knockback from Edo. He's a little bit out of position in terms of helping out, but they did do a lot of damage. Loffe on the flank, double knockup. Potato Panda has flash out. Kyrie looking on the flank. Can Frittval find an angle here? They're positioning really well to avoid the Nautilus ultimate. Hyper trying to go in. Ultimate from Loffe means that he can go into the backline. Shiro's low. Ultimate from Omniscient. They get a kill for a kill. Here's an attempt from Biscard. Tries to reach the backline. Kyrie flashing out. It's such a close fight. Re-engage from Garden Gaming. They get another one. They get two. A double kill from Hyper as they snipe out Loffe 2 and GG. It's a close fight, but they get it after all.
Garden Gaming on the outplay. Frittval just a little too eager, a little too ambitious in the way they came forwards. This Yamu's here on Laffer dealt a lot of damage, was able to get in and combo out, but they only took down Shiro. For Garden Gaming, a well-earned win. Let's have a look how this starts off. So over the wall to the south, we've got a Scatter the Weak from Edo. That will stop Shiro where he stands, and his health bar is going to go down real fast. A bit of shielding, bit of healing does get him out. You see what Rast can offer in the Disruption. Potato Panda respectfully flashing away. Shiro comes back in and will eventually fall in chain for his depth charge, keeping Edo out of the fight. But look at Mikkel, able to hold the rest at bay, and while the True Shot Barrage finishes off Shiro, Laffer falls in trade. And it's now Mikkel's world to play in. Hyper and Potato Panda just there to help him and Biscard dash forward. Double kill for the Cassante. Takedowns left, right, and center. Garden Gaming grow their lead.
And that re-engage from Garden Gaming is just so coordinated. You could really tell that they're on the same page, and they have to be with this composition. If someone's lacking behind, being lazy is not going to work. But they're all hitting the same timer, and with that, they win a big gold lead. They win their third Drake now at Soul Point, and. Yeah, Frittfall, that was their fight. That was the opportunity they had. The start of it was beautiful for them, but it still was not enough, and that has to sow a lot of concern.
You're right, it's the pick they worked towards. They waited for the transformation. They waited for the opportunity under their mid-tier 1. That's a huge part of their map sacrificed. When you've got this Kayn, you need these deep flanking angles. You need the ability to approach unseen, and without your own mid-tier 1, that does get significantly harder. Just like Shiro is demonstrating right now, it's easy to come and get that flank vision. The transition from mid to Baron for Frithfall completely covered with the Nautilus and a series of wards. And while Calm will find a few now, they're going to lose this top tower.
They are, and yeah, they have a lot of stuff to defend. They got to stop this push if Garden Gaming continues. And Biscard, always looking for that 1v1 versus Edo. Always wants to just get that free kill. That might be the case if he positions correctly. Now Loffe has to be a little bit careful. Can go through the walls. Can use the buffed blast cones. Now, Omniscient and Calm in the thick of it. And I do think that they have to disengage her, but this is just very easy for Garden Gaming to capitalize on. Biscard is already there. It's a double kill for him, and they going straight for a 20-minute Baron. No smite contest is gonna happen.
Kira and Edo just not able to rejoin the fight. And that is unfortunate. Oh.
Well,
he's gonna make him work for it.
I mean, he's delaying his death timer. Tomorrow. He's doing this on purpose so that Omniscient will come back a little bit later. And now they're gonna chase him down. It's not gonna be. There's no way out here. He gets one more E. There comes the step back, and Biscard gets the Ezreal. And I actually think this plays out well for them. I think my joke analysis might have some merit.
No, it's 25% extra amount of time of that Baron buff. So of the 3 minutes it gives you, 40 seconds where Omniscient is just not gonna be here, not out on the map. Allows GG a nice free reset. No sort of counterplay onto mid. No way that Ezreal could be present anywhere else. Garden Gaming, 6,000 gold lead. Looking down Mikkel's items, the clutch outplay stopwatch, ready for this next fight over the Chempunk Soul. It's just going to look so good, so snazzy. The redemption coming through as well for Potato Panda. The support is there. The hyper carry is enabled. And Lafa is going to have to leave this tier 1 tower behind.
And looking more and more like the teams are playing according to their names.
Yeah, this is a real good game.
So much momentum.
He's like, side lane is impassable now for Edo. He needs to be in mid.
Yeah, and here they come. Here comes the collapse. Calm is trying to defend with Baron. They're just going on. Sharo might engage her. Mini wave stopping him from using anything but his ultimate. And they don't need to overforce here, Garden Gaming. They just need to push Calm and collect it.
Frittfall could go for a flank outside their own base. They could look for a teleport with Kira, a surprise, a flash W from the Renekton. The only setup they can maybe use to find Mikkel's Varus doesn't have cleanse, so if CC lands it will stick and they have to capitalize. Looks like the minion wave will that cannon nearly takes down the inhibitor. Not quite enough as GG retreats.
Yeah, 1 or 2 shots short there, but again, they're not on a timer here, Garden Gaming. They can recuperate. Frittfall has to go into uncharted territory to try to reclaim some resemblance of vision, because it's dark out there.
Yeah, trapped in their own base.
Yeah.
They're defending their own blue buff, oddly. The dragon will come down, and Garden Gaming just walking in right now.
Oh, they might find the Potato Panda. Of course, the shield might help him, but he never get to use it. The re-engage from Garden Gaming, bursting down Kyrie, but he's staying alive for a long time. Stopwatch use, Hyper goes in, and they're getting so much damage out of Biscard. He's just chasing down player after player after player, and this Akali just looking like he's having an absolute field day. They got a little bit at the the beginning there, Frittfall.
Yeah, they got Mickle's
Gaming too strong.
stopwatch. They got his ghost. They did not get his flash. They get the AD carry in the end. Frittfall find the objective. It's a real shame that the cost was everyone on their team's health bar, their position, their ability to play through the team fight as the Chempunk Soul comes through. That is Garden Gaming's prize. Let's have a look here. We were looking at this from Frittfall's perspective. You come in, you find the Ivan on his own. It's time to go. Unfortunately, Garden Gaming on the collapse. Biscard from the side. Mickle, maybe you could argue, overextends here. The Flash W from Kirei does find the way in, and with the low health, empowered healing, Kirei lives a long time, and despite the stopwatch, Mickle does fall, but his first death in trade gives a triple to Biscard, and the Dragon Soul to his team.
Shutdown is grabbed for Omniscient. I'm curious about his gold at the moment, because if he's gonna be the win condition here, yeah, he's at 9, almost 10,000 gold. It is behind a couple of members on the map, but at least it's something. Now Garden Gaming trying to catch out Kyrie again. It's gonna be difficult to get out, but maybe with Loffa's help they can get MKL. He does have Guardian Angel though. I know, and does he need it? Temporal.
The healing, the support. This Varus invulnerable to the efforts of Frittfall right now. I can't help but think Potato Panda was giggling away there. The redemption just instantly tops off Mickle's health from half. I think Frittfall have to come together and find a way that doesn't just have the Kane and someone locking down. We need the Varus stopped up from 100 to 0 if this pick is going to work.
Oh, Shara does catch Calm. He tries to ultimate back, but that's a one-man ultimate from the Rakan. If there's something you need, it's this X factor that the Rakan can bring out. Instead, Biscard just picks him up, and Garden Gaming pushing for inhibitors at 25 minutes. Yeah, it's gonna be incredibly hard to thwart this push. But under
back in.
they just pop Loffa.
He'd only just come back out of the pool. This Kane not being allowed to play the game. Garden Gaming, they were careful, they were measured.
And with that, they pick up Edo, pushes for the inhibitor. They get the first one, and they're just gonna go straight up towards the top turret to Kyrie, and Omniscient has to stay to try to slow this push down as much as possible, and they're doing an okay job at it. But yeah, it seems like Garden Gaming, they're being so respectful. Don't want to push a single inch further than they have to, because they know everything is in their hands.
Yeah, not in a rush. The inhibitor, if it doesn't give you that extra pushing lane, if it doesn't give you the position on the map, it's not worth handing over the gold to your opponents. 26 minutes, that gold is, it's something. It's not huge, but I think it's been clear to us, as well as Garden Gaming, that Omniscient is trying his best to rail through these side lanes, scoop up as much gold as possible, get his third, fourth item in on this Ezreal, and try and catch up. It's just not being given that opportunity by Garden right now. With the Baron respawned, they are out on the map. Kirei in this bot lane does have his teleport, but will he find a position to join his team? Garden Gaming rush forwards.
Loffa getting out in the first run, but this blast cone gives Biscard so much
it's stylish.
potential. Excellent play from Biscard, and it's just a question of time. Oh, predict from Potato Panda just makes worse even worse as they pick up 6th kill on Loffa. If it's one thing Garden Gaming has been doing well this game, it's shutting down this X-Factor lock-in from Frittfall. It didn't look like it had any merit. It just looked like an easy way for Garden Gaming to outplay their opponents, and they have really been outplaying.
Yeah, the hot potato reads Laffa like a book, and this is a player we've seen succeed in Frittfall's 2 victories so far. The Baron goes over, it's not even a highlight. Let's watch Biscard's style on Frittfall in their own base.
Frittfall in a desperation. Kyrie is in the side lane, tries to back off now. Inhibitor's gonna fall in the meantime, while Garden Gaming might be looking for the final push of this game. Super minions in the base. Inhibitor going down to Hypa, and Frittfall, they're mounting their final defense.
The last hope, the last chance. This Ezreal firing away on the side. He knows every minion, every Q that lands on a champion is damage.
Looking from Shiro. He has to flash out. Here comes Calm. This is going to be important. He does lock down Hyper, who goes down quickly. 1-for-1 now, but MKL and Biscard doing so much damage, but Biscard goes down. Has FF managed to hold? MKL still alive. Guardian Angel still available, but they have a decent amount of minions. Shiro looking for a hook. Potato Panda looking for a root. And together they might burst someone down from Fritfall. They do catch Kyrie. Here comes the damage follow-up. He is low, but the shield keeps him alive. No, it does not. MKL does too much. Loffe tries to stay alive with his ultimate. Shiro low, but it's not the target to take down when the hook is perfectly timed. Minions bursting down. The last Nexus turret, and Omniscient has to run with his tail between his legs as GG are making the game look so simple. Looking like it's so easy to play against Kane. And in 29 minutes, they have absolutely dominated Fritfall.
Congratulations, Denmark. That was an absolute clinic. 8-31 destruction from Garden Gaming. Well and truly overgrown over that game. And it was so hard. I think Kane in competitive, like, Lafayette, I hate to pin this on you, but it's because you looked so freaking good yesterday. Was it yesterday? Previous Group B day, which I think was yesterday. And it was incredible the way this jungler just outplayed and did all these things. And on the Kane, you can sometimes pigeonhole yourself. You can sometimes, in the pursuit of 1v5ing, not make it there and not be able to express yourself on the map. And I feel like that's what happened today.
You could tell that Garden Gaming were aware of his potential through draft, through how they played in the game. He was going to be shut down. That was the goal of Garden Gaming, and wow, they succeeded in the most extreme of ways. Yeah, very well played as a team, and you can tell that this Kane is going to be hard to play in this level of League of Legends.
Yeah, and it's like props to Garden Gaming as well, because if you don't execute the stay away from Kane strategy very well and like moderate your own jungle there, you give it up, and the Kane just 1v5s, and it's an absolute machine. Once transformed, especially if it's around the 12-minute mark into an objective play that you've pushed your opponents off of by having the Kane present nearby in a lane nearby, then the Kane snowballs out of control and it ricochets around the map. Everyone dies. Measured performance from Garden Gaming gets them through here. Fantastic victory.
And very well deserved. They still have the possibility here, Fritfall, to no, do they have? Yeah, they do still have the chance to get through.
Yeah, 2-1. They've got games in hand. Have Fritfall.
They have to beat both Chaos and Epic Avalanche though to make it through. If they go 3-3 alongside Garden Gaming, then of course Garden Gaming has this game ahead of them. The tiebreaker goes in there. They have to beat some harsh opponents. Epic Avalanche has not been any slumps, and Chaos looking to perfect their record, looking to go 0 loss in Group B. So yeah, it is definitely it's definitely a little bit of a climb, but Chaos has shown to be a little bit of a team that can either thrive or look a little bit sketchy. So everything can still happen for a Fritfall. They looked really good yesterday, but let's hope for their sakes that this game is not an indication that they have been found out in this regional promotional series, because Hyper, no, not Hyper. I went black. Jungler.
Lafayette.
Loffe, yes. Loffe looked so good yesterday, got targeted today, and it looked like a completely different team from yesterday. So yeah, we're gonna have to see how they're doing, but we still do have other games today, of course, that we are excited to check out. And talking about Epic Avalanche, we'll get to see them match up versus Tempest Gaming in the next setup. Tempest, of course, looking to avenge their
bounce
yesterday.
back. Let's not talk about Group B Day 2. That was a tough time. 2-2 at the moment, and plenty to play for versus Avalanche. We're going to kick it to a quick break. We'll see you back soon. Maybe in celebration of the UK and Ireland being back, stick your kettle on, and we'll be back with some fantastic games in a few minutes.
And welcome back to NLC Regional Promotional Series, where we just saw Garden Gaming absolutely mow the lawn with Fritt Fall. And with that, taking a great
I
step
love that.
towards the playoffs. It's still up in the air, though. We have some deciding
Got
games.
some stuff to figure out.
Yeah, but it's mostly gonna be in, if I've done my math correctly, it's going to be in here and there. It's still a little up in the air, but of course, Fritt Fall having 2 games on Wednesday will be important.
Very important.
Now,
It's
though,
also,
yeah.
also like, Chaos and Epic being able to finish out their games. We'll finally see the measure of them all together.
Yeah, and we do also have a lot of honor on the line because Tempest Gaming, they had, what can I say, an abysmal day yesterday regarding their what people were thinking about them ahead of time. Of course, I never doubted, and the Chaos picking up the win in the game of the week, I would say.
It was a match of all time. It was a match of all time.
And what an entertaining one. I mean, maybe that was a little bit of a stomp. The one before was actually a little more contested, but now they are looking to get the win back. They're looking to even out the so-called score because they're still they're already in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you overestimate Tempest Gaming and their 2-2 record.
Of course, I'm mistaken. Like, there's so much up in the air. I've tried to math it out, and that's where I was unsure.
No, it's good.
You're right. Because this game extremely important for Tempest Gaming.
Tempest kind of like fell on their own sword yesterday. A little too lost in the sauce, I feel. And when you do like go that extra mile and try and really style on the map, sometimes you can trip over your own feet. So looking then to go back to fundamentals today, Bear Tree didn't have a single good lane for one reason or another. Tempest topside really struggled. Their bot lane couldn't get going. It was a real struggle. Kusai, while he had some decent performances, isolated. You can't 1v5 at this level of play. We are too good. These are Grandmaster, these are Challenger players. These are teams that have played an entire regional league split to warm up for this tournament, to qualify to this position. The level of competition is high, and mistakes are brutal and swiftly punished.
Very much the case. The Finnish first seed wanting now to go up against Tempest Gaming, the first seed of the UK. It's gonna be a hard-fought match, and there are so many teams right now that have the potential to go 3-2 in the group. And the listing is Garden Gaming already there. Epic Avalanche can make 3-2. Tempest Gaming can make 3-2, and Fritt Fall can make 3-2. So it is a tiebreaker potential here that's pretty huge. But of course, not all of the teams can get the tiebreaker at the same time. There's a lot to be said, and I'm not even going to look too deep into it because the games are going to be played. The games are important in one way or another, if it's for your own team or someone else's. And you do also want to think about the big thing we've been seeing this entire tournament. One of the reasons I'm so excited to cast this and just follow the tournament, and that is the regional rivalries. Because you cannot have a Finnish team beat a UK team. That's impossible. It's not. Let's see Epic Avalanche versus Tempest. Draft this on.
I see you over there in chat, Duckling, cheering on Epic Avalanche, and let me tell you what the Storm is going to do to Epic Avalanche. It's going to absolutely crush this team. And that's, complete UK and Irish bias. I'm afraid you're going to have to live with it. The Rel ban away. Buzzy has not been allowed to play this Engage champion in this tournament. In our playoffs, he sneakily managed to get Rel every single game and looked absolutely incredible. So his best champion banned away. No shock. Nico was big for Rasmus yesterday. We had a little bit of a Nico meta developing Group B. Glad to see it continue.
But yeah, it was Nico can be absolutely huge, and you do see how Tempest could play around it, even though it didn't really come to proper fruition.
It wasn't as cool as Chaos. Was it Chaos?
Oh, Reflect. I mean,
It's an
getting that,
absolute clinic.
I can talk about this all day. Getting that freaking Chemtech map and then blast coning over the wall, getting that huge knock on that. The jungle Nico just looks so fun. Gwen also banned out, same with Kalista, and that means a couple of powerful options. Of course, always still on the board. Varus, no surprise.
Yeah, with the Gwen ban, that's Epic Avalanche leaning towards some heavy carries and then slamming an Ornn in, probably on blue 3. We'll see what Carlox is given at that point. The 2v2 overcome against the Varus now quite difficult. Maybe Scream will lean into the Sivir. His Draven is also open. And while we didn't see a great game on it yesterday, he is such a fantastic player.
Picks up a LeBlanc early.
We saw this yesterday, and I don't know, guys. Are you sure?
I mean, he seemed sure as he goes for an assassin early in the draft in the mid lane, and of course there might be some attempts at baiting in different champions. If they're picking up Kai'Sa here too, then we're looking at okay, they go over to the Jinx instead. I was thinking, yeah, if it's almost like you have to go Nocturne beforehand because you really want to have the dive buddies coming in. Though there are other options for in the jungle, like Jarvan's still open, so.
Yeah, Jarvan, Maokai, Nocturne, everything that makes this Varus sweat is available and ready for Tempest Gaming. We know they play it. They've played it throughout this season. And while we have had to swap out in the jungle, it's no longer Dunlozi, it's Rasmus. I can't imagine Rasmus is above trying to absolutely ruin his enemy AD carries day. The Vi coming through will allow that depth charge like single target access onto the Jinx and will fight well against any tank. Lissandra to 2v2 around mid. It's pretty exciting and it should beat the LeBlanc out.
Single target lockdown from Epic Avalanche is starting to pile up. And they have to find some way to defend this. A Jinx is always going to be very vulnerable in these kinds of comps. It's going to be difficult to find a way out.
I wouldn't mind a Lulu right here.
Oh, that's an excellent way to do it. It's a QSS in champion form.
It's alright. If it's picked up by the Lissandra, it's as good as useless, which is a little unfortunate. But we'll see what Buzzy's been cooking. He has been a catfish into wherever he has gone by. So it is good for getting the Jinx out of trouble. Doesn't peel itself so well against stuff like the Vi. I couldn't help but think a Lulu would do the same job but better. And from a safe, like you can't pick me angle. Karma, another beneficiary of yesterday's meta involvements in Group B. You know, we saw Karma tops multiple games. We saw Nico jungles.
Were you not aware of the Karma top?
I was
the
aware,
Nordic
but
not
like...
aware of Karma top? I'm gonna gloat for the rest of my life tomorrow.
No,
I'm
dude,
having so much fun.
That was a scene of all scenes. Yesterday's VODs are available on this Twitch channel, and I'm sure they'll appear everywhere.
Enjoy.
That's your ERL replays up here. Ash coming through, so that is hinting that maybe this Tahm Kench is a bit of a flex. Maybe. Because, you know, Ash into Kench, you take some damage, but you're right, you've got that Ash arrow, you've got a big old health bar. Kench will sponge every single one, so what's the issue? If you move on to a range support and you send that Tahm Kench top, if we summon no Arm Watley into this game and we channel his spirit into Bear Tree, that may well be a Frog heading to the top lane and the flex is maintained. Let's see what Epic Avalanche go for as Rasmus is Lee Sin. It's very exciting. Is it enough to pull this composition together?
Very much so, and another champion that can join in the backline. A lot of Epic Avalanche's champions want to go forward. Now he does have the potential peel from Renata Glass, but also not the easiest hostile takeover angles because there's so much mobility in both Lee Sin and LeBlanc. So it's not going to be as easy to pick that up, but they have so much CC, and they go for a Camille too. They have so much lockdown. Aatrox hover. I still think this is support. I think they're scared of Ashe support being another way of getting long range lockdown that they can follow up with stacking. He's hovering through the top laners. Maybe this is just him playing with us.
I saw that earlier, and you know you want it. Get that locked in. Gangplank would be decent. A little bit of a reach in the 1v1. That's more like it. It's got to be damage. It's got to be exciting, I think, for Bear Tree. That's where he's played his best League of Legends. When you can be valuable to the team, but you've also got to absolutely smash lane. It was his vulnerability yesterday, and this Renekton into Camille should be able to command the early levels and then provide the threat to the flash slice later.
And yeah, draft has gone through, and we got a spicy one. I mean, the amount of crowd control on Epic Avalanche, it's
Severe.
something to be in awe of. There's just so much. And they've gone for this Tom Kench as an attempt to counter it. They have the possibility to avoid a lot of it with some of the more mobile champions, but then Scream. Let's hope he's not left screaming when Epic Avalanche comes rolling down the hill trying to catch him out. But he's gonna have a hard job. I think he's gotta go cleanse here as a support. And there might even be a world when the QSS also has to be picked up by Scream. But then again, they need the damage. Sustained damage, so he might not have the monetary room to do it.
Yeah, I kind of like where Epic have gone with this composition. They do need some CC to land, but then it's a more traditional Renata ult, like when we saw on her release, that instead of just being like, the Tryndamere has ran into me, I'll now ult him and then play it back. Instead, you're setting up some CC and you're going the extra mile to make sure Renata goes on top, extends that duration, arguably is what it's better for these days, just to hold someone still for a second longer, because the damage background was absolutely nerfed into the ground. And then on top of the Chains of Corruption, on top of the Glacial Tomb, you buy an extra few seconds that you can hold this Jinx at bay, you can prevent a reset. And Epic Avalanche's composition, really intriguing for me. I'm quite excited to see where this goes.
There's just so little room for activities for Tempest Gaming. I almost said Temporal Gaming, but we'll let that one stick actually. But with this setup, it's obviously that you gotta sit properly in your seat as Scream. You gotta have your
audience.
We gotta be 240, and yeah,
it's time for some good ergonomic posture, because otherwise this game is just going to be an absolute stress fest.
Let's work it. And yeah, I mean, we're ready for it. I think both Epic Avalanche and Tempest Gaming are set up for an absolute banger. The last game of the day was a little bit of a stomp. This one is just so important for everyone involved. And we know a lot of teams are looking from the sidelines. Fritzfall, Garden Gaming, they're both eyes peeled on this match. Because if they get Tempest Gaming out of the running, yeah, that would be huge for them.
Makes it really much easier. I saw a few people in chat. I see you, Potato Panda. Suddenly, Epic Avalanche fans everywhere. They spawn in. And it would make the run so much easier for Garden.
Finland has never felt as supported as they do in this day. They're a little bit out there, you know. It's just Thousand Lakes. They got their Swanas, and we got some decent League of Legends team. They've been doing okay-ish in this tournament, and now they have all eyes on them against the first seed of the UK, who now also has a lot of scrutiny. If they were to fall out of the table, that would be a failure in their book.
It really would, and it would only be their third true loss of the season. This team does not drop games. They dropped one game to Ruddy, where Ruddy had a huge draft surprise. They dropped one game to sending Battery bottom, and I'm not talking about that because it's not real. And they dropped 2 games yesterday. That's it. Over the 30-40 games in a season of UK playoffs, this tournament so far, this team rocks a 90%, give or take, because this math is all in my head, win rate. Game by game. Comes to series untouched since their inception. Tempest Gaming really have a lot to prove to keep their streak going.
And I do notice that Scream has gone for the cleanse while Bussy has the heal. And there are some things. Okay, Bussy walking into to Epic Avalanche. He's not that tanky just yet, but Epic Avalanche, they have to scram. Get follow there, Mursa, and this invade has just been easy for TPG to act on. They get a 1 back, a Scream falls, 1 for 1 for the moment. I don't think we'll see any additional ones. Might be a chance to catch the LeBlanc here, but Yeah, he's trying to find a way out. I didn't even realize they were on the wrong side of each other. This is an absolute cluster. Kusei is stuck. Which one is the real one? They went for the wrong one there, EA, but the chase from Carvox forces the flash. And Rasmus, so low, flash for flash. And do we have any flashes left even? 1-for-1 kill and a very exciting early game. And it lasts for so long that the health bar is going to be low. Even as we get a re-engage from Tempest. They catch out VL. Eru also has to run. And this is going to be so difficult without the flash. Maybe the jungler can help them out. Rasmus doesn't really dare as they run back to the lane, scared of what awaits in the jungle. 2-for-1 for TPG. They have a 500 gold lead, but the lopsidedness when it comes to health bars is just immense.
I am in awe of this level 1. I thought Tempest, you've done it. And I thought Tempest, you've overextended and you've blown it. And somehow, with that cute, I'm going to call that cute. That was a cheeky pick.
Oh, they do catch Kusei in the mid lane. He... Huh? How short is that cooldown?
We love the clone cooldown only being 20 odd seconds. Kusai just dips off the map long enough to dissuade Rauhan Toma from committing to the all-in. I love to see Vaya on the map early, burning flashes. It was a big reason they were able to pick off Scream in that trade and dive in from Buzzy.
Gets poked out, but looking a little bit stuck here, Buzzy. Takes a decent amount of damage, but manages to just walk on out of there. And we did get a little bit of a goal check. Oh, we gotta watch it. It's just constant fighting. Mercer low, tries to get out, but gets rooted anyways. Is there enough damage from LeBlanc? Cooldowns down. Q. Just not enough. Mercer stays alive, but just barely and without teleport.
Yeah, tough shake for the Lissandra there in lane. Normally you've got to hold this defensive position, and the trouble with defense in League of Legends is you've got to absolutely maintain it. You've got to hold on to it. That position has to be absolute, else you slip and your opponent controls the matchup that all of a sudden you'd picked into. And Kusai with this early round LeBlanc criticized it in draft, but it is holding everything together for Tempest right now. The glue on that early game invade, the multiple chains, and now evading ganks mid and turning it back around, applying that pressure to Mercer, an experienced player in the EMEA regional leagues, played plenty in NLC Division 1 and looks strong doing it. Now facing up against the best of Tunisia, Kusai's putting on an absolute show for us.
It's already been so entertaining, and it doesn't look to be slowing down. Mercer back in lane, but Rasmus already there, standing on control ward, knows he's safe for the moment. Has to time his claw correctly to get back out. Here comes the attempt. Root does land. Is the damage enough this time? It looks like it. Another kill for the mid laner of TPG.
A shutout by Kusai. It gets stronger, it gets worse every wave. Mercer should have called his jungler to get that wave in. That was too many creeps in the lane at once. It allows you the 2v2, sure, but Rantalma has to be down there. Kusai calls in Rasmus, and together they overcome the minion damage advantage. They hold that freeze in front of the tower. Looks like Kusai's pushed it in to get himself a base, so it will be some extra gold over to Mercer, but he's still playing catch up on this Lissandra.
Very much is, and of course the Lissandra will have a certain amount of impact no matter what, and they do have a decent amount of damage, but he doesn't want to get too far behind this LeBlanc anyways. We don't have too much time to talk because Tempest, they're looking for another play in the bot lane. Scream looking in the jungle, but Rauhan Tamar is nearby. Peels off. Was he still waiting? Scream is a bait. Do Epic Avalanche realize? The jungler is on Drake, and now the Tom Kench is behind. The mana is low on VL. Here comes the attempt. But he misses the knockup. Air is still low, gets slowed, but disengages the Tom Kench. And that looked a little bit too... Rasmus just walks past, doesn't know that the Drake is getting down. If it spots it,
he avoided the sigil.
Slide it out.
He avoided
but no,
the
it goes down.
Crab. Yeah, they'll get it. Solo XP over to the Vi as well, you know. Normally we say, Dragon slows you down, but if there's no camps on that side of the map, getting that isolated experience does get you ahead. Carvox here is a level down. Bear Tree holds his ult. Has a flash advantage as well. Should probably be taking that trade, avoiding that W and getting up in Carvox's grill. a little more confidently after seeing that dragon taken. Oh boy. Tension, tension, the name of the game, Dog Sledder.
Absolutely. And I gotta say, Epic Avalanche, they're happy about getting this Drake. It's stats sorely needed, and they don't get contested by it. Still a CS lead too for Rahan Tomar. Of course, he's spending a little bit more time ganking Rasmus, and he had to back level 1 after the invade attempt, while his opponent did not. Did have a little bit more tempo with the longsword in the jungle. But it doesn't even out the fact that the goal lead in the mid lane is pretty immense. And the Scream also sitting on that kill means that he has decent control in the bot lane.
Yeah, started off 500 heavy, so the Varus's sort of lane dominating style is just keeping him even against a Jinx that was gifted early game. Presence
Julie in the top lane. Carwalk's trying to kite it up, but look, so damage from the Renekton, but just goes back in. Is the true damage gonna be enough? No! Again, the health bar is so low. The Bear Tree is staying in the lane though. Rahan Tomar is nearby. Can he find a proper punch to the Crocodile's face? I'm looking excitedly on the minimap, but it looks like the timer is out. The ward did know what was up, and he finds his way out. Does mean, though, that he loses Flash, still doesn't have his teleport, and the wave is going to crash.
Merza has teleport to attend this. No way. No way, Rasmus. No way. That Lee syndrome. Dangerous disease.
Absolutely, and it's not afflicted yet. Here comes the rest of Tempest. You just secure the red buff. BL can't step up to try to snipe it out.
Yeah, they expended Kusai's priority in mid there, so it will sort of re-equivalate, but with Merza just burning his TP to get back out on the map to achieve a position for this Rift Herald. It was actually plates over onto Scream there, and this Jinx, a continual sort of growing threat throughout the game, who now, with a LeBlanc, with a Renekton, has great setup for that first takedown, that first reset. We're likely to see some real Jinx gaming this game, some absolutely hilarious arcane movements, Dog Sledder.
Hilarious, just
that
like
was
the
a
show
throwback, wasn't
Arcane.
it?
I remember laughing my ass off during that show. We'll see how the top lane are going to go out.
Jinx, my favorite character from Arcane.
Do they have the damage to burst him out? No ultimate available. Knockup is there. They got a kill back, finally punishing the top laner of Tempest. But, of course, Tempest is going to try to punish back. Rasmus available on a ward. The info is there from Epic Avalanche, but Kusei joining in. There are 4 members, but they're not really going for it.
They should be able to wait around for this wave. It looks like Kusai is just willing to get out of there. Tempest in the cross map do get the plates after my actual favorite character from Arcane, Vi, executes a fantastic top lane dive. Getting Bear Tree between his flash, between his ultimate, does make him vulnerable. Every time we say Camille loses this lane, you do have to remember she just gets an extra summoner spell. The Ignite, more than enough, even though it's not used this time, to keep up with Bear Tree. That CS lead reversed now. Epic Avalanche, they're starting to build a snowball. They're starting to bring that gold lead back into frame.
Contrary to some other games we've seen today, Tempest does have champions that can. No, that was not the point. Does have champions that can contest a Camille in the side lane. But if this Camille gets too far ahead, it might be a win condition for Epic Avalanche. Can melt towers with her reproc Sheen true damage.
Absolute threat on the sides, just being able to wander between a champion, between a tower, and say, "Oh, I'm going to hit something." On such short cooldowns, such high ability to move in and out, just like this LeBlanc. It really puts on a lot of threat, and with a level lead now, Bear Tree only on a Phage, something that's not directly combat effective, only heals 3 or 4 health per second generally, because it is a percentage over a few seconds. Would have preferred to see him on something like the Iron Spike Whip that synergizes much better with Renekton, but to get that, you have to buy the pickaxe, you have to have those bigger components. Carwalks has been what's kept him off those.
Now, Rasmus getting an attempt at the Drake himself. I don't think there will be a contest from Epic Avalanche. Yeah, and I gotta say, Scream just looking so good. He's gotten so many platings. He has farmed well. Oh, here comes attempt! That was actually pretty close from VL. Just half a second late at firing that off. Might have worked.
Almost a Gumayushi moment that empowered piercing arrow. There's so much damage to objectives that are low that have that percentage missing health. Light stacks or not. A moment of panic. But yeah, I think with Mirza back in base there, Tempest really confident going for the objective. And look at the wards around that dragon. 5 points. So no matter which way Epic Avalanche roll down the hill, it would always be spotted out.
I don't know what they're trying to summon, but I think that's for the next preseason. Now let's see the gang top lane. Rasmus is joining in, but maybe Bertie will go down beforehand. The kick does make Rathamar take a tower shot, and he gets out just barely. Another win for Epic Avalanche on the top side.
Yeah, in the clutch moment to moment, I think Rauhan Thomas triumph, the only thing that kept him alive.
Jinx rocket, it's flying at full pace towards Rathamar. Is it gonna hit? No! Just wide.
Just a little bit to the north there. Scream keeping his eye out on the map for any freebies. Won't quite nail it this time. And you know, you can just fire that Jinx ult off whenever if you don't have the immediate objective to play for. Mirza just running away from mid now, and I can't help but think Tempest's control of this mid lane, despite slipping in the top lane slightly. A great sign that they're continuing to play from their strengths from yesterday and grow through their bot lane.
Look at the damage coming out of Carvox, just melting through Beatrice. He does not have the healing to keep up with this. And it's just constantly pushed in. Camille also having a lot of good options when it comes to disengaging, as long as you don't get stunned down by the Renekton W. So he can push with a little fear of getting caught out by Rasmus. Rasmus being on the bot lane. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of a moniker of the Renekton-Camille matchup. If the Camille can just do this from range and the Renekton can't W backwards, it's so hard. Normally, as you're aggressing as Renekton, you want to pull the Camille out of her hook shot. You want to see it connect on the wall, stun her there, remove all movement options. Beatrice under his tower, it's just stuck for the ability to do any of this higher execution 1v1 that defines Renekton's normal early game advantage.
And just so important for Epic Avalanche to have that potential. And I didn't even notice the fact that there was a gold lead for Tempest at one point. Let's follow this fight first, because it's coming up for a gank. Beatrice already chunked down, teleport in from Mersa. Tries to engage on the LeBlanc, but gets a little bit caught on the tower. Needs to try to get out again, but the follow-up from Mersa is good. They stun down the Renekton. Can Kosei peel for his top laner. Here comes the Vi, and with enough damage to maybe take a bolt, but just so low still. Kosei does they still take the aggro. Jinx rocket hits, and it's a kill for a kill. Still a fight to be had as Rasmus is joining in. Carvox and Mersa might be overstaying here, but there they see the Lee Sin. They try to go on Beatrice, but the peel is good. The tower hits. The shutdown goes for Rasmus as he's chasing down the Lissandra. Flash out, but what an immense counterplay from Tempest.
Rasmus on the reversal. He's going to continue pushing this forward. He's going to invite Mercer's unforced error. Doesn't have the flash of his own. The ward jump is available. He's going to look for something creative here over the wall, no doubt.
Good damage from Mercer, but here comes the re-attempt. So low, Beatrice. How low can the health bar get? Dodge from Mercer. It's probably over. But meanwhile, bot lane's happening. Flash up from VL. That's a good ultimate from Eru, but the follow-up is not going to be there. Luckily for them, Kosei does not kill his own team. His ultimate does manage to dissuade Rathamar from going in.
A surprise there in the top side. We've been going so long, Dog Slayer, that the Vi had played out a fight, redove, died, waited a full respawn time up, walked the 40 seconds back to that position at topside, and continued onwards. VL, not escaping Kusai as he teleports back out onto the map. Yeah, nowhere is safe from
gets
this LeBlanc.
Excited. The attack speed means that it can pick up a first turret before
another
to get in here. Another attempt from the root just doesn't go through. Very well peeled for himself there, Eri, but another attempt gets dissuaded. Eri's out. I do think, at least. Kosei might be greedier than I would be in this situation. He's waiting in the bush.
Oh, no way, no way, no way.
No, he goes back in. Oh, this one forces a flash, gets a kill. Tower goes down top, but that is just good patience from the LeBlanc player.
Kusai has looked so incredible on this champion, keeps finding these niche plays, and while that's a deep Rift Herald and Tempest are bleeding infrastructure,
Yeah,
they've got to
just
have smiles
take
on their
this threat.
faces.
Oh, Bussy is here though. Can they manage to take him down? The CC might just be what they need. Chop! There goes the Camille. Is there any way out? He has no help. Goes hard on Beatrice though. Ultimate might just keep him alive. Here comes the knock-up. No! Dodge out! Goes back in! Dodges the tongue! And Carrox grabs the turret and gets out again. Amazing play from Epic Avalanche's the top laner, but we're not done just yet. The Drake fight gets a kill from Ursa. They're trying to follow up. Ults himself, keeps him alive. Teleport in. Rasmus going down to the arrow of the VL. Here comes Beatrice. Might get a kill back. The dragon goes to Epic Avalanche. Stays alive a little longer with the Renata W. But now the Scream is kiting so well, but gets bursted down by the Vi. Beatrice in trouble. Getting auto by VL, but the dodge out might be enough. No! Because the punch from Rauthamar means that it's Epic Avalanche that comes out on top.
In the extended fight, an absolute mess. Everyone from top ends up in bot. Carwox buys so much with his pressure in that top side. The Tom Kench ultimate, everything out of Beatrice, lost once again. And despite teleporting down, Kusai getting picked out at the start of the fight is too much. Scream did pick up multiple takedowns as eventually Renata's respawn targets did fall, delaying that hyper mode from the Jinx. It's not quite enough for Tempest as Epic Avalanche's Vi. Rauhan Talmar is enforcing his position across the Rift. 4-1 and 4. So strong right now.
Yeah, just doing so well here, Epic Avalanche, and they were behind in the early game, but just climbing step by step up their own kind of mountain. And if this snowball becomes too big, it's just one little push, and they'll roll over Tempest. But it's still definitely a game. The margins here are paper thin, Temporal.
It's all on that knife's edge, an icy cliff, in the middle of a storm. So hard to hold on to, so hard to quantify. Mirza
Gets
gotta
out.
Be careful. Keeps getting chipped away at like that. The LeBlanc has the motion, has the ability to just keep doing that from so far away. Wouldn't mind seeing a QSS on this LeBlanc. Carwox should be able to walk away from this. His hook shot just allows him to completely get out of danger. And yeah, the LeBlanc, the pick target now. Kusai, a huge target on his back. It's enough to take him out early before he's able to set up for Scream. And that's the way Epic Avalanche are going to continue this snowball rolling forwards. The Jinx, the Infinity Edge is through. It's a huge amount of damage, but it has to be set up for it. It has to be made enough.
And they have the crowd control to do it, Epic Avalanche. One misstep from Tempest. And yeah, their important champions will just be locked down, bursted out, and removed from the map. And that's just the time they need. Carwox, of course, still in the side lane. He can teleport in, but hasn't been a need for it. He's keeping on taking down turrets. They've taken down 4 turrets here pre-20 minutes, Epic Avalanche, while Tempest has only gotten a single one.
Yeah, and that bot lane was the 2v2 power through from Screen. Jinx able to shred through so fast with that minigun. Baron spawning. Epic Avalanche have taken up the side and look to control the vision. We're going to go all the way down to 2 wards. Holding on for a teleport flank from Carwox or 1 extra around the vision. Dozzy and Krasmus are here, but stepping forwards into this Vi, so difficult. Can do it step by step. Use the Sonic Wave to check it out.
Is this a proper Baron start? No, just area.
That's a tag.
Just tells the Baron, hey, stop attacking my jungler. He's just dashing through here. It wasn't real, and I didn't think that would be ill-advised. Now they're stepping up a little more against Epic Avalanche, but there's a lot of Tempest members here. Maybe not the right ones to get a pick. Erasmus just dodges out, and we set up for another macro play because they want to force out they want to force Tempest's hand here.
Yeah, they do. That advantage in the bottom lane, in the 1 versus 1, means that Tempest have a tough time. They can send someone down there, but then they can't teleport back up unless they commit all of Kusai.
No. That was attempt at poke, but you saw the trigger finger ready there from Mersa. Instantly pops the LeBlanc, and now they can set up for a Baron, and they don't even have to complete it. This is just putting Tempest in such a difficult position. Now, as long as they don't overstep her Epic Avalanche, Bussy on the flank, Scream 2. There comes double teleport. GPG has stepped up far enough that this play might happen. Mersa goes on. No, they go on to Rasmus with Carvox, but he gets kicked out. I gotta say, Tempest doing really well at staying alive in this situation.
Yeah, I think Muzz is back. Maybe a bit premature. Maybe got himself a nice item completion or something to help in that Baron fight. Oh, it's the stopwatch. He went back for the stopwatch. Makes sense. But with all teleports except Kusai's committed, I'm not sure how much of a win that is for Epic Avalanche. They'll get themselves onto Soul Point, but I think Tempest are going to call the bluff. They're running at this Baron.
Do they have the tempo to do it? Kusai is gonna be playing a little bit of... No, they're not going for it. No way. They're just pushing out the side lanes. They know they can buy themselves a little bit of time, but top lane tower is... it's standing gold, but also Epic Avalanche being on the Soul Point. Wow, Kusai has to flash. That's pretty unforced. Does he really want to try to take the full fight versus Carvox? He's been so strong.
2 items apiece. The LeBlanc winning that is hard. It is on the execution to miss the hookshot, miss Hextech Ultimatum, which is only now just coming back off of cooldown. Else Kusai would have likely been a little more careful. The LeBlanc's bluff has well and truly been called in these last few minutes. Merza just standing in the middle of his teammates, and as soon as the LeBlanc appears, she's stuck in that massive icicle. Unable to move, unable to freely be the menace Kusai has been across the map.
And we gotta remember, we gotta look back at draft. Because, Tempest, they picked up this LeBlanc first lock-in. And now we see the amount of CC that Epic Avalanche picked up had made it so hard for him to play this phase of the game. Now, waiting in a bush. Do you want to take this fight? Here comes Rasmus. It's 1v2. Another attempt. A lot of damage coming before he's even aware. They might be able to do it. Do you pick the right target at Corvox? No, he tries to go on the retreat. Drinks Rocket goes wide. But he's doing so much damage, but they get him! They get Corvox! That's such an important pick for Tempest.
Epic Avalanche are racing towards the Baron now, trying to get something cross-map, but it's too little too late. Epic Avalanche picked off in the side lane. Carvox's ego a little too much. Seeing your enemy jungler who can't possibly take you 1v1 run towards you has to be a warning sign. Not respected. And Kusai, once again, the linchpin around which Tempest's storm spins, as he buys them a few more vital minutes to keep scaling.
Stepping up, getting some control around the Baron again here, Tempest. Their momentum has gotten a little bit recuperated. Buying the time that they needed. But we also know that, EA, they're looking for these pickoffs. One member stepping a little bit too far off. You don't have the luxury as Tempest.
Yeah, even with the Tom Kench being rescued, still has you in a relatively precarious position. The shield not enough to play through any small unit fights. The positioning of the Tom Kench also crucial. Do love that he's got his Righteous Virtue through now as well. Kusai not again.
Again picked up. Look at the crowd control! And he's trying to be patient there, Kusai. He's trying to play it slow, but the Epic Avalanche, they're inside his head right now. They've started the Baron. It's going down quickly. Rasmus is around the corner. They've not done their homework when it comes to vision here. Epic Avalanche might be punished, but Carvox goes hard on Bussy. Lots of damage coming out from Scream. He's doing so much. Beatrice is low, but they managed to buy some time. Flash forward from Eru. It does not work. Tempest, how are they still around? Teleport back teleport might be a case from Beatrice.
The cleanse there to prevent the handshake, to prevent the AD carry from being forced forward. Scream holds his ground, and with his third item complete, Jinx, such a force of nature out on the Rift. The Runons allowing him to hit all of Epic Avalanche all at once. He's going to stall this rolling snowball just a little bit longer. Kusai taken down, but the capitalization, the conversion, the Baron not taken.
And of course, more contention to come, because that's just posturing around the Baron. But now we have a Soul on the board. 1 minute till Ocean, Drake, and sitting pretty on 3 of them. Epic Avalanche. They'd love to grab it. They know they can extend the fight long enough to that healing to have a proper effect. So yeah, there's 2 places for Tempest to look out for. Don't know if they even want to go for a trade. That'll be dangerous.
They're kind of forced towards the dragon, the incredible power of the Ocean Soul, since all souls were buffed. In combat, in scrappy fights like this, where you need to recover from an instant moment of being Lissandra altered, incredibly valuable.
It is. Kusei, far away, roaming down. 20 seconds. Lane Pro in the mid lane. It's the first setup, and of course, as should be, Epic Avalanche their first into the river.
That's what they're using the gold leaf for. Kusai, once again, just appearing a shadow and a mirror image in front of Epic Avalanche, inviting it almost. Come on, throw your ultimates at me.
Hits the Q there, Rathathmar. Flash out from Buzzy. Half his HP bar gone. Also taking a decent amount of damage. Ult from Jinx too, just to soften up this Lissandra. The Drake has started, but Tempest, they should know. They should try to find a way in. They're split up enough to maybe make this fight good. It's a pick-up from Rasmus. Ult defensively. Good ultimate from Eru. The Drake goes towards Epic Avalanche, but if the fight goes to TPG, then maybe VL is taken down. The next knockup is good from Tempest. They get the shutdown on VL. The Scream is still alive, but no! He gets chased down by Carvox, who's just reigning supreme. Can they find a way out? Lissandra joins in, gets a stun on the LeBlanc, but still, they get a kill back. 3, 4 is the case right now. Only Rasmus left. That is not enough of a contention for a consolation prize when Epic Avalanche gets the Soul.
Tempest Gaming kept the members of EA at range, even though Buzzy has to pop his second skin, even though he's slightly out of the fight. Watch Kusai is trying to get any advantage. Houtoman starts off. Mirza gets away with absolute crimes here. I think a few more pixels for that Jinx rocket to accelerate to phase 2. He would have likely fallen. Rasmus keeps Ilu and Mirza out of the fight here, but this is a Mirza you've already chunked. This is a target that doesn't offer anything more. Beartree and the boys get in front, but with no smite to steal, they are left out to dry. They do not have the damage to play through. A lack of vision means that only VL falls. Scream, no match for Carvox at this stage. The Camille needs so much peel to stop her taking out this AD carry and assassinating Tempest Gaming's hopes.
And you can see how extended these fights are. You can see how long they're lasting. This Soul is going to be huge for Epic Avalanche. And yeah, they're only 2.5k above their opposition, but they're looking so strong. Tempest, their tournament life on the line here. They're 2-2. A 2-3 will not take them through because of how the rest of the games are set up. They have to win this game. It will be a huge failure for them to fall in this stage, not make it through to the playoffs. But it's still a lot of league to be played. We're 29 minutes into the game. The death timers are getting longer, and we did see some resemblance to closeness in that last team fight.
Yeah, it's still so close, if not in what happens on screen, in the execution, in the options these players have, or outplaying, outmaneuvering each other. Kusai, please just build a QSS, man.
Here they go again. Teleport instantly from Kusei. He has they have at least forced out the teleport here. Epic Avalanche. That's all they wanted. They still got Carvox on the sideline. He has teleport available. And they're just waiting for a misstep from Epic Avalanche. But if there's one thing we've seen, they haven't been making them.
Yeah, they do have the ability to just walk towards the objective, invite Tempest to have to teleport and rush forwards.
Here he goes again! Because I know we've seen this too many times. No QSS available, just instantly gets CC'd and bursted down. And there's just no chance to follow it up. Now, EA, pedal to the metal. They're going for Baron. They're pushing bot lane. BO1 can't really teleport to join. Now both top laners are actually just ready to TP in. It looks like maybe Tempest are just gonna give this. Here comes the teleport from the LeBlanc. It's might be a steal attempt, but they're just engaging on the Lee Sin. He's burst down too, and now maybe Scream ultimate. Let's follow it. It goes to the Baron, but does not hit. And a Baron number 2 for Epic Avalanche. They're really putting up the tempo here. Bussy gets caught out too. No way out of the Hextech ultimatum and no way out of this fight. Right now, EA, they're looking for inhibitors.
Tempest Gaming not able to make the magic happen. Under so much pressure, the magic force to rise, diamonds to be made. They are unable to convert. They are not able to hold on.
I mean, it's not even worth commentating. That is just painful again. The desperation oozing out of every.
It is. You're so right. It's desperation. It's mania at this stage. Tempest, if it's going to be a refuse to lose, there is no time remaining.
Yeah, they can't.
Scream will clear the minions.
It's like you can't even believe it. This Tempest was supposed to have an easy time in this lopsided Group B. That was our storyline. That was the setup for the group. But now...
It's what we saw in day one.
It was UK dominance. And of course, Ruddy, they made it through. To have Tempest not do the same would be unthinkable a couple of days ago.
An abject shock. A reversal of what we've seen all season. This Tempest lineup, this will only be the 4th, 5th, 6th game they've lost in 3 months. 1 every 2 weeks. And that's including some cheeky throws. Or the cheeky throw, the singular cheeky throw. Their only loss in our regular season to themselves. Having a bit of fun. Only loss in playoffs.
Yeah.
Singular game to Ruddy. And yesterday, the rest of the regional promotion series humbled them. It was Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos really showing
Put
up
screws to it.
with that stomp, and that might be crucial as we are 20 seconds away from Elder, and it's already been quite simple for Epic Avalanche burst down members of Tempest. It's not gonna get any less difficult if they pick up this immensely powerful neutral objective. Still got Carbox on the sideline. BO1 has a teleport. They do have that teleport advantage. Might play a role here again with the prio in the river. EA.
Carbox still locking him in this top side. It was Fritful. It was Chaos who made Tempest Gaming sweat.
Okay,
Ocean Dragon Soul, they are just able to withstand the poke. Their base crumbling.
They popped a lot of their CC already. Hexacle to now with a hostile takeover. Here they go on EVL. They buy a lot of time with Renata. They get actually the AD carry, and now Epic Avalanche. They're on the run. They're getting chased. Mercer manages to pick up Crusade, but in the base too, we see a top versus top duel. This is so tense on so many fronts. Rasmus trying to get them down, but EA, they're just going for the Nexus. They're just going for the Nexus. They don't need AD carry, and they're ending the game! They're ending the game without the chance of utilizing the fact that they took down the opposing AD carry! How quick did that happen? And what a play from Epic Avalanche, knocking Tempest out of the tournament in the most extreme of ways!
A massive snowball. A season unprecedented, I think it's fair to say, at this level of UK and Irish competition. Brought to a southern halt. Well done, Tempest. Road, unfortunately, for you ends here. And what a show, Finland!
I mean,
goodness!
Epic Avalanche showing up. Maybe not in the start of the series, but really ramping it and taking such a scope here in the form of Tempest, cementing themselves in the regional promotion series history with this win, and what a decisive one at that. Amazingly played by them, and yeah, they go in now 2-2, one more win, and yeah, options that might have seemed unlikely a couple of days ago are suddenly in the running.
I wasn't ready to believe, I thought Tempest would just do it, but Fritful, and Epic Avalanche coming in late to Group B. Just being shown off a few days later. Just kept their surprises, kept their secrets ready. We're going to kick it to a quick break. We're going to be back with our final game of the day. This is not it. That is not all of the action here on the NLC Regional Promotional Series. We have yet to see 42 Gaming from the ladder stand up against Chaos. See if the Norwegians can continue their streak. We'll be back in a short while.
And welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotional Series, where we're heading into our last game of the day after, a surprising fight with Epic Avalanche versus Tempest Gaming. And who would have thought that Tempest would slip and fall, lose it all, and be knocked out of the group stage?
I'll resist the impetus to go on with Linkin Park lyrics there. You know, it's your turn now, Dogslitter. Instead
I've been
of
waiting.
a UK and Irish team, for me, the world beaters, they're so great, slipping down. We now have Chaos, a Norwegian team.
Yes,
Looked
and
so fantastic in this tournament, up against 42 Academy, still winless at this stage, I believe. The ladder team having a bit of a tough time. What a better time to come alive than to upset some Norwegian superstars.
I mean, this is supposed to be the golden road for Chaos. They're supposed to now get this last win, be first seed into the potential
the-
first seed,
yeah,
into
into
the. They're
quarters.
still not secured with the win here because Frittfall's run still involves a game in the tiebreakers.
Ah.
So if Frittfall were to win versus both Epic Avalanche and Chaos, they would actually, no matter what, be first seed. But Chaos, they don't want to be 3-2 here. They have the risk of 3-2 because it's the all the teams that can come up there and make stuff a little bit iffy.
Yeah.
You just
You
wanna
just want
put
it
that out.
clean, right? You want it clean and easy. I'm first. Look at me. Job done.
Exactly. So you don't want to risk it at all. There's a lot of potential in this group still. If I heard correctly, we're not gonna have any proper tiebreakers in terms of games, but we'll have some head-to-heads that will be most likely very, very.
Every game matters, and twice as much in best
Yes.
of one. If you have no extra chance, no last minute call, try and get yourself out of there. And yeah,
But-
I think Chaos kind of warped my mind yesterday. Partially responsible for putting Tempest out in such stylish fashion by picking up the win over Garden with the Nico, warping the draft in the final game to the point where Tempest looked like they'd bent over backwards to adapt, and were an easy pushover. Let's see if they can
Exactly.
do it again tonight. I'm not sure they have to. I'm not sure 42 have been able to get their own gameplay going and been able to sort of express themselves in a way that warrants, an adaptation from such a strong side. So we'll have to see. I think draft's going to be pretty interesting. We get to see.
I think so
be a bit
too.
more creative.
Especially since it's Chaos on the blue side, which is kind of where they are the most
Oh.
creative because of
Yeah.
what the champs, what kind of flexes they have. Of course, 42 might have picked up on some of it during yesterday's games, and
I hope you're
they're-
watching 42. Or this is going to be really rough.
yes, you have to be prepared for Chaos, or you're gonna feel it. And even if you're prepared for Chaos, who cares? It's Chaos. They're supposed to put you into their comfort zone and then absolutely make you question everything you think about League of Legends, like they did with us yesterday. And what a joyous time
Yes.
to be a Norwegian team lover. We already got the Rich Gang into the playoffs. Now it's just a final little step for Chaos to properly cement themselves. We're into draft.
All right, I'm going to give you a challenge, Dogslider, just before any bans come through. Okay, Lilia, Goober known for his AP picks in the jungle. So the Lilia, the first of them removed. A bit more insight for the viewers. Chaos is your Norwegian first seed. They did not win the regular season.
They did not.
Correct?
They did
How
not win.
did DMG Norway beat a team that has put so much pressure on the regional promotional series? How did this team falter? If you didn't watch finals, we can skip ahead to draft.
I casted finals.
Yes, let's go.
It was offline, full final on Spill Expo Lillestrøm. Lots of crowd.
I saw
really,
the pictures.
Yeah,
It
really
was
exciting, really exciting final. What's a 3-1 for DMG Norway, who just had such a stacked team.
So you're telling me the only way to beat Chaos is just drag NLC, LEC talent down here? There's just no way.
I mean, it wasn't even that. Like, they did have Kasing at support.
Oh yeah. Banderas as well. Like,
yeah,
DMG Norway was a
and
little
Royal
bit spicy.
Canine in the mid lane.
Yeah, Canine as well.
Rank
of
1
Vannin.
Casio player on the EU West ladder. Amongst many things, also many-time Norwegian champions in Plopti and Tide in the jungle and AD carry role. They had a stack team. And also Tom Kick, masterclass
we love
coach in draft, and that did really make it happen. Now, that's one way to beat him. You have to be prepared for chaos, of course. Now we see 42 Academy. They have been paying some attention.
Indeed. So, no Karma top lane for Krauner. Will not be able to go invincible like he did yesterday up against Bear Tree. The Rel taken away, and 2 AP junglers. Guba will be retreating further back into his champion pool. We'll have to see if he did. I think he had to go all the way back to Karthus after 3-4 bans in one game. That was a bit special to see. Orianna, for once, falling through draft. This means Jarvan priority has risen significantly.
Yeah, and Soiren Orianna through the regular season in Good Game League in Norway. Insane win rate. That's just where Soren thrives the most on this champion. Exceptional at it. It's meta, and he makes it look more than meta. But the Jarvan does get picked up by 42.
You need it against the Orianna. The Syndra as well stands up to the Orianna relatively well, and you need it with the Orianna, so it never gets past the first 2 picks because you're either picking it yourself and then trying to threaten your own Syndra, or
There's certified solution is
we saw yesterday, like, I was so bamboozled with this yesterday. Into Draven, it was not the choice.
Yeah, but he's just so good at it.
Made it work. It's just built different.
It's what I love about this level of play. It's what I love about just in general the regional leagues, this regional promotion series. You can pick this immense power,
make it work,
personal picks,
right?
and make them work.
What?
There we go. We got a magic coming in. This is Reflect playing Kiana in the jungle. I was a little late saying that through this draft we gotta look what kind of champion does Reflect
I
go
need
for.
something stronger than this.
You
know, we hinted at his Nico, which is technically through Pigman, but doesn't have like an Ari to go along with it, so maybe not the target here. Aphelios going in is fine. The front to back, Varus as well. Very high priority throughout this tournament. Both of them fulfill that sort of like Syndra and Jarvan in front of you. Now it's time to play it forwards attitude. This Kiana, man. I haven't played jungle Kiana since it came out. Since it was like very, very new. The Melio was paired up with Lucian yesterday. 2 enchanter bands is good, but it will not remove the Lulu and the Thresh and something else. That shielding will come through for the Lucian. No matter what at this stage. The Rakan ban away stops the Jarvan pairing up with the most creative support. Rel gone as well, so we are dropping down the tiers. Chaos should be leaning towards a ranged support. That means no Renata priority here. 42 Academy have to ask the question. Are they going to attack this enchanter lane? This should be a Lulu ban. Nami instead. Lulu's through.
And I just gotta explain Chaos here a little bit. Chaos here. Because I want you to go deep into the Chaos mindset. And it's this
strapped
deep.
in.
It is. Oh, Jarvan makes walls. Let's get Kiana. Let's get Kiana.
Let's get Kiana
Better
in.
ultimates. There we go. That's the plan. So now we're gonna see Ornn top lane because he makes like this little wall too. Extend the ultimate even further. We're looking at the biggest Kiana ever here. Crowd Ornn is good.
We're just gonna lock it all in. Every terrain generator. 42 here should be looking to lock up a support. I think giving over top pick would be a little too much into Krauner, who showed great proficiency in the 1 versus 1.
Janna being hovered.
Freshly buffed Janna. Real strong. Halo Blades on the Korean server has taken over. Very high percentage win rate. The on-hit damage this champion now confers with her auto attacks and with the Zephyr as well. Really gives even medium range carries like the Varus a bit of a struggle in the bot lane. And while if he is going lethality, that Serpent's Fang will mitigate a bit of the shields. It's in, it's through, and it will give this Braum a huge headache.
And it can push other champions close to walls. Okay, plan going well.
We're on walls and storms and walls.
This isn't Tempest. This isn't Epic Avalanche. It's not Mountains.
Oh,
and,
no, they're just keeping it alive. They're keeping it alive.
they are. Hovering this Gwen though. Doing a real draft. Gotta respect it. And
Yeah, that's gonna dissuade the Ornn and the tanks. There isn't a great deal that stands up to Gwen in the 1v1. With the Jarvan through, you could lean to like an Olaf or something. It's sort of those fighter types who can try and get Gwen before she gets to a mythic item, be that to rocket belt onto your carry or be a rift maker in the side lane. Afribi. That is a risky proposition.
It is, but if there's one way to put things out of balance, it's just let's get all of these stats. That's Garen. That's all of these stats. And of course, I don't know how this matchup works.
Gets in under the mist very well.
Yeah.
If Gwen gets the short trade, which Garen normally goes for with like Q on top, spin, run away. Gwen's Q and like E live perfectly through that. If she's already stacked, it's Q and then E after you as you're away, which is quite efficient. If the Q's already on, she can Q. If the Q is not on, Eing to sort of reposition around to drag Garen further into the minion wave. It's very skill based. I feel that Garen will eventually fall prey later on to a massive amount of damage from Gwen, be it true damage, so it doesn't peel through his health very quickly, but it's still not enough.
In the team fights later on, I feel like if 42 Academy had locked in Garen, then Chaos would have locked in Janna. But it was already a given. They already have a very good peel option versus this Garen that has to be a little bit more has a little bit more flexibility.
He's got to be so
and
careful.
Yeah.
Like normally, in my mind, even though like Adam approaches so well to the mid lane and like ganking and being around on the Garen, is primarily a 1v1 lane pick. You want to take a trade, regen, call your jungler, offer kill pressure, which he does relatively well. Even more so if he does grab an ignite instead of a teleport in that top side, and can push his own game plan forwards through there. The Gwen, on the other hand, isn't so worried. She just wants to rip heads, be that side lane, be that flanking. Which one of these top laners actually gets a little bit of a lead and executes on that will be interesting to see. It's not a well-characterized matchup.
It is not. And now 42 Academy might be out of the runnings, but they do have the opportunity to impose some amount of wounds on Chaos's perfect record. Just excited to see what they have to bring, because I like 42 Academy. They showed some great sportsmanship their last round. Now they get the chance to also win a game against for now top runner in the group. And I know these players are mentally up for the task. Let's see if they have the skills for it.
Yeah, I think some small roster moves as well has left Tabby in the support position. So someone who's had a pretty good showing in recent years, I think. On Lion's Creed recently had a pretty good showing there. A lot to be excited about, a lot to see. Varus with a cull into a Lucian lane is very, very bold. Reflect will pick up the green blade that allows him to go invisible and just be a bit of a nuisance at level 1. So it's completely fine to be further up and just get a bit more information about the lane.
Small moves. I haven't noticed till now that 42 Academy has a ladder symbol next to their icon.
Is that new?
I don't know.
The whole time. I'm struggling. Yeah, everyone else.
I feel like production needs to inform us, but
no, that's a ladder. We can climb that. You two at home can climb the NLC ladder. It is like an alternative matchmaking. So you get signed up on the NLC website. You follow us at NLC LOL on X or Twitter or whatever people call it next week, and you get some more information there. And then if you think you're good enough to have a go at the NLC RPS, the prize to the top 2 teams is qualification, and you could be here next year.
DO7 did make a little bit of a splash in Group A.
Yeah.
Did not make it through.
Won some games. played spoiler, crushed my predictions.
Exactly. And now let's keep track of the lanes, of the junglers, of all the finesses that are going to be implied, and of course, the emote game of chaos.
Certified does it every time. Those piercing lights are incredibly punishing. Wildfire B cancels the auto attack as well. Chaos in top and bot lanes just showing a little bit more prestige, a little more, as you're right, finesse. And then moment to moment, these micro advantages will scale, will snowball over this next wave, over these next few minutes before the first recall comes through.
Of course, yeah. I do agree, though. Ako Makos's cull purchase does seem a little bit risky. Ill-advised, even, against a player like Certified in the lane with Eski, but just so good at putting on the tempo. Oh, look at the damage from Chrono, though.
He's having a great time. Able to push the Garen all the way into tower.
There we go, Reflect in the mid lane. Has...
He's got his stun, so he does need the Syndra to come towards him.
There we go. Goes in. There comes the W. Does not hit the first one, but the damage here will force a flash. Chaos! They're all here! The knockback is huge, though. And Reflect does not overcommit under the turret. I gotta say, Dragonics at least pull a lot of attention there and got out pretty much scot-free.
Trades the flash, and on a carry jungler like Kiana, you often want to use that to actually secure a kill, secure an advantage in the early game, get yourself snowballing. Won't be able to do that now, but has disrupted the Syndra Orianna sort of stalemate in mid. Really,
yeah,
low, my friend. Does have the ignite to try and equalize the 1 versus 1, but it's getting out of hand.
Gubberbot needs to help just in general get this lane in, because if Akumakos and Tabi had to do that on their own accord, that would be hard. It would be an easy opportunity for SK and Certified to punish. But yeah, the jungler does his job. Seen some examples today of that not happening, where laners were too far up trying to do the job alone, but sometimes you just need a little help from your friends.
I like the zombie ward as well for Reflect here. Just a little bit of extra vision game, a little bit of stacking stats when your opponents are worried about early ganks. This lets you punish a little bit harder. We're all looking at this minimap, aren't we? All of us looking at whether on Earth that Kiana is going. She's going straight for Goober. Reflect a level down, but... Oh, no way.
Did he pick up anything? He's not getting anything. Goober is doing a really good job picking up every single golem. Now Reflect has to be a little bit cautious. Of course, the Garen can't really assist properly. Can buy a lot of time with the right kind of element.
Pushing back to Chrono as well. He wants to keep that up.
Oh, but go straight for Chrono. Nice direction to kite. Try to force down the Garen, but this is looking good for Goober. He's just too high on the HP side and gets the first blood.
The presence of the Jarvan too much. Reflect's entire jungle is up.
Auto needed. Can Reflect outplay it? He has to dodge another kill. Needs a lot of mental fortitude. Dodge to the side, but no, Goober just 2 on point and gets a double kill. Huge start from 42 Academy.
600 gold, 2 kills, all off of Reflect not clearing his own west. I don't even wear the compasses anymore. The west jungle quadrant. Instead, just getting a bit aggy, getting a bit too up in Goober's face, and with the level advantage, he's able to make the difference.
Go straight mid again, turret so low. Flash available, so he's going to survive it if he's not too greedy. But is he really gonna stay?
Go Iron, just respect it. Get that base off. I can't help but think that Goober should be right behind him right now, ripping Zoiren's head off. A missed opportunity there for 42 Academy. That is absolutely illegal that the Orianna gets that cannon wave unfettered, unbothered.
Let's take a little bit of a trip away from the Rift for a second and into a trivia corner.
Okay.
Because as
I love trivia.
We recently learned that very recently learned that Eski is actually regional champion in frisbee golf, and as it's pointed out, the Janna play will of course be extremely enhanced by this fact. Enhanced himself, gets a kill 2v2, and that brings me to the other fact. Tabi has the wrong runes.
Oh no. I was about to say Glacial Braum is definitely reaching. In some ways, it can be alright, right? It gives you a way to actually interact with Janna. So maybe it is a choice. I don't want to sort of like speak out too harshly against that because I think that's kind of playable.
There goes Chrono. He wants to kill. Last thread. The needle is so short. He's just gonna dash forward, right? He's just gonna do it. But here comes the counterplay. But Reflect is there, gets the kill. Good try from a freebie, but was probably not aware of Reflect's proximity.
Yeah, that's the sort of play you want to make with the Keanu. You want to show up at a moment's notice. Nothing to be played back onto you. All cooldowns burned. Drop your opponent and leave again swiftly. It does give over the dragon. And 42 will be happy to have this mountain. They want that Garen. They want that Jarvan to be as tough as possible this game. They will be able to stack an objective. On a carry jungler, you're not so worried about the objectives, and this is sort of traditional deep lore, so it is maybe not the most up-to-date advice. You want to get yourself strong. Dragons be damned.
UM42A has really they upped the tempo with their jungler. That's where they got to play. That's where they got the kills and the gold. Flash out from Draconics avoids the all-in attempt from Soren. You can see that Chaos are really focused when it comes to putting up. And here, a freebie. A little bit caught out. Not too much mana on Chrono, but has Reflect to help out. And without this flash, can he turn it around? Ultimate is available. Burst down! Reflect didn't get it! Can Chrono finish the job? No, he gives up! And a freebie 1v2!
No mana. The Garen ult, the Ignite, claims the double buffs. And you've got to be so careful when you come for Garen. Much like Rumble and Alawi, we've seen so far in this tournament, turns a 2v1 on its head. Able to eviscerate, annihilate, and execute one member of the opponent's team. From there, the kill pressure just burns away.
Oh, but Eski hits the tornado on Draconics. Delayed on the kill. Really nice roam from the Norwegian support. Matches up well and hits his frisbee right in the basket.
I don't know how you play frisbee golf. Is that just like you're going to hit targets? So it's just like standing on a point, and it's like instead of golf clubs. That sounds incredible.
Yeah, you throw a frisbee, and then when you throw it, you land somewhere. You throw it onwards, and then you have like a steel basket with like some chains on it that catches the ring. So yeah,
I really want to give that a go.
That's exactly what Draconics looks like. Oh, ult attempt catches out Eski. Get to heal.
Oh my goodness!
But so low, and the Chaos' bot lane, they turn it. Tabby trying to get some of that glacial value, but fails. And at the other side, though, I feel like Gabby is just Gubber doing such a good job at getting it down. But it's Smite attempt, and Reflect finally manages to take off the opponent's jungler. Annoyed there, Gubber, with not getting the eye.
Doesn't quite get the Herald, but it's worth it in the end. I think Chaos, well and truly happy right now. Their bot lane is in the mode of every game they've won, every game they've played so far. Chaos' bot lane looks so strong. Chrono is balancing. He's balancing his ultimate against the regeneration of the red buff, but Goober is nearby.
Over here, yeah. Dashes out of it. Goober, of course, has his ultimate available, but Chrono, it's not used. I didn't pay attention to the ease of Chrono if he had another dash to get out or not.
In the auto attacks, resetting it, pulling the cooldown down was enough there. And I still think, despite some flashy plays around top, despite Reflect taking away the objective with his flash, maybe not worth it. Kiana does have to value her and summoner spells really highly to get that season 9 sort of presence off, where you're just able to flit around the map and be a menace. Instead, let's Reflect not having the flash to outplay twice now in the first 10 minutes.
Chrono, another 1v1 in top lane. The freebie frustrated, so frustrated that he slams down Chrono again. This player, Chrono, is just so good at creating leads in terms of CS, but a freebie doing a good job at getting some kills back, evening out the deficit.
Yeah, knowing Garrett. Oh, Goober.
We're not done just yet, Goober. Who got that move up? It was Goober, yeah. So gets out again. Still a goal lead for Chaos, 2,000 despite the kill.
It's so hard to read that Garen threshold to absolutely nail that
Score
lane.
Being completely even. Yeah.
Welcome back, Dog Sledder.
I have a little more. Oh, I was out. Oh, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Let's see. I'm doing good. I froze completely, I think.
That's all right.
I heard you in the meantime, so that was strange. But internet issues happen.
Dive on mid.
Chaos again. Draconics gets hit by the tornado. He was
Combo
far away. The
war.
drive perfectly placed. Gubber might try something in the mid lane just to keep the tower alive, but it's a risky business.
Alright, a freebie. Gets the ignite down, doesn't have the Demacian Justice.
Yeah, no, this again. If he gets a wave here, then Chrono has to go out. Low on the mana. Is he gonna attempt it? Is he gonna? Yeah, he does, and he finally gets the kill. Mentally important for a player of the caliber of Chrono.
Absolutely. Was a bit tough there. I thought almost didn't quite land that execute. The R going the other way. The snip's being dodged away from.
Chrono
Chrono's
stopped.
base has been stopped. Goober is not tanky yet. That Phage, that Kindle Gem, not enough if Chrono decides to turn around and hit him. Reflect without a decent position up on the ultimate won't take Goober up on it. The tempo in that top lane quite important as well. The Garen without the teleport, you don't want to give them free plates. You don't want to give them free time out on the map. You want to punish that lack of summon spell, and Chrono with this Rift Maker now should be able to do that even more in combat.
Absolutely. Now we got another Drake on the Rift. It's of the Chemtech variety, and 42A would like to pick it up, but with the tempo that Chaos is putting out, with the amount of pressure barreling down on all three lanes, it could be difficult to find opportunity. There we see the Glacial Augment value.
Well,
Oh, no.
you know, we'll see if Tabby makes the most of it later. It can be clutch in a team fight later on if that completes a Chains of Corruption, if it allows the Syndra to play through with impunity. But its value for now not realized. And while Zweiren is doing a good job at shoving Gconics back and expressing that 2-level lead, it's not all over with the Dragon up.
Without Ignite though, you're not gonna take down the Gwen unless the Gwen goes hard in the position where she doesn't have the prio.
Decent healing back off the minions, and oh my god, certified. That Sheen, that Essence Reaver now just bites so hard in this lane. It's incredible.
So low here, Tabby. Has the flash available, but here goes Certified. You're so low, but the knock-up. Important. And here comes Gabby. It's Gubber. I've been doing that a little bit today. The Reflect goes in, picks up Tabby. That's the one we were going for. And Gubber is now a little stuck with the tower getting down. Certified dashing forward. He has to try to turn around. Tornado is perfectly placed, and the emotes are perfectly posted as they get 2 more killed. Chrono trying to secure a very low HP freebie in the top lane. Maybe the passive can save you here, Garen, but that is a tall order as the chase is on.
I think the funniest thing is Warren not even moving from mid.
Yeah,
Just
it doesn't even
trust
need it.
It's like, it's over. We understand. And we saw Reflect on bot lane. Secure some extra gold with that flash. That's what we want to see out of lethality junglers in the early game. Specifically, Kiana, we see her less because she is just weaker than the Kha'Zix and the Graves. She does do different things with the big team fight setup. Getting this dragon, huge win for the assassin. Reflect has chosen to play today. Grace our screens with his presence. Well and truly warped Group B to his control. And you know, we were talking about the Varus meta. We were talking about, you know, Sivir in the UK. Instead, I think it's just been everyone wants to play whatever Reflect is playing. And that's certified on his Lucian. Having a great time. This Chaos team hasn't had to show their deep picks, hasn't had to show their deep preparation. They've played what they've wanted so far, and it looks so good. And across the map, 42 Academy start to slip. 6,000 gold now as the Dragons have equalized. Objective bounties have spawned. 42 Academy have a long ladder to climb back up.
Long way, long climb. Let's see. We're only 16 minutes into the game. It feels like we're a little further along. But no, here comes the tempo. Use the Hex Gates, Eski, to join in on a freebie. Engage from Gubber. Follow up from Akamakas, but Certified is out. He's managed to kite it out. A freebie trying to find Soiren, but there comes the Kiana ultimate, locking down 2 key members. Soiren not going down, just barely from the Ignite last tick.
So
not
close.
enough. And Chaos continuing to win out. They will pick up the Herald. And it's just, Iconics is left on a little island in the bot lane, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah, at least they'll cross map. They'll keep someone farming. The Chaos, even with a sombrero ultimate, looking to defend certified. Goober didn't flash forwards for it, so wasn't caught up by that. They still take the 2-for-1. They still push forwards. It's just so hard right now.
It is.
Come back over the presence. This Lucian is as happy as he's ever going to be. The rest of the items just to maintain this level of gameplay. Half an item over your opponents. Able to just, with impunity, dash forwards, drop the culling, and make 42 Academy suffer if they try and push this mid wave. They're committing to top. They're going to try and punish Crowno. This is 4 people, I think.
He's dealing a lot though, with no ignite to reduce, but Akamakos' addition just makes the difference, because a freebie would have gone down there. Look how low he was. But here comes the peel off from Chaos. Of course, you're getting something on the other side of the map, getting half the HP of the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Flank from Magiconix, don't catch that Soiren. Just not enough for a knockup. But here comes the follow-up. Ultimate is great from Soiren. The damage on Tabby is huge from Certified. The Lucian is just dishing out the damage alongside the Kiana and the Orianna.
Too much at this stage. Certified is well and truly stamped. He's witnessed, he is exonerated. This Lucian, absolute destruction on there. If that fight kind of looked close, Zoiran almost got picked, didn't burn his own flash, was the bait, was the focal point on which 42 Academy dived, was shockwaved, and split apart by Eski and Certified.
Yeah, and they play it so well. And of course, the fights happening in the jungle will have some advantages for Reflect. You could see how hard it is for 42 Academy to move in that jungle area. And yeah, we didn't get a map that either enhanced or negated the walls, but just the fact that Chaos can move around so freely with his hex gates just makes it so much easier to make that advantage snowball even harder. And now they're finding Gubber again. At least the tornado did, but Eski was a little further away than maybe I first anticipated. A freebie though, trying to get a 1-for-1. He's gonna have to ult, but it does not go through, and Reflect picks up another kill.
Side lane, so difficult to play now. And you're right, the Hextech gates, between those and Janna's move speed, it's so hard to find timings with numbers advantages. Geconix is still in the bot lane. The shockwave comes through, not enough for a total re-engagement. Certified!
Reflect! Look at that demolition! That fight was like 0.2 seconds long, and then over with! And with the Herald, Chaos are just pushing for an inhibitor already. And are they just gonna try to get a Nexus turret too? Because right now, they don't seem to have any indication of stopping.
Teleport didn't come through.
They're just pushing on. Nexus turret down.
They should be out a minion.
Herald, but they're just hex-skating out. Their job here is done, but now they're waiting. They're not done for real.
Cheeky exit play. No one's going for the gate. Geconix will show here.
Tornado. Eyes wide. Not this time, Eski. But they're staying, Chaos. They don't feel the need to reset, spend the well-earned gold. They're just going on. Chrono on the flank and throws out his ultimate. I don't think he did anyone with that. No, he did. He gets a reset. And they're starting to go on Geconix. They've gotten him. Got the Orianna in return for the 2 Academy, but Certified, he's in trouble. Is he gonna get out? Last auto did not do enough damage, but a freebie is struggling to catch up to the Lucian. But he's also surviving with just a sliver of health.
Oh, man.
2 Academy not lose 2 additional members. They did after all. Certified goes down. Worth it, they say, Chaos. And they're keeping on spamming those Keck W Brom emotes. Having a blast.
They will finally lose Zoiran and Certified, both picking up their first deaths of this game. Eski now guiding Chrono towards these towers. This would be a lot. There are numbers advantage.
Oh, maybe they catch out Chrono. Yeah, he goes down, shutdown, teleport, and a little bit of an inconvenient timer. Soren had to instantly flash to get out. Luckily for him, help from his support. But no, round number 2, good ultimate. Of course, no follow-up damage. It's just a support in the mid laner. Not gonna be too much more. Reflect, pushing up. Chaos are relentless, and they know this is not the right move in terms of winning the game. But it's the right move if you want to win the game quick, which seems to be somewhat of a goal here for Chaos.
They want to have fun with it. They want to speedrun. Clearly. What a series of events. 42 Academy will finally get some gold. They'll get some bounties. But they're paying for it with Nexus Towers. I think you said in the break, Darkslayer, that one of the worst trade deals in League of Legends is priority for Nexus. And the Nexus not far away from being the last thing on 42 Academy's table. Teleports in to the Baron now. Chaos are going to try and draw 42 out of their base or just snap this objective up uncontested.
No way that Chaos fails this Baron. There's no way this is a throw temporal, as 42 Academy are joining in the fight. It's half HP, it's early in the game. They have a couple of options to steal it. Of course, they can jump in. They got the ultimate and the WQ from Akamakus, but they're just turning it around. The shield of Tabby doing good work, but still down low on the HP. Now they're trying to get away with the Chrono. Re-engage from the Garen, though, bursting down Sora, and Certified gets Tabby. But how does the rest of the fight go? A lot of healing coming out of the Janna, making sure Certified, loses a duel versus his 80 carry opponent. But still, there's only one little bit of a single-digit HP left on 42 Academy, and even that goes down to the double kill support. Eski grabs the ace, Chrono goes for base, and this might just be Chaos that are jumping onto 42 Academy's face, with the Nexus being completely exposed.
All over. 42 Academy unable to make a meaningful mark on the board, and Chaos, what a performance.
The last game went as it was supposed to do. Clear win, a little bit of fun, clear moment of weakness from Chaos.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Camille Jungle. We're going back, apparently, just to 2019, 2018, and Chaos can just play whatever they want. Like, these jungle picks are going to make the next series, when they do get into playoffs, I believe at 4-0, we could be pretty confident they're going there. Just so difficult. How on earth do you address a Nico, Kiana, Graves plus meta champion pool that is reflects incredible gift to his team?
Yeah, there's a lot to digest when it comes to the Chaos drafting, and of course we'll get to see more of it when Chaos meets Fritt Fall, yes.
Fritt Fall, yes.
On Wednesday, and then more Chaos in the playoffs coming in the week after. We have a lot of good games still to come. We got some very important games on Wednesday in terms of who moves on alongside Chaos into the playoffs. And
we're gonna have to get our little Swedish flags out for Fritt Fall, and of course Epic Avalanche as well. The Finns fighting for their life at the end of the series.
They are, and we have some determination here. We know that Rich Gang are going to the playoffs. Bloodline, of course, also joining in as the first seed of Group A. Chaos completely secured and waiting in the playoffs too. We have Lynx and the Norwegian team Lazy in life that are fighting for their spots in the second division. It's not only regional pride that's on the line, Temporal. Who would have thought? It's actually now a great way for teams, both through the regional leads and the NLC ladder, an opportunity to climb up in the system. And yeah, it is going to be great.
It's so exciting. Ruddy also qualified to the next series in playoffs. Best of luck to the Ducks. Tempest Gaming will not be joining you, unfortunately. Production wants to highlight predictions from today. Tempest, I can't believe you've done this. I was so close to a perfect second day. Alas, no full sweeps here. I think, our prediction game getting pretty tight now, Dog Sledder. I'm not sure if we have the standings. That might be a bit much. We might need to prepare them. Oh my goodness, there we go.
You're looming high there, Temporal.
Yeah, it's all right. We're up here. There's 2 perfect days on that chart. We can brag. We can be excited about it. Most importantly, though, look at the middle of that table. 4th through 6th, all tied up.
Yeah, wow.
Only 2 points between 3rd place and 6th. An absolute crunch in the middle of the table is what we're going for, and it's still all to play for. If anyone dares to catch me.
I'm feeling the pressure here as we take a little look at the group standings. As we said, the confirmed teams in Group A. I didn't mention Ruddy. I felt like a given that they had,
That's all right,
had
yeah.
passed on, and you see who is positioned to maybe join them. Garden Gaming 3-2, Frittfall 2-1 with 2 more games to play. And then Epic Avalanche also has a game against Frittfall. That Frittfall versus Epic Avalanche game is going to be insane.
It's
Not
the
just
last
in terms of gameplay,
game
but
as
also in terms of
well.
how much it means.
Yeah, the last game of the round robin stage of our regional promotional series. That'll be on Wednesday. Please go and follow the NLC over at NLC LOL on Twitter, X / whatever it'll be called next week, because we'll be announcing the exact time a little bit closer to the date. Currently, yeah, it's going to be announced. We're gonna get there. Dog Slater, it's been a pleasure, even though I am somewhat disappointed in my UK and I brethren. It is what it is. What excellent games on the day.
And yeah, I gotta thank you too. Thank you for the cast today. We'll of course both of us be back when we come to the playoffs. So that'll be an absolute blast. And yeah, seeing the performances and the exciting games, we are really looking forward to just seeing more, even more tightly matched games, even more important games. And even
Yeah,
more
it's 2 of the top 4 from the Aurora Cup, Lazy in Life and Link's Legacy. No slouches, to be sure. We'll have to catch you in playoffs for all of that action. Be sure to tune in on Wednesday. I've been Temporal. This has been Dog Sledder. Until next time, good night, and thank you for watching. Oh.
Cute. Dude.